It's that time of the year again, and no, I'm not talking about turkey. Thanksgiving isn't the reason for the season. Today, the NECC playoffs for League of Legends begin, and we're going to kick things off in the Navigators White Division as the 3 seed takes on the 6. Misericordia, top side of the bracket here, 5 and 2. And for all my linguists out there, Misericordia does mean mercy in Spanish, but I doubt they're going to have any of it on the Queens Lowlanders today, the 6 seed. They came in at 3 and 5 a couple of weeks ago. The Cougars actually beat the Lowlanders in a 2-0 sweep. We're going to see if the new meta is going to shake things up because this is their last chance to dance. You either win or you get sent packing. Cougars, Lowlanders, let's get it. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nellhead, and today I'm joined by Mick. It's been far too long.
Yeah, it most definitely has. Last time we were cast together, as you said, before this, it was only a Hearthstone game, a little bit of a card game, but now we're kind of wandering around to different areas, getting into the MOBAs now and getting into playoffs, as we said as well. So when it comes around to this matchup, man, I'm excited, especially one thing that we're going to have a lot of emphasis on today, and I feel like the audience is going to really enjoy is talking about the preseason changes that we've had come up here soon. We really don't have the alternative client to be working with, but due to the players, we have the energy here out tonight to go ahead and get ourselves right into it as we find ourselves in the stand so far, opening right up with getting Vi off the table.
Yeah, we do have those preseason changes, as you said, and very excited to see them. The Vi, the Gnar will be next to go, and there goes the Kent. So a lot of tanky characters being taken off the table here for both teams.
Yeah, and especially it looks like they're putting a lot of emphasis for both sides, really. Go ahead and knock out these solo kind of roles. Don't worry about the duo lane too much. So long as you find enough emphasis across the rest of the map, you can find a way to go ahead and carry out the game. Get yourself into a strong lead. Get that old player to get themselves a little bit of a TP or get themselves into that jungle role and find themselves across the map to really have that initiative to be working off of. As we find Wukong being that possibly the top laner matched up against that Garen, we're having a lot of emphasis here to go ahead and lock down those roles, make sure that we can get ourselves a big carrier split pusher if that's really warrant.
And we've seen Wukong get a recent uptick in play, so we're going to see how Meat and Cheesy's able to use Wukong to their best ability. As you hit on, the big thing we're going to be talking about is these preseason changes, and that's kind of the wild card here in the playoffs. You know, to a certain extent, it doesn't matter what your record is, because if you lose, you're going home, and everything you knew coming in before this has been slightly altered. We've got new items, we've got balance changes, we've got 2 new dragons, and with them, their requisite souls, Anivia, Akali, both being brought out here.
Yeah, so an assassin against a mage, that's going to be a little bit of a tricky mid lane for both sides, really, to go ahead and keep that survivability through, get themselves the kite out as much as they can, and really keep themselves alive over the course of this matchup, because I feel like that's going to be a big determining factor, a big denominator when really discussing the entirety of the game, and I feel like that's going to be a lot of attention. But as you move to those preseason changes, you did have those 2 dragons being introduced, and those may come along within time. I feel like we won't exactly really break it down just yet unless we do see it in this best of 3, but we possibly got ourselves 3 matches with both these teams really looking to go ahead and move on. As you said, it's a really, you only have one chance, otherwise you go home. We're probably going to see it eventually out here tonight if we really have the warrant and the energy that comes through with it.
Yeah, and you do talk about that mage assassin matchup in the mid lane. You might not be surprised to see Anivia build one of those new items, Crown of the Shattered Queen, which does give you sort of like that Malzahar passive to get things out. You've got that big shield. The passive is called Safeguard, and it builds out of a Lost Chapter. So it's not got bad components. Get you some AP, get you some mana there, but more importantly, that big shield, which is designed to help mages survive these all-ins from Assassin.
Yeah, and that's really what I'm excited to see, because as we saw, a lot of these bans were focused against the top, the mid, and the jungle lane. We really haven't seen too much of the bottom influence, and we now finally see those picks coming through last. So with Caitlyn and Pyke, that's a little concerning because, I mean, on both ends of the spectrum, we see a little bit of a gamble. I mean, you look at Caitlyn, how she really has to keep herself spaced out, but it's the same thing with that Tristana. When you look at that hard crowd control for both sides, when you really consider the amount that has to come through, Morgana probably having a little bit more utility in the big scheme of things. When you see that Pyke, he's not exactly as tanky as he was when he first released. He's been really squishy here recently. So to go ahead and pile that up with Caitlyn, massive. You can get to these team fights, get him ahead, and get to work off that gold and that ultimate. But otherwise, that's going to spell a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a great note that you hit on the Pyke being a bit squishier lane. I mean, there's not as much that you can do. And man, if Morgana hits you with a dark binding, it gets ugly really quick, especially
Yeah.
if Tristana is able to rock and jump on top. And then, hey, if you're Caitlyn, you might be all left alone. If that Pyke dies, you're going to reset Tristana's rocket jump. And it could just be an ugly sight. So you gotta hope that Swiper and Orbis Ex Mortem are going to play safely until they can safely hit their power spikes. I don't really like doing much with Pyke until I have 6.
Yeah, and I feel like that's honestly the best move to go ahead and really just focus on, because we've sat there and heard around the pro scene, we've heard with all these new preseason changes, all these new items introduced, with all the reworks coming out. The long distance meta is actually the most optimal around right now. You don't really see Samira doing too much. You don't see Kaiser really having that much of an impact. You see these long distance champions, these real poke metas coming out, because even Riot themselves, they said they wanted to have more of a caster meta. And I think they're even putting that influence over into the duo lane, saying, let's go ahead, let's keep the space out. Let's sit there and show who really has the best accuracy when it comes around to these, not point and click abilities, but these ones you have to aim, the ones you have to have a little more preemptiveness on, and go ahead and have that kind of jurisdiction to know when to go ahead and shoot, when to get that damage off, and really how to calculate yourself out better on that bot lane to really determine who's that much better and who has that differential there in the later stages.
Yeah, and for that reason, I'm kind of surprised to see this Tristana, right? You talk
Yeah,
about these long range ADCs, they like to hit from a distance, and they give up having agency, right? It's really hard for those ADCs to initiate a play because they're so good at other things. Tristana's the opposite. Tristana says, hey, I'm getting right up in your face, and I don't need my support to do it.
yeah.
It's a champion that creates so much for themselves, so I'm excited to see Ripus Kiwi pilot this and exactly what they're going to be building. I'd like to see a lot of aggression early on when you combine with that Morgana. Heck, I might even like to see a little bit of level 1 play. You've got a lot of CC. If Zac takes Elastic Slingshot, the Anivia CC, Tristana, they can bring some damage to the Morgana CC. So there's a lot of lockdown here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go on in.
Yeah, and that's a big factor when we're really talking about both sides because even then, we got to consider that every single lane is going to have another little player want to come in and mix things up, and that's going to be that jungler. And as we saw a lot of influence on the camera to those picks and bans, you see the low laners going for the likes of a Kane. So I'm not really expecting Shadow Assassin, oddly enough. I'm really looking to see that Darken come through, get a little bit more crowd control to come out because you get those casters, you want to make sure to have that front line for your team. You want to have that tankiness. You want to have that brute. You want to have that man to be there in the start, go ahead and initiate that combat and have that survivability, especially when you see that Core Drinker, regardless of the changes, right, will always make it a good item. And it will always be selected, most likely for these tank players, for that survivability and for those team fights engagements to make sure, regardless of how much of an impact they may have on damage, so long as they're taking a lot of it, it doesn't really matter in the rear view.
Yeah, and having that Darken be one of your frontliners, one of your more bruisey characters here, also gives you a lot of opportunities to keep the fight going, right?
Yeah.
Popping that ultimate saying, hey, where do you think you're going, pal? I am coming with you. So I do really like that for extending fights, for really picking things at your own pace. And I think pace is going to be an important word here
Yeah.
in the playoffs. I mean, like we said, this is a best of 3, right? And if you fall short, we won't see you next week, and the winner's going to go and play Rio Grande, the 2 seed. So there's a
Yeah.
lot on the line here. Both these teams fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and that's a really good point to mention. I mean, you mentioned having the pacing, but also having that momentum because I mean, it's got to carry over into another game. You got to carry it over to another week as well. There's so many factors here is that these teams really don't have any leeway to run themselves on fumes. They got to make sure to have the stamina. They got to keep themselves day in, day out, week in, week out. Make sure they are ready and doing the studying in between these because sure, they've had themselves some impressive performances over the course of the season, but this is where a lot of these teams are really going to be saying, all right, well, the entire season, throw that out the window. They're going to change it up. They're going to make sure to adjust to us as much as they can because this is where things really matter. It's not like we're going to see them again come the playoffs. It is playoffs now. So you have to know whatever adjustments you're making to each squad, each team, you really got to get yourself to know what they're going to do and figure out a way to counter almost like a rock, paper, scissors with a little bit more skill involved. So as we find ourselves getting right into this game, we're going to see where we go ahead and start off and see who has more skill and who has a little bit of a faster start. We're talking about this gas in the tank.
That we are. Misericordia coming on the left-hand side of your screen. The blue team, the top side, Meat and Cheesy, Acid Trip, Easy Jazz, Ripus, Kiwi, and Revitalize on the bottom side, respectively. On the right-hand side of your screen, the red team, they're looking for some level 1 action. The Queens Lowlanders, Lavender Navender, the top side, ASIC, oh, hold on, Semi-Silencer, OS Swiper, and Orbis X. More than there in the bottom side. It appears we've had just a bit of a pause, but level 1 action coming out from the team that I thought was weaker level 1, Mick.
Yeah, and that's kind of me as well. But when you got a Pike, I think that was the biggest thing to go ahead and make that call. So like, we have some kind of pull. I mean, they may have some kind of route, but when we go ahead and not can only stop them in their tracks, so make sure to kind of pull them back a little bit, get them that much closer. It kind of makes things look a lot more doable. When you can see at that mini map that Morgana's gonna be the one who's caught out, that's a lot more concerning to know that that support's going to be the one with the least amount of escape potential out of everybody. Tristana, if you wait on that level, you can go ahead and decide, hey, I'm gonna go for a rocket jump. If you're anybody else, that Zach, you can get yourself out of it. Wukong, you've got a little bit of a stealth. Morgana, you got nothing but a root, and when you got a Pike who can still stand still and find himself bringing him that much closer to you, it's a little bit concerning to be looking at, knowing that that first blood could go over to their side.
Yeah, definitely not the champion they want to get caught out here level 1. And you don't want to go down early, especially on that bot side. We talked about the advantages that they already have. Misericordia is looking to exploit them early and often, and you're not going to be able to do that if you give up an early kill. And it's just not a great look for your team chemistry right out the gates. I mean, you even look at the positioning, like as he said, why is Morgana the one to be standing there, especially when Tristana can just hold up, wait, maybe get the rocket jump and get out of a sticky situation. So they're 5 point, a bit of a miscue. We are having a bit of a technical issue. So as soon as we get that game, we'll jump right back to it.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a great opportunity to go ahead and mention. Looking at the very start of here, we get a little bit of a sneak peek. It's almost like seeing the movie trailer, being able to talk about what kind of theories could come through, what kind of possible end schemes we could have coming out. And I think that's a great thing to go ahead and look at and seeing what these teams have. You got the little bit of passiveness over from the side of the old Cougars. They want to make sure kind of play their game, and if you talk about pacing, they're the ones who want to play it slow and steady. And I mean, you've heard time in time out, slow and steady wins the race. Kind of pace yourself out. Go ahead and get that vision off. Just make sure not to die. And quite honestly, you'll be fine at the end of the day, so long as you just find these objectives and you look for the right rotations. And I feel like that's a great initiative to really keep in mind because, I mean, as you said, I mean, we see the low leaders not having that great of an early game. They're going to scale over time. But quite honestly, if you do have those objectives, it makes the game look that much more even in the big scheme of things. And over the course of that matchup in those later stages, to know that okay, we may have 3 drags now if they only have 1. That kind of cuts out those dividends. I mean, with these item changes, with casters having a lot more kind of potential to stay alive, we don't really see too much of that. But with the Nivea and that passive to go ahead and be procced as well, it has that survivability. It has that pacing to it to slow down the game once more.
Yeah, the Lowlanders may have some early and late game options, but I'm really excited to see how they capitalize on Akali, right?
Yeah.
You talk about Assassin, it's such a solo queue can kind of be divisive almost. It's like,
Yeah.
well, we have to win now, or we have to do this now. Assassins tend to fall off at some point in the game, and they really thrive when they're able to find single targets and generate picks for their team. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what they do with that Akali. I'm excited to see the ganking there in the mid lane. I mean, the jungle on the side of Queen's Arcane does not have as many angles as the Zac, right? Elastic Slingshot just opens up each and
Yeah.
every lane. So Misericordia has to look to take advantage of that, but on the flip side, you've got to look at taking advantage of your mid laner spikes.
Yeah, and speaking about this mid laners, there's going to be a lot of influence on them, even more so now when you talk about the introduction of these objective bounties. That is a big thing that we really haven't touched on too much just yet. But the mid laner having that middle ground, being able to go really anywhere, and having that assassin having a little bit more roam potential than the likes of a caster, that's the big trade off you make. You don't have as many items catered to you nowadays. You really don't have as much influence towards your side of the old hedges. But I mean, in trade, you make sure to get around the map. If you put in the extra work, if you put in and you really buy out to that mentality of being an assassin, getting around the map, and making sure not only to secure those kills, but now objectives, which have almost nearly as much gold up for grabs. When you find yourself getting a Rift Herald, when you find yourself getting a dragon when you're down one, when you sit there and have these towers, if they're falling down and you can go ahead and tag it with your teammates to grab a tower, that has a bounty to it. I mean, there are so many things now that are on the table and up for grabs that elongate the game to such a big extent because that's the biggest condolence I've heard with this preseason is that when you get there and you find yourself getting a lot of gold, just really, if you're so far behind, it almost feels like everything you do, you get extra gold for it, which is going to make the game that much longer. So I feel like there's going to be a lot more emphasis on these late game stages. And quite honestly, that may be what lowlanders are looking at to go ahead and set up for us. That even if we get behind in these early stages, it won't matter all that much. If we get around, say, 35 minutes tops, we're going to be able, no matter what we do, it's almost like a minion kill will give us, 300 gold to be playing off of because of everything having that much more of an impact.
Yeah, and with so many catch-up mechanics, I would not be surprised over the course of this playoffs to see a lot more scaling champions brought off the
Yeah,
bench in total. And I'm talking about things like Vladimir gets so great in the late game, right? Vigar is everyone's favorite example. You keep on stacking and stacking and
yeah.
stacking that evil. But even something like Cho'Gath, right? You get those feast stacks. So there's a lot of champions that we don't traditionally just come to mind like, oh yeah, they're so strong right now. But with the nature of the game going late, almost an indirect buff to all of the champions that really tend to thrive in the late game, even if their items, even if their percentages haven't been directly touched up at all.
Yeah, and that's also, I feel, to some extent, really concerning for that top lane. When you go ahead, look at those tanks, you want to say, all right, well, you mentioned the infinite scaling, Cho'Gath. Cyan is another example of that. I mean, you got to make sure once you get to those late stages, everybody becomes one shot. That's really concerning to look at. So you want to know when to get those trades, when to really buy yourself out. You want to have those champions that get that extra health and make sure they had that survivability.
Yeah, You do definitely want to keep on getting that scaling. Another one we didn't mention is Gnosis there. We're getting word that the pause has ended. Some players were having trouble seeing the game. Apparently, some black
Yeah.
screens were running around, probably just to do with the new patches. Classic Riot. I'm sure things will get smooth out here as the playoffs continue. But fingers crossed that we can get into this one soon because we've done a whole lot of talking for not a lot of action.
Yeah. I'm quite with you, especially when we saw that invade come through in the start. I wanted to see a little bit more of that. I wanted to see whether or not we can finish it off. I mean, sure, you see some players that don't see their screen, but I mean, we saw things clear as day, and I think we had a lot more initiative seeing every single player on the field, knowing what their real intentions were, and seeing what they were going to execute. And that in itself is really exciting to see whether or not they're going to double down on that out of the likes of the lowlanders to say, all right, well, Morgana probably saw us, and they're probably going to know that we're wanting to invade again. But I mean, at the end of the day, you could also sit there and bite out that time, say maybe we're going to play things a little bit more differently, or we could just meet them up front with the thing we had that early game that we were working off of.
Yeah, we will see if the Morgana gets out or not. I think that's the big question on everybody's mind. We kind of got right before the action, and then we took a snapshot, and we are just looking at that. We're just
Yeah.
eyeing up this picture when everything else is about to go down. Once again, we did get word that the game was starting back up. So as soon as that is available, we will jump right back in. If you're just joining us, the 3 seed Misericordia is taking on the 6 seed, the Queens Lowlanders, in our first round of the NECC Navigators White Playoffs. The winner will get the chance to go on and play Rio Grande University, who earned themselves the 2 seed after a very impressive regular season.
Yeah, and I even had the chance to cast them and see really what they had coming through for them when it came around to these playoffs. Because I mean, over the course of the season, you're obviously on to take down these Titans. I mean, it may be a lower division, but at the end of the day, we have this skill disparity for a reason. We have these divisions to go ahead and make sure the game's as even as possible when it comes around to each one of these teams, and making sure that I mean, sure, you have a little bit of players here and there that have a little bit of a spike when it comes around to their rankings, but I mean, solo and duo is completely different when it comes around to being a team environment. I mean, you've seen it time in, time out. It just doesn't translate the same. Sure, if you're a solo duo player, you can make the reads on the map to say, all right, I'm going to go ahead and set up for this. But if you have 5 people on the other team, it's almost like going into a public lobby, go into those solo duos, and then the opposite team posts a Discord link inside of the chat and the champ select. It makes things that much harder when you know that the other team has that communication, when they really have that synergy working off of each other. And that's a consideration right from the start, saying, all right, what can we get to work off of each other? What kind of champ selects and what bands can we get out of here to go ahead and counter the entirety of this? We're not worried about one matchup or the other. We're hoping by the end of this game, we can be one collective unit, move our way through a lane, or get a strong enough, I would say, side push to really warrant that kind of sacrifice we're making towards that team fight initiative. So there's a lot of factors here that really sit there and, as I said, want to go ahead and set up to go ahead and shut down these Titans, because the 1 and 2 seed, while it may be a little bit scary to be looking at, it's still never out of the grasp for any of these teams, because I feel like, relatively speaking, the entirety of the season, all these playoff worthy teams have been fairly close when it comes to these rankings and how well they've had really put themselves into.
Yeah, and all the changes as well add a little bit more to that one. I think we're about to head right back into the game. So if that's the case, production behind the scene, take us away into that one, Michael. We are giving it a slight delay so we don't skip friends. But I was about to jump into with all these changes and how you never really know who's going to come out on top come playoffs. We didn't get a real shot to talk about the Dragons. I personally haven't seen the Souls in there, but that's part of the things in the mix here, is that a lot of these things haven't been seen just yet by the
Yeah.
players.
Yeah, I feel like they've seen them in their little solo duo queues, or unless you get yourself into a flex, or even if you go into scrims, there's still a 2 out of 6 chance that you really find yourself getting these souls. So sure, you can get a little bit more of a buff and get yourself one of those dragons to kill in the early stages, but at the end of the day, to get these souls, to get those map changes to be working off of. I've seen the Hex tech, I just haven't seen the Chem tech yet personally. I know what it does, but it's really concerning to know that I haven't really seen the biggest impact of it, and whether or not these teams have seen the impact of it, knowing that they're the ones competing and they're the ones who could be unfortunate enough to run into those circumstances today.
Yeah, and the big thing is not even the soul for me, but how the map has changed, right? We've seen the map changes with Infernal and when the Elemental Drags first got added, and I think on the whole, yes, the map changed a bit, but it wasn't a massive deal for the most part. Yeah, sometimes you die when you wouldn't have, sometimes you escape and you wouldn't have for the Cloud Drag zone, things like that. But These are some really massive changes. The camouflage zone, the portals. I mean, we're talking about cross map game changing plays that have been enabled.
Yeah, I mean the hex tech, we've already seen it. It's portals all over the map, and they're pretty large ones at that. I mean, you get yourself a lot of initiative being that jungler. You can TP over into the other jungler's side just really for free. I mean, you have no effort put into it. You get the rotation. You can almost put it into your pathing at that point, to where if you're the opposing jungler, you got to say, how can I be set up for this? How can I really make sure to know when these guys are going to be over here? And it really puts that much more emphasis on that vision, making sure that there's somebody not snooping around your home every other 5 minutes. So it's a lot of work to really consider. And even then, with the chem tech, you have the camouflage across the map. So sure, you can have that vision, but you never know at the end of the day who may be lurking around. And as we see the first strike, that new rune that sits there and does extra damage whenever you get there, be the first into combat, you get that bonus gold off of it. There's been a lot of influence on assassins around that. So especially if you find yourself a Chemtech Dragon, you find yourself with First Strike and a jungling assassin, there's a lot to stack up for your likes to go ahead and say, you know what, I'm just going to play a little bit more ratty this time around.
And we are finally in the game here. Misericordia taking on the Queens Lowlanders. Nothing comes of that early level one action. So Morgana gets out A-OK. Both junglers heading to their sides. Good vision gained, however, by Misericordia. You do see that ward on the top side in the red buff pit. On the flip side, yep, as well on the bottom side, you do see that Queens Lowlanders got a little bit of vision on the red buff as well. So I do like the early starts here. Both sides doing everything that they can to help out their junglers by securing some vision.
Yeah, even then, just the rotations that we're really looking at for both these squads right off the get-go. To see Akali be a little bit more towards that blue buff, you see Kane making that rotation, already getting a little bit over antsy, but at the end of the day, it's going to work out for them because they're going to move themselves over that side of the jungle, grab those raptors because of that wave clear that Kane has, that little group collective, being one of the best clears when it comes around to those raptors. I mean, a lot of champions don't want to sit there and eye those in the early stages of the game. They only really have themselves a lot of single target influence. So, I mean, if we're looking at the entirety of everyone, we don't really have too much of that out of Zach either, but starting on his respective blue as well is going to be just a big boost for his cooldown at the end of the day, with not having to worry about that mana.
A lane that we didn't really talk about here, Mick, is this top side Garen versus Wukong, and I believe it's a pretty split matchup. I think it's pretty 50-50 if I'm not mistaken, so that'll be exciting to see, and this is where skill expression can really come out. We saw Being Cheesy kind of push that out at level 1, was able to bully Garen off of the wade, so Lavender going out to be careful. Another Dark Binding there, misses on the bottom side of the map. If played well by Queens, as we discussed, I don't think that there's going to be much action here on the bottom side of the map early on. Ripus Kiwi revitalize. I think the pressure's on them to make a move first.
Oh, most definitely is. When you already see old Acid Trip looking for this little bit of a gank on the bot lane, knowing that, Caitlyn and Pike are getting a little over antsy. You see a little bit of initiative towards the mid lane as well, as Semi Silencer wants to get right up in this space.
Yeah, getting right in there. Easy Jazz might be in trouble. There's a flash over the wall just as ASIC was coming on over. So that's going to be big. And look for ASIC on this Kane to kind of just hover around the mid lane. You know that there's no flash available. He's got some action there on the bot side. Bomb applied. There's the E popping out post. Ex-Mortem will be able to escape there. So some action across the map. Silencer going back in. Easy Jazz. They were playing very aggressive with no flash. Turns around, gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't find much else. There's the hook coming through. Vitalize. Nothing going to happen there. So a lot of trades across the map, but nothing big coming through just yet. 4 minutes into this one.
Yeah, and you already mentioned this bot lane. I mean, looking to go ahead. I mean, the side of Lowlander, sure, you got the Pike to be a little bit more squishy, but so long as you don't ward those bushes, you don't keep that vision around, it's going to be really concerning in the rear view of things to knowing that, all right, well, what exactly can we do? This Pike's going to be hooking us the entirety of the game. You already saw Morgana on Revitalize there, kind of dropping down to a quarter health. So that's really concerning to be looking at, knowing that you got to play things a little bit slower, knowing that Caitlyn has a lot better of an early game. Go just poke you out, get that damage, and capitalize on that Pike play. But, I mean, as we see the top lane as well, as you mentioned earlier, we really didn't talk about too much. We're going to have to see Meat really sit there and play the poke game. He's almost going to have to play his respective roles in ADCU as well to go ahead, get that dash in, get that little bit of a decoy to almost find himself out of that combat, just to make sure that passive doesn't keep rocking, because Lavender just looking as healthy as ever whenever he could sit there and just kind of play himself easy, play that little bit of a farm game.
Hook coming through there. Wow, great black shield and able to avoid any further damage there. When you look on the bot side of the map, OS Swiper is actually on a small experience advantage there. Zach has to use their flash over the wall. So the Lowlanders here early on, Mick, playing very aggressive in the jungle, in their lanes, forcing flashes out. And it looks like they're going to go for a very early dragon. They are right on top of this thing. And I love the aggression coming on through. I don't think there's going to be much contest. Ooh, good use there of the blast cone. Pike trying to track him down. Might just run Zach into a Kali, but not able to find anything else there. Revitalizing Ripus Kiwi coming on through, but it's not going to matter. First drag going the way of the Lowlander.
Yeah, and I feel like that was a lot of influence out there in the middle lane. You see Easy Jazz not having that much health. I mean, for a mage of being a caster, being that Anivia, I mean, sure, you had that passive to keep yourself alive once you get yourself into engagement and, theoretically die. But, I mean, against the likes of Akali, you really can't get that over Antsy. We see him doing that time in and time out, causing that early recall to come through, giving old Silencer the initiative in this lane to really kind of set up that wave control, create a little bit of a stall, play things slow in the middle, and give himself that much more advantage, especially on this cannon wave.
Yeah, the mid lane pressure did lead to that a lot, and you really have to look at bot and mid lane when you look at objective securing in that drag pit. There goes a binding. That's going to connect, but nothing further, and you have to love the start for the Lowlanders. They found incremental advantages. Hold on, a gank on the top side there. The E coming through, Elastic Slingshot not going to find its target. There's the Q flash coming out from Lavender. So Zach, Acid Trip on the other side, able to force out a similar play and gets the flash just as I was praising the Lowlanders for doing just that, Mick. They found incremental advantage. They turn it into objective. So both sides finding those summoners. No big splashy plays yet, no kills, and I gotta say I like it. Both teams playing pretty smart League of Legends up to this point.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, every team kind of biding their own time. Really, as you said earlier, pacing. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Really knowing when you're going to have that advantage. And we saw Orbis making sure to get that hook off. That would have been a lot of pacing. That would have been a lot of initiative to go ahead and get engaged there towards that old D1 tower there in the middle. But we're not going to find that pick. We're not going to find that engage just yet. We're going to find a little bit more pressure towards the rest of these lanes in exchange, though, as Easy Jazz surprisingly makes it out alive and fairly comfortably at that.
Quite the sidestep. Looked like a Michael Jackson move right there. Hook gonna miss here on the bot side. Ex-Mortem going and pops invisibility. There's a bomb applied. So good stuff by Ripus Kiwi, and they now have a level advantage there. If you look on the bottom side of the map, that Pike will be down a level after the roam, which turned up nothing. So we'll see if Ripus Kiwi and Revitalize can use that to their advantage. We talked about the Pike hitting that massive spike at 6, having a lot of burst damage that becomes available. The positioning here, Kiwi forced them to the bottom side of the lane. They're going to land a binding. Return gank here. Flash is gone. Acid Trip coming through. Elastic Slingshot, but might just be too big. Acid Trip going low. Does still have passive available. Nothing going to come there. So some pretty active ganks here. Some pretty active roams, but once again, nothing to show for it other than some burned flashes on both sides.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, speaking about earlier, we sit there and had those engages, we had the rotations down. I'm still quite curious of why Kiwi Revitalized didn't want to get that initiative there on the bot lane on Swiper. When you saw Orbis rotate to that mid lane, you have a Tristana, and as you said, I mean, Caitlyn's gonna be a lot better in that poke game. So when you're in that 2v1 scenario, get in her face. Make sure to fight that. See what you can do. Find yourself to be as aggressive as possible. And if we're talking about aggression, we already see ASIC looking for some picks of his own as he may get surrounded.
Yeah, Revitalized rotating up, but nothing going to come there. Lavender fighting this on the top side. Love the aggression here by Meat and Cheesy. Maybe in trouble. Reactivates the ulti there. Wukong, and that's going to be first blood on the top side of the map. Misericordia finally cracking this game open.
Yeah, and that in itself is really good over the course of the game for old Meat. I mean, he wants to find himself get a little bit more initiative because, I mean, sure, bot lane, you want to get that ADC, you want to get that carry to really start carrying, but in the top lane, we talked about survivability as well, and when you're a Wukong and you're facing up against a Garen, when you win that first engage, that's going to make your job and your life a heck of a lot easier over the course of the night, so long as this game goes.
I don't think Revitalize has missed a dark binding yet. All of them have been on points, like shooting fish. Oh, you know what? Let me just not talk next time. Ex-Mortem trying to go in there. Finally does have that, or not quite has the ult available. Still sitting at level 5. unfortunate dark finding miss, but I love the action. Once again, Meg, I'm going to keep praising them, although pretty low kill total, really indicative of some solid League of Legends. These teams playing quite well, rotating quite well. Ex-Mortem missing that one. If anything is lacking, it's going to be in the micro play, but on a large scale, I love the movement by both teams.
I most definitely do as well. I mean, sure, you see Orbis making a little bit of a sacrifice, get himself to other edges, but he could have made the trade right there if he found himself hook and revitalized, getting that kill because of how low you are. Knowing that execution now is available, Orbis with that ultimate, he can go ahead, get himself in there, find that ultimate off, get that proc, and get himself out fairly easily as well.
And here's the roam from Semi-Silencer. Acid Trip there for the gank as well. You gotta be so careful with this Pike here on the bottom side of the map because no doubt Acid Trip is going to be near in Pike range. Orbis Ex-Mortem looking for something. Revitalize, you might be in some trouble. Kiwi trying to save and they get the save right there. Silencer going on in. Revitalize running, dashing through Semi-Silencer. Pops the ult, able to get a kill there. Right past Kiwi, maybe in a bit of trouble. There's the rocket jump out. So they trade 2 for 1 on the bottom side of the map. The Cougars, they'll be happy with that one. Only losing the support.
Oh, most definitely. And at the end of the day, that's the job of the support, right? Say, all right, go ahead. Make yourself a sacrifice, a worthy one at that, especially if we can get, I mean, a 1-for-1, that's great and all, but when you find 2 to work off of that, that's definitely some big initiative to be playing off of. And even then, we see a little bit of a consolation there for the side of the Lowlanders, get themselves a drag off of it, and that'll go ahead and kind of preemptively get ourselves souls to be working with. Is, I mean, Infernal's going to be on the field now. So, I mean, with Infernal Soul now being the one on the Rift, sadly, it's not one of these new dragons, but still, that's going to be a much bigger player over the course of the game. Sure, you don't get a Cyan passive, but having that AoE effect to almost all of your abilities and basic attacks, just depending on that time, kind of has its own impact, which really makes it almost seem like it's that much worth of a change.
Yeah, when I saw the first 2 dragons be old dragons, I was holding my breath, just as has to be done by Lowlanders here. Ex-Mortem probably going to go down, although gets invisibility and is able to sneak on out of the backside right there. So sneaky play by Ex-Mortem to escape that one. Doesn't even have to burn the flash. Speaking of Speaky, Meat and Cheesy here on the top side of the map going in. Garen does have flash available once again, but here is the gank. ASIC, the spin by Meat and Cheesy, trying to pop out of that one, leaves the clone to be. Going to be in a whole lot of trouble here. ASIC may finally found the gank they wanted. Meat and Cheesy will get back to the turret and nothing comes of it.
But that's absolutely massive for the likes of ASIC. Go ahead, get that melee engagements coming through and really get yourself all that soul and that engagement you're working off of. But talking about engagements, you see the Anivia egg being procced in the center. Silencer almost forgetting that he's got to kill Anivia twice if he wants to find that kill.
And Silencer using absolutely everything there. The Ignite, the ulti dropped, and gotta be thankful if you're Easy Jazz, just be able to walk on out of that one. And they do have that Kindle Gem, which does build into that new item we've been talking about for the mages. So we'll see if Crown of the Shatter Queen is built here in the mid lane. I'd love to see it brought on out.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And you really look at both these squads, when you look at the rotations, when you look at the initiative for both sides, we really said that the early game was going to be a little bit more empty for the side of Cougars, but honestly, we see a showing out of Lowlanders.
The rocket jump in there is going to get them stunned, and there's the kill with the ulti from the Pike. Swiper pops ult. I don't think that's going to be enough, and it won't. Escaping is right as Kiwi, so they trade 1 for 1, support for support. The Pike ulti is going to share the sugar on the gold, however, and that's got to feel good on the top side of the map. Misericordia, they've maybe got their eyes on this Rift Herald. They pick up the Scuttler in the river first. Nothing else coming of that one, but a lot of bodies in the area. You gotta think something is gonna happen here. They've still got Shelly pulled off. ASIC waiting for the cavalry to come, and here they are. Lavender, Semi-Silencer coming in. Acid Trip, maybe in a bit of trouble. Does have that passive available. Pops the ulti. The Kane, just in the nick of time, pops their own. ASIC on the backside. Smites for health. Not gonna have it for the steal. ASIC gonna go down with the flash from Meat and Cheesy. Easy Jazz. No passive available. Nothing to do but to descend 6 feet into their grave. Acid Trip, their passive now gone, maybe in a whole lot of trouble. Ignite dropped, and there is the rest of the team. Smites Gromp in a futile effort to stay alive, and this Rift Herald will be the Lowlanders if they want it.
And that's really concerning in the big scheme of things when you look at the side for all Cougars, knowing that you had yourself a pretty solid lead in terms of kills. You had that goal to be working with, and especially against the likes of a Pike. Knowing Lowlanders, they found themselves 2 dragons, and at the end of the day, they're not really too worried about these kill goals. So long as you see, Orbis get that ultimate proc off, you see that damage come through, it's not going to be that big a deal so long as it's gold. And as you said, the Sugar shared at the end of the day. But talking about Sugar, things are getting a little bit spicy instead down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that Dark Binding not going to find the Pike, which is probably who you want to find the CC machine. There's the heal for the speed boost, right? But Kiwi trying to time this rocket jump. There's the Black Shield. Good ulti. Orbis barely going to get out. Has to use the flash right there. So the counter teleport to discourage the game. Right, Kiwi jumping in with reckless abandon. Mean Cheesy down there taking some damage. Here's ASIC coming up through. Semi-silencer. Not going to go down. Elastic slingshot from the back line. Not going to find its target. But Kiwi gets the kill under tower. Acid trip, takes 2 tower shots to the back, says, I eat those. ASIC, the Dark Binding, not going to find them. And Ex Mortem just under tower. And this tower has certainly seen better days. A great fight for Misericordia. They find a kill that they wanted onto one of their carries and don't blink. But Ripus Kiwi, 3-0-1.
Yeah, and Kiwi right there, I got to say, I'm a little scared for the rest of his team. I mean, you go ahead, you look at them kind of disengaging off of this. But Kiwi says, I mean, as you said, I win those. And quite honestly, I don't know if they really did without that TP and that backup. So that was a really, really cocky call from the likes of him to get right under that tower. Say, all right, you know what? I may just be the ADC, but I'm going to take the shots and make the calls here. If we're talking about calls, we got a loud engagement here.
Yeah, late call on the Dragon. The red team gets the steal. That's sole point. ASIC doesn't even have to do it, but they die in the back end of the fight. Caitlyn ulti, you don't want to do it right there. You can't do anything while you're shooting. The shutdown gold being handed over to Wukong on the middle. Ripus Kiwi trying to find a way out. Here comes the ulti, and that's going to be shutdown gold for the support. Easy Jazz might be in trouble. Pops the ult. Semi-silencer able to find the kill on the backside. So Queens Lowlanders, they win the fight, they win the drag, and the game is sliding towards them right now.
And you mentioned that early game not really going to the side of Lowlanders, but quite honestly, they made the most of it, getting that Dragon initiative, and now they don't only have initiative, they got blackmail too. You look at the big scheme of the Rift, you look at all the objectives coming up, you got a Rift Herald available, you got to go ahead and keep an eye on that and look for it at least here coming soon, because sure, we saw an engagement earlier where the Cougars really didn't find themselves in the most favorable shoes to really be fighting that. But with only 3 minutes now, I feel like a Rift Herald is really needed for either one of these squads. We still haven't seen a first tower come through yet, but you do see a bounty for the side of Cougars, knowing that with those 3 dragons up, that first tower is going to mean that much more gold. And with them already having that 150 for the entirety of the squad, that's a pretty good trade-off and a pretty big initiative they need to be playing with.
Interesting note here is that soul point has been achieved, Mick. So Queens Lowlanders with that drag steal has put them 1 drag away from achieving this soul. And we talked about how big this Infernal is going to be, the amount of damage. You look at your Akali, look at your Pike. I mean, Pike just gets absolutely dirty with all of that. We talked about how Assassins tend to fall off a little bit as the game goes late. This is one way to make them relevant later and keep them in it. I mean, you talk about what it does for ASIC as well. There's a lot of shifty, high damage, kind of sassy champions on this team, and they're going to benefit greatly from this soul.
Oh, they most definitely will. I mean, not only making, assassins at the end of the day, they're meant to be single target melters. But when you get that AoE damage, it kind of says, no, now you're just an unstoppable force. And that's really concerning to think about over the entirety of the game.
Well, the
look
jump.
at the late stages, but looking at the fight here in the bot.
Kiwi does not care, goes in for the trade right there, and on the backside, you let the Pike all alone with a Morgana. That's like letting an alligator babysit your kids. What are you doing? Absolutely eats up that kill. They lose out of the trade on the bot side, and look at the Pike right away. Pops the W, gets the move speed, and roams mid, using the map well. Meat and Cheesy, they get ganked on the top side. Nothing else gonna happen right there, but I love the initiative. Orbis Ex Mortem finds the kill, and right away they're saying, what else can I do on this map? How can I be helping my team right now?
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, that's the move you want to make, and that's the call you got to have if you're in the likes of Lowlanders. Being that Pike, your whole job is just crowd control and execution, quite honestly. You really don't get that much damage off. You got to make sure to be everywhere you can, and you got to create whatever stalls you can, especially if you already see Astro Trip here trying to hold him out for Silencer to rotate. But if you're all Orbis, you got to realize you're by yourself now, buddy, unless Garen comes out.
And here is the Garen indeed. Astro had to be careful because they have no idea if Ex Mortem had ulti or not. Of course, we know that they do not, but that is scary when you're at the point where a support can just about 1v1 you. If they had ult, may have been close to getting the kill. So this Pyke definitely a force to be reckoned with at this stage of the game. And you look at the gold, Lowlanders starting to pull away with this one, Nick. What can the Cougars do to climb back into this one?
Quite honestly, take advantage of these new bounty systems. You already see, you can see a little bit of an outline there for the likes of these towers in the mini-map at the bottom. They have that yellow outline to them, meaning they have that much more gold whenever you knock them down. Same thing for the Baron. When you're behind in 3 drags, this is the time where Riot says, yeah, this game's kind of getting out of control for the side of Lowlanders. We're going to try and make this look a little bit more even, but y'all got to put in the work to buff it out.
Yeah, and they have to make some bold plays here, Mick, and they need the type of gameplay that Ripus Kiwi has shown. I think the whole team can embody. Oh no, acid trip. Oh no, not where you want to be. Good flash right there, but Semi-Silencer saying, where are you going? And not going to be able to find the kill right there. That would have been so big. 30 seconds before Dragon. And look at the objective control. The Lowlanders, they're playing around mid. They're playing around this Dragon. They want to get this early soul and propel them to a pretty early win. I love what they're doing here. Apply pressure in the mid lane. Set up for the Dragon. Oh, that hook right there was big, but we do see the new Shadow Crown built, able to survive some of this engage. And Easy Jazz may spoke too soon, but they are out in the backside of that one. The Dragon Troll is so big, and here it is, Mick. This fight may tell us the story of the rest of the game. Acid Trip, you cannot go down here. You still passive up, and there's the ulti in. Ripus Kiwi going down so early in this fight, and that might do it for Misericordia. I don't think they have the damage to continue. The double kill for the mid laner. The Zac had nowhere to go, and that's going to be a free Drag Soul.
That's most definitely free. And I mean, when you get yourself so much of a goal lead, quite honestly, you don't need it to be free, but it definitely helps at the end of the day. And you get a soul off of that as well. A second Infernal Drake at that. There is so much in the running now for the side of Lowlanders, especially winning those engagements. I was kind of a little concerned when you popped that Rift Herald a little bit early, because by the time they went ahead and knocked it down, there was still, I would say, about 11 seconds remaining on that clock to go ahead and rotate through that dragon. But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. You go ahead and get into that fight. You know that Pyke's going to be sharing that gold. Everybody's going to have that lead to be working off of. And that tower bounty really isn't going to do too much when you haven't found yourself something to be playing with.
And the Lowlanders may be the lower seed, but they have come out hot. They look ready. They look prepared to avenge their loss a few weeks ago in 0-2 fashion. Here comes the hook. Ripus Kiwi going to be able to dodge that one, and now fighting ASIC one-on-one, but here comes the Elastic Slingshot. ASIC, what a move to get out of that one. Still maybe in trouble there. There's the binding coming on through, and the rest of the damage is here. You want to give this one over to ADC, but it's not going to happen, and Kiwi doesn't have the jump to get over the wall. A sneaky escape from ASIC.
A great one at that. I mean, sure, you don't get the Shadow Step to come through. You don't get yourself that little bit of a free escape. But, I mean, go ahead and buy out a flash. I mean, so long as you survive, you don't want to give them those kills, because Lowlanders are sitting at a pretty comfortable lead right now. You just want to play your deck, just play the game a little bit slower, let the game scale up a little bit more so. But with all this pressure on the Baron, that's going to force the rest of the team to rotate.
And you talked about them chilling back, playing back a little bit, and they say, you know what, we see that, Nick, and we're going to start the Baron. Semi-Silencer going in, Revitalized so low already. This could spell disaster for Misericordia. They're so low, but the good knockup, that's going to be big. Goes into stasis. Here comes the cavalry sound, the horn. Orbis Ex Mortem, that's one reset on the ulti. How many more times can they do it? Shutdown Gold going on to the Tristana. They're able to get rid of the mid laner, Meat and Cheesy, fighting for their lives. So is Easy Jazz over the wall. Ripus Kiwi, they can't really defend the Nivea egg, and Navander going in. Ripus Kiwi uses the ult. That's not gonna matter. There's the ace. Queens, Lowlanders, they take advantage of a bad call from Misericordia, and as a result, they're gonna get their Baron.
You got a Baron alive, you got a top lane alive, which is a tank at that, and you got your ADC here to play off of as well. Quite honestly, it's looking close to the likes of Lavender, but at the end of the day, regardless of the stance, It's a lot to play off of here for the likes of lowlanders, especially if you can time that correctly. With the rest of your team now being up, I mean, sure, you saw Semi Silencer fall fairly early in that fight, but that's what you want. The rest of the team's now up, and everybody gets their share of this Baron buff to be playing off of. You go ahead and close out this game, I'm sure, with that skill to be working with as well.
Mick, I've been so impressed by the lowlanders play. Even little things like you just noted. Waiting so everyone can get their fair share of the Baron buff, right? They realized Mr. Cordy's mistake. They took advantage. They've been roaming, rotating, and ganking so well. This team's macro play has really surprised me to kick things off, and Mr. Cordy's got their hands full for a whole series. This is not just one game, Mick. They've got to draw something up to beat this talented lowlanders team next game, provided they can't get back into this one, because I mean you said it, they should be looking to put the finishing touches on this one, put the frosting on the cake, because it looks about done.
Yeah, go ahead and put a little bit of a decoration on the top. Get a little
get fancy with it. Okay, Mick, bust out the pipette on them.
I mean, that's really what you can do at this stage of the game. I mean, honestly, you see Mortem, you're a support, and you're so far ahead, it's not that big of a concern where you stand in the match. You can go ahead. I mean, sure, you can't really 1v2 to such an extent, but you can definitely get some damage off, get that pressure out, and let the rest of the team push, because you're a one-man army right now, and really everyone is.
Speaking of new items, check the pike there. That's the new, I believe it's pronounced Oxium Arc. That first word may be pronounced a little different. I am indeed not from Runeterra, so my pronunciation is a little bit off. I'll work on that. Elastic Slingshot coming up through Acid Trip. You got to be so careful with that. The ulti from the Caitlyn, that's not going to be enough, but that is Ex-Mortem gets the kill. The tower shot to the back will be their end. However, Shutdown Gold going on to exactly who you want it to, but it's not mattered so far, and it might not matter the rest of the way. Semi Silencer looking for it, not going to find it. Rapus Kiwi, so aggressive. Oh my gosh, the reckless abandon like a blindfolded bear in a butcher shop. They smell meat, and they are just jumping in at it. There's the reset. They find their way out.
Wow.
Semi Silencer on the bot side. They're going to get a tower, but Misericordia mounts a honorable defense there in the mid lane.
Yeah, you get 2 towers in a trade for that. So, I mean, quite honestly, it's a great exchange at the end of the day. When you're so far ahead, you're really not too worried about that. I mean, look at that gold lead, man. 11K. I mean, quite honestly, the Cougars is really just looking to play themselves to catch up. And quite honestly, I don't know what they can do. I mean, you have an Elder Dragon coming up in 50 seconds, and that's what you got to set up for. If you don't find this, you already see Cougars looking to stress themselves out a little bit, and they're kind of looking at all this vision, but there's nothing around that top area. I mean, sure, you want to go ahead and keep an eye on your towers and kind of play the defense a little bit, but lowlanders, I guarantee you, knowing that they can go ahead and end the game if they just 5-stack right now, with the dragon coming up, they're probably just going to want to use that as a hostage.
Yeah, if they're smart, they're going to draw this out to a team fight. Ooh, it'd be a big pick if you get revitalized here early on, kind of their go button. One of their CC machines. They're not going to find anything further, but really just setting up for this drag. This is going to be the game for Misericordia. Whether they like it or not, this drag is going to happen, and if they don't get it, I don't see a way out for them. Elastic Slingshot there, not going to find anything. There's a hook over the wall. Meat Cheesy not getting anything. There's the ulti from the Caitlyn. That'll come out early. I like that. Get a little bit of damage established. You don't want to use that in the middle of a fight. Traps up on the top side of that entry point. They don't find the binding on a Semi-Silencer. The drag has been started here. Ripus Kiwi able to use their range to get that ward over the wall, so no vision. They're now backing out. They may just be trying to bait this one into a fight. Oh, and here's Acid Trip. They're going to be caught on the front line there. Elastic Slingshot coming in. Ripus Kiwi, they have a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Meat and Cheesy out of swipe in the backside. They get deleted. That's not good. Revitalized. They're next to go. Ripus Kiwi still up, however, so you've got a shot in this fight. Here's the damage over the wall from Swiper, and that's going to be big. Anivia going into the bubble. Kiwi goes down as well. There's the ace. They don't need the dragon to make, but they want their cake, and they're going to eat it too, decorations and all.
Yeah, I mean, you go ahead. This has got to be defensive, quite honestly. I mean, sure, we had a little bit of a caster curse earlier when talking about revitalizing those Qs, but at this stage in the game, we're just really talking about the inevitable here. You get all your teammates pushing right down here in the mid. You get the inhibitor off. You find these little bit of a way to be working with, as you can see them pushing them way down, and go ahead, get up that tower. Even worst case comes to worst, Lavender can take those shots, get themselves the next to be playing with, but with these retime spawns coming up, that's going to make things a little bit elongated, but with that soul, as we said, and with that Elder Dragon as well, I still don't think they're worried about it.
There's no bad fight here for the Lowlanders. That's what it boils down to. when you've got Drag Soul, when you've got Elder Buff, there's absolutely no bad fight. I mean, you get that over the wall. I'm surprised they didn't just go in. And there's the ulti coming on through. That's going to hurt a lot more than it normally would with that execute bar. Sleeper going in, and they're trying to end things off here with a bang. And here's the rest of the team. Ex-Mortem, they drop the ult. The reset is massive when you've got Elder Buff. The jump, they get the CC down, and they get a kill on the return. Swiper, they may have to be careful. The flash coming in from Easy Jazz. Double kill to the Caitlyn. They're still up. Ripest Kiwi, the last one alive, and I don't think they've got enough in the tank. They absolutely do not. Swiper, they'll die for the efforts, but a martyr's death it is as Queens Lowlanders finds game number 1.
That fight really just throwed out time for the Super Minions to push through, let the rest of the team survive, and get themselves the Nexus to be working with. So, great little first matchup for like the Lowlanders, and as we saw the match get longer and longer, quite honestly, we weren't really too concerned about it. We saw them run away with it. You said they didn't have the best early game, but at the end of the day, so the first hit go to the side of Cougars, but the last hit go to the side of Lowlanders. We find the end of this first match, and an impressive showing at that. I feel like there was some great rotations, there was some great calls, and honestly, we sat there and kind of had a sneak peek of being able to talk about some MVPs possibly and some interviews as well. And if we're going to go ahead and mention that and kind of go ahead and keep our eyes on somebody for this next matchup, I got to say, that pipe pick was kind of massive, I feel like, in my eye.
Yeah, the Pyke was huge. You talked about the early game versus late game. You know, nobody remembers the first jab, but everybody remembers the knockout punch, and that was delivered by Queens Lowlanders. I think you're right. The Pyke was the big game changer to me, right? You weren't safe at any part of the map because of that invisibility. You had no idea where the Pyke was, and it was tough to even go out and ward.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, you saw on the top lane, he wandered up there a couple times to say, you know what, but there's a fight going on towards this blue buff. I'll find myself there. I mean, whether you like it or not, I'm going to try and be everywhere I can. Sure, I'm going to hit level 6, I'd say, what, maybe 45 seconds late by the time I get back to my lane. But I gave my Caitlyn 2 levels advantage on top of your Tristana and your Morgana. While you two are splitting the gold, and sure, y'all make a happy little family, get yourselves that little income to be working off of. I'm getting my girl rich. And I'm getting my girl a lot of XP to be playing with as well. And knowing that I got to get that scaling in the game, I'm only here for crowd control and ultimate usage. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to take, and a sacrifice made very efficiently as well.
You heard it here first. According to Mick, the big chains better than the picket fences. Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically.
All right. Well, keep that in mind for game number 2 as we're going to head to a quick little break. We'll catch you guys on the other side. Welcome back to the NECC playoffs. We just got back from an exciting game number one. The Queens Lowlanders, the lower seed, 3-5 on the year. Cinderella, if you will, kind of got boogieing down at the ball. Mr. Accordia wanted no part of them in game one, giving up every single objective, Nick.
Yeah, and that was the kind of edge that we were really expecting, but the one we wanted. Especially when you looked at Lowlanders, when you looked at they didn't really have too much an edge to be working with in terms of firepower. But when you find those drags, you kind of get provided it in the back end. You find yourself that power passively, and especially when you get yourself an Infernal Drake, you really don't need it. I mean, quite honestly, when you have those items, it's really just saying, all right, well, here's extra power to go with your power. I mean, I hear you like power dog, so we'll give you some more of that. So give yourself that much more to be playing off of. But if we're talking about playing, we're going to get right back into this old map through the series, seeing whether or not we can see the old Cougars bring it back or whether the Lowlanders are going to have the high ground.
Yeah, I heard you like some power, so I put some power in your power, so you can power what you power and you power. As we see, same bands, right? First two coming through, same three bands coming through. So I doubt we're going to see the Vi, the Nar, or the Tom all day long in this series. So just do with that what you will. Ex Mortem, they are banning. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Pike band out here, Mick, after it was such a menace in game number one.
I mean, I'm quite with you there. That's going to be a given, quite honestly. I mean, we
It
went
is.
ahead and mentioned it. I think they were watching the stream and said, you know what? They're kind of right. I mean, they're the ones who saw the entire mini map. They saw where all the players were in the entirety of the game. If they say Pike's a problem, we need to go ahead and get rid of him.
Does the Morgana band surprise you at all? Was pretty solid early on, right? Hitting the Dark Bindings, but felt like a complete non-factor late in the game to see a Kled versus a Set there on the top side.
Yeah, so once again, battle the tanks in the top. Not as much of a matchup we expected. I mean, Set having that health regeneration, but not to the same extent as Garen. And Kled not really having health regeneration, really just able to find himself a completely bonus health bar to work off of so long as he paces himself correctly.
Sejuani and Jarvan will be the junglers. Now, I like both these picks, both very dynamic junglers. Both can gank so well with their ultimate abilities. You talk about the Cataclysm, you talk about, I'll be honest, I don't know what Sejuani's ult is called. They both can just generate so much time, and I don't know which pick I like more. It's kind of like pancakes and waffles. It's like a 1-2 kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm with you there. You really can't make a decision at the end of the day. You got to love both sides, and you got to show it equally as well. And quite honestly, if I'm talking about equal love, I love both these picks and for both sides as well so far. You mentioned the Vigar earlier with the infinite scaling, the Jarvan, a little bit of crowd control to be working with, and some knock up, some kind of hold down. A lot of initiative there to be playing with. And quite honestly, I feel like that's going to have to be capitalized on early because Set, I mean, when you got a Set and you can chase down and you got the crowd control, I feel like we could see another invade coming through possibly in this early stages. But I mean, so long as you can just provide Swiper that protection he needs, because I mean, Caitlyn not being the pick this time around, but Jhin being just equally as powerful.
Jhin is very good, and I love to see it pulled on out. I also like to see that Rapus Kiwi took the Caitlyn away, right? A little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of, I saw what you did that last game, now it's my turn to show you what I can do. Taking the pick away, and I like that. I like that energy mix, saying, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better. So Ripus Kiwi, kind of matching how they played last game so aggressively, coming out with a bold pick. I like it. I like the Rel pairing as well, where Vitalize can do so much on that. Unless there's a swap happening on the right-hand side of the screen, Lavender Navender, the top laner from last game, is playing support, and Orbis Ex Mortem is in the top side.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to mention as well. Just looking at that, I'm kind of excited for that. Just that alone. I mean, when you look at Lavender Navender kind of playing that Garen last game, I mean, both of them played tanks regardless. I mean, you see them wanting to get that engage. You see them getting in, whether or not it's a Pike and kind of trying to play that slippery fish fresh out of water, or whether or not you're just going to be a big tank and say, I'm going to stick around and try and do as much as I can at the same time. At the end of the day, they both had the same goal. I'm going to do as much as I can, get as much damage off, and kind of alleviate the attention away from my ADC or my mage or the rest of my squad just generally. So, I mean, regardless, you're going to see Lavender Navender probably giving a little bit of giving a little bit of tips here and there, trying to say, all right, well, here's the switch up. Here's what he's going to be trying to do, because you're still running meat and cheesy in that top lane. And let me go ahead and tell you how he paces himself. But that communication, that's going to be conveyed fairly quickly if you want to find yourself to have an advantageous top lane. Because Set, once you get him going, you're definitely going to see him going away with it. So, I mean, so long as you can just find these shutdowns early, lock Meat and Cheesy out, and get these rotations through with the Jarvan, knowing that Malzahar there in the middle. I mean, you get that flag down and you get that knock up Jarvan, that flag counts as an ability or as a spell. So that is already going to proc that passive that Malzahar and Easy Jazz is working with. And you can still get that knock up. You can still get that lockdown. I feel like he's not safe at the end of the day.
We've got just south of 2 minutes here, Mick. Break down for me what has to change for Misericordia to get into this game. We saw them completely get shut out in objectives, and that slowly led to their Nexus being next on the chopping block. What do they have to do to flip the script and dip the chip here in game number 2?
I feel like they didn't make enough of these changes just yet. I don't feel like they've really adjusted to them. I feel like when it came around to the entirety of the map, they found that first tower, and but when you see you've already lost 2 dragons by then, whoopee! Like it's just not a good trade off. You got to make sure to get a little bit more because even then they had themselves a bounty on a secondary tower as well. You got a Tristana. Where is your push? Where is your shove? I mean, when push comes to shove and you're on the same side for both of those equations, you're just really getting bullied at this point. You really can't do too much about it. And you got to go ahead and have that vision. You got to have those counter wards out. You got to have just something to be working off of. And the entire map is just black and just nothing but darkness, and you have no flashlight. You just lose a complete sense of direction, and that's what we saw out of them.
Yeah, they look so lost when they lost out on that drag soul, and I think there's something very important with these new catch-up mechanics, right? With these
Yeah,
new objective bounties, is that you have to set small goals for your team, Mick. That's in my opinion what I saw last game. They try to come back all at once, but guess what? There's no singular play that bridges a 5K gold deficit. You know what you can do? Get back 500 at a time. You can get a little bit of gold back. You got to do it slowly. There's no one play that's going to get back to a game like that. But you know what? If they say, what if we 5-man and try to kill this Akali? What if we get that shutdown gold? What if we maybe send 2 extra top and try to get the gold that's attached to that tower now with the shutdown? There's
yeah.
so many little things you can do, small objectives to get yourself right back in this one. And I think Misericordia has to understand that.
Yeah, and I feel like the best way to compare that is to say that when you have a team in the lead, it's say you had the likes of Lowlanders. I want to say if you're going up a staircase, they were already 3/4 of the way there. Right? It gives you an opportunity for the side of Cougars and any other team now to say, here's an escalator. Quite honestly, so long you just have to get on it. You have to start that momentum. You have to get on that stair, and it'll carry itself. But if you never take that opportunity, if you never sit there and say, all right, well, we got one of that, we just sure we're standing on the front step, but we haven't really gone ahead and actually stepped on that belt just yet. We're not being carried up just yet. When you don't take that advantage and when you don't run away with it, you got to manipulate that as much as you can, as much as I hate to say it. That's really what League of Legends is at the end of the day. That's why we see so many champs being meta. That's why we see this, that, and the other, and Valorant and shooters and other things that Riot makes. Sure, I mean, you got a gun, you got an even playing field. I mean, you got a skill disparity, but in League of Legends, when you have gold, when you have a lead, when you have champions that are just that much better on the Rift, you have to manipulate that. It sucks, and especially when you're talking about these now new bounties we playing with, you got to manipulate those as well. They're free. They're not a neutral objective that both teams get that gold bounty. It is only for one side. So you have to say, when I see that gold outline, I need to go ahead and grab a red expo marker, circle it on my on my monitor, and say we need to keep our eyes on that and be looking at it here soon.
I feel like you're actually a monitor salesman. You're just trying to get people to ruin their monitors, Mick. I'm on to you, all right?
I I, I, I plead the fifth.
Mick pleads the fifth, and Misericordia, they're going to have to plead a better case if they want to win this game. The Lowlanders, they come out aggressive game one, not doing the same here in game two. Mick, we talked a little bit about scalers, and what do we see in the mid lane here? Vigar, Semi-Silencer, they had a great game on Akali in game number one. They run it back with a champion that has far more damage come the late game. I think this is the Lowlanders sending a message saying, hey, Misericordia, you deal with us now, or you have no shot to touch our mid laner.
Yeah, that's really concerning looking at because even with these new changes and these new items, you see casters having a lot more protections against these assassins. And sure, we don't really see too much, but you see a lot of engage out of the Jarvan and Sejuani having that crowd control to be working with. And when you're a Vigar, heck, you can build tanky if you want to, honestly, with these new items. I mean, you can buy that protection. You can give yourself that little avenue, that little breathing space to be working with because you're just going to scale natural. You don't even need to buy items as a Vigar. So long as you just have that ability power, if you're hitting your shots, it's really not going to matter that much. So that's really, really scary about the Cougars to say, well, the last game went to about 35, 40 minutes. What if we get there here? I mean, they're going to do that much more damage. Behind or not, it's still going to be a problem.
Yeah, and you mentioned the scaling right there. The items begin to not matter at some point. I wonder if that means they will build that new Crown of the Shattered Queen, right? You're saying, hey, you know what? This doesn't give me the most damage or agency right now, which is protection, but it won't matter come late game when I'm stacking up my evil over and over and over again. We'll just have to see, but I like that as ASIC trying to go for a level 2 gank right here. Me and Cheesy, they may not be aware. Scarl getting dangerously low in health. The Flag Drag coming up through, and they do get the flash. Lowlanders, this was the game plan in game 1, Mick. They would gank, they would roam, they would get the flashes, and they would remember that. They'd hold that in their back pocket, and they would use it to push objectives. They're sticking to the same thing.
Yeah, and that's going to be massive when you see Set obviously trying to be that huge engage. Let the wave push in a little bit because, I mean, Kled, once you get off that Raptor, you really don't have too much to be working with. I mean, you really just got to go ahead, space yourself out, get that flash off, make sure to invest it then so you can get yourself a second health bar to be working with. But when you go ahead and get that out, and I feel like it was also a slip up to some extent out of ASIC. Going ahead, getting that flag post down and saying, we're going to preemptively do this before the flash comes out. But if we're talking about combat, we see something in the bot lane.
Yeah, W popped there to get the engage on the Rel, and they find the knockup, a little bit of extracurricular activities, but no flashes, nothing else burned, so that's good. Everyone holding on to their summoners. Acid Trip here on the bot side, looking for something. I'm really excited to see this Rel gameplay out of Revitalize, and I think they're doing the right thing as they pop into horse stance. I really enjoy walking Rel, the unmounted Rel. I think that tossing over the shoulder is much better than merely knocking up, so saving that as your engage a lot better. Mean Cheesy, what are you doing? So aggressive right here. Unmounted, get Scarl back just in time. The unmount happens again. Mean Cheesy played that masterfully, and it matters they stay alive, and the flash, Easy Jazz, they're going to get out free. That one hurt, though, losing the flash, and they're doing it again, Mick. Oh my gosh, the face breaker into the haymaker. A little auto to follow it up. Lowlanders, they strike first blood on the top side.
Set having, I mean, Kled having a strong early game, but Set just having a stronger one, quite honestly. Sure, both of them have health regen to some extent, but whenever you get yourself just a natural health regen compared to a second health bar you got to work for, I mean, passive is just that much better than something you got to proc off naturally and manually. So as we see, that's just going to give Lowlanders a little bit of a lead that we weren't expecting, but that honestly makes things a lot more interesting for the side of Cougar, saying we're already playing catch-up in terms of games. Now we got to play catch-up on this map as well.
Lavender positioning so aggressively, and it might be a bait here. Acid Trip gonna take a bit of damage. They miss the hook right there, but the CC come through from Swiper. Knock up, and Revitalize going to go down. Continuing the fight here is Ace, and they'll go down, but they trade for the Sejuani. They don't mind that one bit haymaker. That not gonna find its intended target. Kiwi turning around, putting some bolts in the back of Navender. They might be in trouble. There's the net coming through, but the shield, the CC misses. There's the root. Swiper, you gotta be careful. Kiwi, they're trying to find something, but they are low themselves. Nothing comes of that top side action, and when the dust settles, it's a 2-for-1 for the Lowlanders.
Honestly, Lavender there, he could have engaged that. He sits in that bush, plays it on the edge, make sure to buy into the fact that Swiper's in the back lane. That's an easy engage, so long as you had that knockup. I mean, when you let old Caitlyn stay alive a little bit longer, having that flash heal in hand, sure, it's going to be a little of an edge, but it's still a 2v1. I'm kind of surprised on why they dipped out and what warranted making that decision.
Yeah, definitely got a little bit scared. I think that's what it all boils down to. The health was low, but we talked about it last game, Mick. If you're a support and you die for the trade, 100% worth it for your team. Dragon gonna go over to Misericordia here, at least it should. Here's ASIC, they're looking for the steal. 800 health, 500, and they don't allow it to be stolen. Unlike last game, Misericordia gonna make sure they get a drag here. ASIC, there's the flash towards the team. Will they be able to find something in the back of pit off of this one? Acid Trip, down flash from an earlier gank. Not going to be able to do anything. They hand it over to the Jhin. Smart play by Queen's Lowlander, so they don't get the drag, but they do make sure to capitalize, and they find a kill onto the jungler.
Yeah, that's just a scary thought generally. Seeing we're already at 6 minutes, Swiper on that Jhin, already sitting at 2 kills. Honestly, right now you can play the game, but it just makes it that much harder. If you keep this pace up and you start following suit and let Swiper get even more and more and more built up, there's going to be a point where you can't even play the game because this man's going to delete you in one basic attack. So honestly, Cougars, they got to step it up here for this bot lane fairly soon and kind of play into that push and avoid Lavender as much as possible if they want to have a shot.
It does feel like that Misericordia did exercise their demons by getting a drag there. And here comes ASIC. They spot him out in the pink ward. The flag and drag coming through. The CC chain has started. Support going to go down in the blink of an eye.
Oh, God.
Right Kiwi there. And there's a teleport from Easy Jazz, but it's going to be wasted. No recourse. There's no revenge to be had because Queens Lowlanders, they knew, right? They got their kill. They got what they wanted to make, and they backed out smartly. The Lowlanders are just outplaying the Cougars here early on in a vital game number 2. Win or go home for the Cougars as they trail 1-0.
Yeah, in the exchanges they've made so far. I mean, sure, you've lost yourself a Cloud Drake, but honestly, you don't have to worry about Soul. You go ahead and build the game up to some extent, and you keep on playing off of that, and you work yourself slowly and surely. There's going to be a stage where it doesn't matter.
As we got some action on the top side, there's the Haymaker. Trying to 1v2. Oh, the acid trip going to go low, and look at that. Orbis X Mortem able to effectively 1v2 and maybe arguably winning on the trade when you look at the health bars and boldly walking back out saying, Kled, you're nothing to me, and it's just going to be able to farm. So we saw the impressive game 1 on the Pike. We've seen the lane swap, and we see a great start to game number 2. As we said, an MVP conversation. X Mortem's got to be up there right now.
That was also another good trade there. We just see kind of the likes of Lowlanders just playing it slow because there's been so many engagements. I mentioned the one on bot earlier where they could have won it out, but if we're talking about engagement to be won right now, Cougars may have a setup.
But here comes the rotation. X Mortem here. Mid laner rotating up as well. X Mortem. There's the face breaker. Probably won't be able to save ASIC, but what can they get on the backside? Or can they? The flash has to be expended. X Mortem. There's the Haymaker acid trip going to go down. The flash. X Mortem. Houdini in the flesh. Able to escape out the backside. Vigar rotating up. Semi-Silencer able to distract them just a bit. There's the Event Horizon. Semi-Silencer looking for the damage. X Mortem. They forgot about him. Runs back in, looks for Easy Jazz, can't find it. There's the silence, the Haymaker. That's going to be big. One more auto might do it, but it won't. Oh. And they find the return kill onto the set.
You can see the teammates pinging there as well, saying, what are you doing that far up, Chief? We had the advantage. We're playing it slow. There's been so many engagements that we could have won that we just aren't engaging on because we just scale that much harder. Play into Swiper, make sure that man, he's going to be an absolute unit as the game goes on. So long as we just line up with him, things are going to really just go our way, guaranteed. And you could see it earlier, Cougars, in that first initial engagement on that set in the top lane. You saw that, I mean, we saw Acid Trip, how you have to burn the flash to get out of it. If you saw Orbis burn his flash then, get the E and grab the stun onto the Kled and the Sejuani, that was going to be a double, quite honestly. There was nothing there stopping him, especially with that refillable, but he just didn't take the shots. You just see them pacing themselves, or quite honestly just being scared, as you said. But I feel like with them having the confidence, having that momentum working off the first game, that may not be it. They're just going ahead and trying to really do this. And when you see their plans be spoiled to some extent, they even keep their teammates accountable by saying, what are you doing? We have a lead. Just have this snowball, have this momentum, this big unit build up over time. Stop getting overzealous with it.
And I like that. I like that, Meg. I don't think you can just let things like that slide when you're in the playoffs here, when you've got your eyes set on championship. You got to call your teammates out, right? There's no flattery to be had. Sometimes you got to say, hey, what was that? How can we do better? So overall, Lowlanders, they give up a little more than they should, but they get a whole lot in return. My eyes are drawn to this bot side once again, as are the cameras. Farm remaining pretty even, but the 3 kills being on the Jhin here, gonna make sure that this curtain call does a lot of damage on the top side of the map. Face breaker right there into the Haymaker, nothing gonna happen. Here's ASIC looking for the kill and revitalize. They're able to use that W to pop out, but the root comes through from the Jhin, and here comes the cavalry. Both mid laners showing up, revitalize, going low. Semi-Silencer is in the vicinity. as this swiper there, playing down some campfires, nothing gonna happen. Drag is up, and they're gonna start to try to pull it from the back a bit. Sejuani on the top side of the map, so they should go uncontested if they can hit their smite. Orbis Ex Mortem may be in trouble. Good sidestep, and there's the
Wow.
ulti, the haymaker. Get back here, but no last tower shot comes through. They're gonna drop the Herald on the top side of the map. The Dragon will go down to the lowlanders. Oh no, right, Skewy, you gotta be careful. You can't back right there. There's the first charge, able to crack some plates, gonna get some gold for everyone involved. Misericordia, they get some gold on the top side. Lowlanders, they get their Dragon on the bot side. Teams trading value across the map.
Yeah, and that's honestly Orbis after that death he had just fairly recently with that engagement we saw that was a little bit overzealous. That's the big exchange he's had now. You see him kind of falling short on that top lane. He had the advantage, and even with those platings, he would have still had himself an even game to be working with. Seeing that he's a little bit behind in that CS with the recall coming through, or at least just a little bit more passive plays out of the likes of this Fled. I mean, maybe not passive as he TPs to the bot.
Yeah, TB's coming on through. This is going to be ugly. Here's the counter TB, but it's going to be way too late. Lavender and Abner going down. There's the suppress onto ASIC. Semi-silencer, what are you doing? Not exactly where you want to be and not going to find anything. Misericordia, they're going to make out like bandits here. Double kill onto Easy Jazz. That's going to be a lot of gold onto someone that you're hoping is doing a lot of damage in the late game. There's the CC going down as X-Mortem. Oh my goodness, Misericordia, they come back in a big way with that fight, Mick.
That fight alone, if we see Old Cougars coming out on top so far, that's the fight that did it. That's the finishing touch because, I mean, by no means necessary was Lowlanders really supposed to be that far up. And I'm surprised of why they're not all pinging each other right now. There should be 5 question marks going down there simultaneously saying, okay, well, if we're going to hold each other accountable, not only was one guy doing or the other guy doing, what were we all doing there? Because we shouldn't be stationed like this. We shouldn't be set up like that. But if we're talking about setups, you see Swiper setting himself up for a double until Lavender steps in and finds that kill, surprisingly enough.
Lavender said, all right, I need a little bit of gold too. Snags that one. ASIC maybe in some trouble. Event Horizon coming out through, though, and there it is. There's Semi-Silencer's damage we were talking about in the early stages of the game. This Vigar is going to get scary at some point and did indeed build the crown of the Shatter Queen, so going to be hard to kill, get on top. We saw the shield apply right there against the Malzahar, so this Vigar is going to be a problem for the Cougars.
Yeah, even then, he doesn't have to protect himself with that shield. He has that crowd control as well. He has that E. He can space himself out as much as he really wants to. He can just play it slow, and he can just buy his own dividends. But if we're talking about buying out time and having some fights here, top lane getting a little bit hefty there for a second, but not enough for Orbis to go ahead and make himself out even and go ahead and stay on this lane as well to keep on and doubling down.
Mean Cheesy fighting back a little better than they have over the course of the game there, but Scarl doesn't pop off right there, able to stay on, keeping the better set of abilities. ASIC in the area is spotted out. Got to be careful. ASIC's positioning has been a little questionable all game long, and there's the ulti from the Malzahar coming on through. Semi-Silencer, big event horizon, not going to find any of the CC, and they've got to run, and there's an ulti put right into the back. Semi-Silencer, I'd be surprised if they make it out, although it looks like they do just that in the mid lane.
Yeah, they most definitely do. They find themselves a lot to be working with. They find themselves a little bit more spacing, but as you can see in that top lane, it looks like Orbis isn't going to have too much space of his own because you got that Sejuani rotation coming through. But, I mean, honestly, it may not matter that much because if you find the trades with everybody going back to their respective position, everybody really getting right under this tower, Lowlanders playing this slow, saying, all right, we kind of caught up. The game's even to some extent now. We have a Mountain Drake, which is a little bit better than a Cloud Drake in the big scheme of things. Now we have a Nautilus, and we want to keep everybody alive. Just do what we've been doing, man. Just go right back to playing it slow. We got a Jhin who's 4-1 right now against an 0-1 Caitlyn. So quite honestly, just pray to God he could sit there and win those engagements.
Revitalize caught out in the jungle. Semi-Silencer just waiting to drop this Event Horizon. Catches him right there. Dropping the damage. Swiper rotating up Revitalize. Not long for this world. There's the hook. Swiper going to be the recipient of that kill. Poor positioning for Revitalize, and it results in a kill for Lowlanders. That's not what you want to do here, Mick. You got that big fight to get the lead back, and you can't just hand away free kills like that one.
Yeah, I mean, sure, as a support, you want to roam and you want to get that vision, but when you're being followed by old Silencer there in the mid lane, you got to start looking for an escape route. You can't just say, all right, I'm going to ignore you. This man is going to build his stacks. I mean, you're helping them just in the overall entirety of this game. Whether or not he gets that kill or not, if he hits you with 3 abilities, that's 3 AP over the course of the game that he's going to have permanently. There's so much stacked up there for him, saying that doesn't matter, as we see Lowlanders getting right back to having that lead.
Yeah, and they're trying to use that lead to secure this Dragon Make. We saw them do so well last game, but Misericordia took some notes, and I gotta say, this is one area that we can see their vast improvement in. They are definitely taking advantage of these objectives. Revitalize, to do the smart thing, just gonna be able to eat all 4 of these Jin shots, and they're not gonna have any entry onto this Drag. Beautiful play by Misericordia. Their positioning great, their vision great, their control great, and they might find a great engage here. Swiper using Gale Force, but suppressed over the wall. Being cheesy, the flash, the shutdown to the top laner. ASIC, you gotta run. Never in my life have I seen a Malzahar ulti extend that far.
That man must have brought the sniper scope for his old hands, because that I didn't even know that was possible, quite honestly. But going ahead, you learn something new every day, and quite honestly, you learn that Quicksilver is now a necessity. I knew I always need to build it against the man, but if he can reach it like that, it makes it that much more of a problem.
Yeah, that was insane. That ult really changed that fight, might change the course of this game, as that one's gonna get them right back in the gold conversation, tied up, and it's gonna allow them to push in the bot side. Look, with Jin having to walk back to lane, Caitlyn able to push freely, as is the Rel, and they're just gonna be able to do a lot of damage to this tower, maybe even take it out. So massive play, and they do take that tower on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great little way for them to get themselves to have that lead, because, I mean, we're mentioning gold time in and time out, and quite honestly, the only reason that Cougars is still a consideration here, sure, they've had themselves some team fights, but they didn't get that first tower. That's the only reason Lowlanders is in this conversation, and the reason it's been caught back up is because Cougars on that Infernal Drag. So it's a real concern for like the Lowlanders now, knowing that, okay, we had ourselves that lead to be playing with, and we had a Jin that was kind of fed out of his mind. Now we got a Malzahar to worry about, quite honestly, and that's got to be our biggest target. Knowing that we get a Vigar, so long as we just buy out the time, buy out the game long enough, and go ahead and proc that shield, it's not going to be a concern. So Lowlanders still just trying to keep themselves relative and relevant in this game as the longer it goes on, because it's only 18 minutes. If you hit 35, I feel like this will be a completely different story.
Looks like a late attempt here at Rift Herald will be made by Queens Lowlanders. They haven't had the objective goal that they had last game, but they're looking to get some value. They've got to do it quick here. 18:55 is the clock, so soon this will be replaced by Baron Nashor. Looks like they'll be able to do it with relative ease. Huddling in the area is Misericordia. They're looking for something, but they're not going to find it. Good control by the Lowlanders, and I like how both teams are playing. We talked about it a few times last game, some pretty clean League of Legends. Silencer getting in there. There's the Event Horizon. Kiwi has to flash, and here's the fight. Silencer dropping a lot of damage on Revitalize, going to go down. Swiper on the backside trying to find it, and they do on to Kiwi. There's a second kill for their effort. They're trying to push in this mid lane. Are they going to be able to find anything else? Doesn't look like it for the time being. There's the ult, a little bit of a Kurt goal from the back line. They're going to drop the Herald. Big Event Horizon, they get the CC, but not able to find the damage onto the Kled. They keep pushing. Oh no, oh good flash right there. Acid Trip was in for a heck of a ride with all that damage coming, but they're able to find the flash. They get out of that one. No objectives on the table to claim, so Queens, their pursuit is going to stop there.
No real objectives that they sit there and have a trade-off from, but Lowlanders finding 2 of their own and finding 2 kills as well. So, I mean, that entire engagement, I mean, as much as they may have found themselves just a tiny bit of a goal lead, which, I mean, the big scheme of things isn't that big a deal. Sure, they're a little bit ahead now in the big scheme of things, but they still only have 1 dragon compared to Cougars 2. But I feel like the biggest thing that they really figured out, you're kind of, it's a game of intelligence. That's what League is, and with a little bit of fundamentals mixed in. And I think the biggest thing and takeaway from that fight is saying, if we bunch up, we win those. I mean, sure, separately, we're not going to do too much. You're going to see Orbis kind of get punished, not really able to fight his own 1v1s, but when we stack up as 5 people, and even then, 5v4, 5v5, when we have a Vigar, when we have a Set, when we have a Jin in that curtain call, and a Jarvan to lock people down in a single central little area, they are a lot more concerning. And quite honestly, I feel like that's the one comforting thought they are hanging on to right now to say, when we come back together, boys, go get your gold, go reset, find yourself a little bit more to be playing off of, because next time we fight this, we need to make sure to get the entire wipe and get another neutral objective to play with as well.
Yeah, the individual components of this recipe don't taste too good, but when you bring them all together, Mick, they taste great and they look great in that team fight. Dragon up in 23 seconds here. We're going to see our second straight Infernal Soul on the day. Lavender trying to clear some vision, just going to eat some damage from the Malzahar. Oh, wow. The Voidling there able to soak up that hook. Easy jazz on the backside, might be in trouble. Here's the curtain call. Lavender with a knockup. There's the suppress on the front side. They don't have all the damage that they need. The Vigar is here, though. See X-Mortem coming on the top side of the map. Going to stasis is the Vigar. Semi-silencer, you gotta stay alive. And there's the damage. Me and Cheesy, Event Horizon, so big. X-Mortem coming on through. And there's the ult. Revitalize, you're coming with me. Swiper, still alive, but maybe not for long. Me and Cheesy off of Scarl. It doesn't matter. Finding their friend, getting the health back. Another Event Horizon. Easy jabs comes through. There's the shutdown. Vigar going 6 feet deep. The triple kill. Me and Cheesy. The quadra kill. Wow. What a pop off. Just when it looked like they were down and out for the fight, they find Scarl and turn it all around.
And even then, it wasn't the Scarl, it's the engagement. It was the targeting. Sure, you have two tanks that have that crowd control, and Vigar's, Silencer made it out alive from that Sejuani ult. He was able to finesse himself and really keep that himself alive. Well, I expect him to get melted during that duration, but when you look at the scoreboard, you got to look at these bounties, buddy. Sure, if you lose that fight, you got to cut those dividends. You got to get some kind of compensation. You're only finding 300 gold off of each of these players, and even then, that's not that much in the big scheme of things. You see the trade-off, the gold differential isn't that much, but you've just sacrificed a dragon. You got to find that compromise, and when you now got an extra 1,100 on the field to really give yourself that equalizer, you got to take advantage of it and know the targeting is painted out for you. Usually you got to say, all right, who should we go ahead and look at in this fight? Malzahar, he's there.
But Mick on the front side, here's Engage, big suppression right there. They're going to be able to take one out of the fight, or are they still alive? Finally going down. They need the Vigar. There's Event Horizon, not going to find its target. Kled just doing so much damage on the front side. There's the hook, the root, but it doesn't matter. Double kill for the Kled. X-Mortem finds one in the river, but it's just going to be the support. Not worth all too much. They can't find a kill in the Meat Cheesy, and they're going to need to do that if they want to win this game. And here comes the Baron. I like the call.
This is most definitely the play. You sit there and say, we put the pressure on. Mortem will let us exactly where we wanted to go. All right, you know what? You want to take us to Baron? That's a really good idea. Thank you, Lowlanders, for going ahead and providing that to us. As you see Mortem trying to get back into this fight, getting in a real scuffle.
The Haymaker, there's the Event Horizon. Oh, Baron's going to claim a kill right there. As the trip goes down, Easy Jazz, they're so low, but it's just Silencer left. Scarl departs from the fight, gets the 1 CC. They can't find the damage, but they do prevent the Baron call, and at the end of the day, Mick, that might be worth it.
And quite honestly, I'm with you there. Only issue is you don't get the trade-off for the Baron. You don't find it for yourself. Because Mortem, it was great. He found the survivability. He found a trade to some extent, and you're keeping your team relative because the lead isn't too far. You just got to look at these objectives. And as we mentioned, Baron, you got to talk about Dragons as well because there's just so much stacked up now. Over the entirety of the game for the likes of the old Lowlanders to say that, we're keeping ourselves in here, but we are not playing these team fights right. They're just really choking up in times where they just have to clutch up instead.
Is there Cordia? Maybe thought about doing Baron for a second. They're just getting a little bit of vision. They can't afford to let this Baron slip away from them at this stage in the game. They're trailing a little bit. It's still a very, very close game, and team fights could go anyone's way. They've all been so close. Lavender caught out there, right? Revitalized, big alt ASIC. Can't go anywhere. Swiper is in the vicinity, though, so you do have some of your damage just like that. Meat Cheese is going to eat one auto. Looking for a second is Swiper. Not going to find it. Here's Orbis X Mortem. Vigar on the bottom side of the map to note. Does have teleport available, so could turn this into a full-on 5v5 brawl. Easy Jazz looking for an ult over the wall, most likely. Not going to find it there. Flag and Drag coming on through. Vitalize might be in trouble, but they're going on to the support. Not your target.
Oh.
They can't find their target. ASIC going to go down. There's a suppression. You're going to lose the top laner. Swiper next to go, and this is ugly. The lowlanders getting slaughtered in the top lane.
It really is. I saw no targeting there, man. I saw two different fights going on. We expected a 5v5, and we saw a 2v1 and a 3v4, and even then, that 3v4 still went to the side of the Cougars, and that's going to set them up for this Baron to say, if we won it that comfortably, I mean, they really can't contest this. They got Vigar respawning. He's not going to waddle his way over here. He's going to go ahead and bide his time in the bot lane, see what he can get done down there, but when we have enough counter push with this Baron buff now, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Let him go ahead on a solo adventure. We're going to play as a squad.
Vigar might just be able to claim the tower on the bot side here, running away. Easy Jazz is there. Minions, are they going to find it? They won't. Wave's still pushing here, so for all of that, they don't even get the tower on the bot side of the map, but it looks like a stiff breeze might be able to finish the job, barely holding on with the health there. Mick, the lowlanders, they've looked better for sure, but they've still got kind of their ace up their sleeve with this Vigar. They're just looking to draw out this game at this point, I imagine.
Yeah, and I still said the magic number will be sitting around 35 minutes. Keep in mind, that's really when you start getting to the quote-unquote late game. A lot of people like to say 30, but just in case, I like to add a little bit of taxes and interest on there to be working off of, because, I mean, you never know what could come out. That's going to be the difference between two items. Heck, even just one item in itself is going to be enough of a differential, and we're talking about differentials. We could see the soul coming down for the side of the Cougars if the lowlanders can't tighten up and win this fight right now.
Oh no, and that's the last suppression target you wanted. Goes into stasis. That's good from Silencer, but they're going to go down very quickly there. Oh my gosh, blink and you miss it. Silencer gone. That's most of the damage for the lowlanders. This is going to be trouble. Mortem gets a nice face breaker, but it's not going to matter. They don't have any damage, and the fight is splintered. They're all not on the same page, and the lowlanders can't get anything done. A clean ace. They don't get one kill for the efforts, and the souls going over to the Cougars.
Quite honestly, I feel like that may be the game as well. I mean, I said different story 35, but then again, I mean, that's the late stage of the game, and that could also just be the finish of it. I mean, looking at how everything's stacked up. You see the Baron, you see the Soul. It's looking like the Cougars are doing the exact same kind of recipe that the lowlanders had in the last one. They went ahead, digged into the drawers, digged into the recipe book, and went ahead and just copied out the same exact dish. I mean, minus an Elder Dragon, but you still got that time to really be playing off of when you see that they haven't finished the game just yet. They're just going to be biding their time, really playing it slow, showing that, you know, we're just going to add insult to injury as much as we can.
And you're just holding in bated breaths here, right? If you're the lowlanders, you're saying, okay, we can't pick bad fights anymore. We can't get splintered. We have to focus. They know what they've been doing wrong, but despite being down so much, because they've picked this scaling comp and because Set is so scary at every stage of the game, because Jarvan is able to cataclysm pretty well at every stage of the game, you still have a shot. You just have to hope and pray that that magical team fight comes together. But you've got to let Vigar get strong, and I like what they're doing here, Mick. They're letting Vigar just farm that bot lane, getting up to speed, and trying to become the hyper carry that they need.
Yeah, you can already see the bounties start to come out. You see All Right saying this is the time where, I mean, things were looking a little easy for the side of lowlanders. It was most definitely doable, but this is where the tide's really starting to turn for the side of the Cougars. You see them rallying there in that mid lane. Sure, you got Silencer there on the outside, but you need to start considering a recall immediately with the rest of the squad, because you can also see Mortem there in the top trying to farm out a little bit, but you got to press that B button, buddy, because the rest of the team needs you.
Yeah, gotta hurry back home because the doors are being blown in. Acid Trip holds that go button with the R. We'll see if that happens. Good Caitlyn holding, get things off, just get a little bit of damage. And there's the Event Horizon, so they find one. Maybe in trouble here is Acid Trip, but just way too tanky. Eats all of that damage, and they can't find anything. The Cougars, they are fortunate not to lose when they're the lowlanders. If they lose any type of fight here, you gotta imagine that the game will be over, and they're staying up. They're not recalling at all. They are not flinching a lick. They find a little bit of damage there onto the Vigar, but that's going to be the end of the story. You do see that bot wave pushing in, so the work that Semi Silencer did on the bottom side of the map will force the teleport to come through from Easy Jazz.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a great little return for them. I mean, quite honestly, summoner spells and everything they have for the side of the Cougars, they're really not too concerned right now. They can really invest those TPs. They can say whatever comes out. We just got to prevent these bounties to come through because I mean, we already see those towers are lighting up, and you see that. I mean, lowlanders are trying to get themselves back into this. They're trying to find every little bit of gold where they can because, quite honestly, their entire setups. You see the likes of Cougars, they have themselves so many items to be working off of. Some of them almost having nearly an entire build, and even then, just having better buys generally. But if we're talking about better buys,
I
we
don't
may have
like
some
it.
better plays in the middle, just depending on whether or not you can get these picks.
I don't like the aggression, Mick. I think this is the end of the game. I don't think that Queens has the damage to finish it. You see it right there. Asher picking up a kill, revitalize. They're not even dead yet. There's a Cataclysm coming through, but we had to waste it on the support. Vygar doing damage. Meat and Cheesy, they pick up a kill. Orbis Ex Mortem got a flash out the side, and here comes Easy Jazz. You lost that fight, and Easy Jazz wasn't even there. Lavender Navender getting out, but I don't think it's going to matter. Just run it right down Main Street, hit the gas, and don't look back.
Yeah, there's a lot of setups there. There's a lot of different things that just lowlanders did not consider. I mean, look at the Malzahar right now, 9-0. Look at Kled, 15-0. What can you do about that, quite honestly? Just look at them. I mean, we're doing it right now. We see the gold number above their head. We know the potential they have, and we know the threat they can be, but it looks like lowlanders is completely disregarding that. I mean, you look at the biggest thing I feel like I got to talk about from that last match is the item buys. Sure, you saw old Jim building that Lord Dominix regards, and you saw him building into just buying a little bit more time, doing a little bit more damage to those people that have more that health than him because you got two tanks. You got a Sejuani, you got a Rel, and you got a Kled. You got three massive tanks, and Kled being at 15-1. This man's not a tank anymore. He is an entire AC 130 at this point. He's not only on the ground, he's in the air, he's untouchable, he's just raining fire on you guys. The only thing I should have seen was out of that set, Mortem should have built a Black Cleaver. That's all I got to say. If you're in that team fight, there's only so much you can do as an ADC. And if you don't have a Kraken Slayer oriented to ADC, you got to have that support somewhere else. And with Set not being there, saying, all right, I'm going to fight for my own survivability and really not worry about the ADC, just say, all right, you got it, buddy. No, he doesn't. I mean, you really got to play as a squad. You got to buy into each other because those team fights could have gotten a lot different if you just had any armor penetration. But instead, we just saw lethality and a tiny bit of it at that.
Yeah, the itemization coming up short, and overall as a team, the Lowlanders coming up short in game number 2. When we return, a winner-take-all game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We've got a match deciding game number 3 ahead of us, Mick. Neither team was going to give it easy, and this is where we end up. Winner take all, loser. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, most definitely. That in itself is a little concerning for both these squads to know that we're going into a game three and looking at everything dwindling down for both these sides. We've seen, I feel like, one side of the fairs once we get to the end stages of each game. We haven't really seen too much contention just yet. We haven't seen a base race by any means. We haven't seen that competitive drive just yet. We've seen just teams being smarter, plays being made better, and sides really just becoming the big dog by, I'd say, around 30 minutes. We need for this last match to go a little bit further. Otherwise, we got to cut the match a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I'm excited to see both these teams having to bring their best. I think that we saw Queens rest on their laurels a little bit. Maybe it's because they were up a game. Maybe there were some other factors, but it seemed like they got a little bit of a lead, and then they got sloppy, Mick. Their targeting was poor. Their itemization was poor. They weren't team fighting well, and the game just slipped away from them. Misericordia took the game pretty easily.
Yeah, that in itself is just kind of. I really still don't know what to say about it. I mean, there was a lot of plays there that I was just kind of questioning. There's some engages, and we saw that, I mean, old lowlanders, they were just trying to play it slow. They were playing it very smart in the early stages. They were really picking the right fights. They made sure to have the lead, and they worked off of it. But in those later stages, they said, all right, we have a lead. Let's throw it up in the air, and it's almost like a phone. Let's sit there and throw it up in the air and see if we can catch it again, just for funsies. And next thing you know, it drops on the ground and it completely shatters in front of your face, and you act stupid like you didn't know that was going to happen. You most definitely knew it was a consideration, and quite honestly, I don't want to see that gamble come around in this one.
Yeah, there's no reason to be playing that loose when you get a little bit of an early lead, and especially when you have something going in the early game, and you look at your mid lane and say, hey, we have Vigar. We win late game anyhow. Like, let's play safe, play to our outs, but they picked a lot of fights they shouldn't have, especially for a team that's trying to win the late game. I think it really boiled down to poor identification of win cons.
Yeah, that was most definitely what it is, and that's just the biggest thing. That's the statue on top of the hill that they got to really look up to in this match. Just say, all right, what can we do, and how can we go ahead and work with this lead and just play it safe? And honestly, the answer is within the question. Play it safe. Just go ahead, slow down. So when you see the scaling this time around, quite honestly, it's a gamble they're willing to make. You see the picks coming through. You see the Akali coming out. Can't really play safe with Akali. You got to get that early lead to be working off of. And once again, we're seeing a gamble come out of the side of lowlanders, and it's got to go ahead and pay off.
And unless they just are accidentally not in LCS order, I'm assuming Orbis Ex Mortem is going to go top with that set, and Akali's going to be going mid. We'll see if things are getting a little crazy. I mean, I'd be surprised if Orbis Ex Mortem played 3 different positions over the course of this game.
Yeah, so I mean, as we already look at, as you said, that Kale mid, that's a pick that, quite honestly, I'm okay with, because when we mentioned late game, we mentioned it boiling down to that, but honestly, we mentioned Akali just accelerating in the early game, and that is the worst case scenario for a Kale. I mean, we talk about how they already had the leads to be playing with. You literally sit there and put Kale. That's like putting a baby rabbit in a cage and putting just a wolf in front of it. Like, he's gonna go ahead and find a way. It's gonna be a little bit of work to gnaw his way in there, but it's gonna be easy prey once he finds the first bite.
Yeah, just has to get their claws around that rabbit, and we'll see what happens here. Ripus Kiwi looking to pick up this Tristana that we saw them play in game number 1, and they do. So going back to some picks in game 1, a game that they notably lost. So I kind of like the return, saying, you know what, we lost that game. There's things we can do better. I'm not afraid to repick it. Swiper getting right back on the Caitlyn. A lot of damage done with that game number 1. The Caitlyn was also great game number 2 on the other side. Nautilus and Rel running it back.
Yeah, so that's going to be some good picks, but quite honestly, I'm a little scared for lowlanders here, because the Rel, that was a big distraction they were looking at time in, time out in the last one. We see the triple tanks once again. Instead of it being a Kled this time around, it's a Mundo. So instead of a Scarl, you have an ultimate you got to go ahead and worry to pop out. And that's going to be a lot of region to be working with. And quite honestly, the only 2 damage dealers you really have on this squad are going to be that Kale and Tristan, and you got to get to the late game stages for that. So as I mentioned in the last one, I'd say this game is going to end around that same era. Give it 35 minutes because if we haven't seen the side of Lowlanders already close it out by then, you're literally just giving Ole Miss Concordia a little bit too much to be playing with.
We talked a little bit off air about how the Jarvan last game was a bit lackluster, didn't
Yeah.
live up. What do they have to do to change that here? What does ASIC have to do in order to make sure the Jarvan impact is felt?
Well, it dwindles down to just a couple little tidbits. I mean, overall, Jarvan can be a very efficient pick. I mean, we see the comfortability of the pick in there. We see just the survivability that comes out of the Gore Drinker. You're kind of a little bit of a brawler, but honestly, I just need better decision making. We need better targeting here. We got to go ahead and have the lineups. You got to have the right setups where you get as many knockups as possible. When you sit there and get that Cataclysm coming down, make sure it's the right target where the rest of the team can capitalize on it and make sure that Cataclysm is in the front line. But like in the last game, put that Malzahar in the front. I mean, or put that old Kled in the front. Isolate somebody because you're not doing any good leaving everybody grouped up. And I feel like it comes down to those early ganks once again. We saw the Kled gank come around that last game, and we saw the flag and come out a little bit late. When you have that set pull, when you have that E, go ahead, let him burn that. The closer you get, they're going to flash anyways, just out of panic. Wait for that flash to come down, then throw down the flag, get the knock up, and get the hold to where you can capitalize on it and make sure to get those hits. Because if you're cashing in on one exact little CC chain that early in the game when you don't have a follow through, it's going to bite you in the rear. And it was the same thing with that mid pick, Malzahar. You kind of missed that shot. He was a little bit too close to his tower, and he had really low health. If y'all toggled tower aggro there, you could have found an easy pick to be working with, but you just didn't go ahead and follow through. You decided to play the safe game, and even then, it came to really bite you in the rear the later the game went on.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of great analysis on the Jarvan. I think being maybe a little bit more patient with that flag and drag, as you pointed out, and really just savoring that cataclysm, holding on to it, and not not cataclysming the rel.
Yeah.
I think we saw that 2 or 3 times last game,
Yeah.
and yeah, just not a great opportunity. It's like you use your best ability to grab their least impactful player. It's just never going to work out for you.
And even then, we saw it. I mean, Cataclysm is supposed to put a player into the front and isolate them from the rest of their team. When you put Rail in the front, you have, say, the ADC, which she's going to be connected to in the back. While you're engaging on the rest of the team, that is a free stun over your entire squad. You are literally just saying, let me go ahead and maximize the efficiency of this stun and get them as much to work off of. We got to see it go on this Kale this game, quite honestly. I mean, Tristana, you can go ahead, you can rocket jump out of there. Cataclysm, no big deal. I mean, what are you going to do, Jarvan? I have an ability that counters your ultimate. I got to wait, what, 10 seconds to counter your ability that comes up every 60? No big deal. You got to find the easiest target. And as Kale, as I said, being that early prey, this jungler, this Jarvan needs to be farming like his life depends on it so he can hit that level 6 instantaneously, get that early gank, burn that flash, and whenever he comes right back around, he's like, all right, you've already escaped once. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that ain't going to happen.
Misericordia was definitely not fooled twice there in game number 2, Mick. They looked like it in game 1. They came back strong performance in game 2. Do you think they can keep it up for game number 3, or are we going to see a return to form from the other side for Queens?
It really comes down to Queens and whether or not they can get their targeting together. I feel like there was a lot of miscommunication there, probably within their Discord channel. There's a lot of yelling and it kind of some missed calls overall because even then we saw a lot of dragons just really be handed over. And that's a call you can't really make. You got to let that jungler make that call out or listen to your bot laner or your mid laners. Just don't listen to that top laner and have all that focus up there. Make sure to keep that ear open and say, all right, I hear drag. I don't have a ward there. So in there's nobody on the bot lane right now, and I don't have any vision on their jungler. I kind of need to get over there. A lot of influence on this jungle so far, and I feel like that's all I've been talking about so far because that's going to be the biggest impact. You got to have this edge. You got to work into it, and you got to have that one player, that one mystery card that's just wandering around the map to really just push that momentum forward.
Yeah, someone to roam and create advantage for everyone else, really get your teammates going. I'm also excited to see objective control here, right? We talked about
Yeah.
game number 1. Misericordia shut out. Fat donut, goose eggs all over the place. They didn't get
Yeah.
one objective. It was 5 straight dragons if you count the Elder. They gave up the Baron. They gave up the Rift Herald. They didn't get one of them in this past game. They got on the first couple of drags. They were able to generate some advantage. So if they can do that again, this is going to be a game, and quite a game. It is going to be game number 3.
Welcome
Queens
to
Lowlanders,
Summoner's Rift.
Miscordia Cougars. Winner take all and move on to the next round.
Yeah, so a lot on the line here and a lot up in
30
the air for the
seconds until
start as you
minions
see the little
spawn.
five-man invade possibly trying to come through, but Swiper being the front man right now, a
Wow.
little bit over antsy, so already the calls may need to be questioned a little bit. There maybe is a strat that we're not seeing, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to make any judgments because there's not going to be any trades, any gold given up, or any real damage done just yet.
Orbis is indeed in the mid lane right there. So Orbis right there in the mid. Semi going to go to the top. So we've seen Orbis play support, top, and mid throughout the course of this series. Quite the Swiss Army knife that Queens Lowlanders have in their back pocket, just tossing them all over the place.
Yeah, and we already I mean, this guy's like a Swiss Army knife right now. Apparently, he can do it all. Only thing is, can he do it efficiently? Sure, he can hold his own. We saw the 1v1s, we saw the trades, we saw the roams, but there's got to be a compromise eventually, right? You can't be perfect. And I mean, nobody's perfect. I feel like Orbis, I feel like his item buys are a little static, and he doesn't have as much experience when it comes around to that, because we saw it in the last game. When you're that set, you're trying to get these setups, and you see the tank, I better see a Black Cleaver this time around.
Yeah, we're going to see if the itemization does improve. You noted out so well. Black Cleaver would have done a lot right there. You like to see this early on. Orbis, you got to bully Easy Jazz, and Easy Jazz going to take quite a beating right here from those auto attacks and barely get any on the crackback. Orbis, they know the matchup. They know this Kale isn't going to be online anytime soon, so you've got to get your licks in while you can. Right now, your big brother and Kale, little brother, is starting to hit the gym, but it's going to be a while before they've got biceps, so you better get the beating in while you can.
Yeah, most definitely. This guy's going to grow up, and it's going to grow up quick once he hits that level 6. It's almost like puberty's going to hit him like a truck. So you got to make sure that things are to come through while he's sitting down at little 4-6 right now before he hits that little growth spurt. You got to make the most of it, most definitely. But you got to find a little bit of an agent of chaos, because maybe there's another brother that's put into the equation if you bring that jungler in. And when you have that Jarvan, that could be that agent. But when you're pushing that kill up into that tower so much, that's a concern that you really got to sit there and really just factor in to say, all right, well, I mean, I'm keeping him under that tower. Jarvan's not going to engage this, and we just don't toggle tower aggro.
Can I just say that Queens has come out on fire. They have come out hot, mad, angry, whatever you want to say. All of their lanes are pushed up. They are poking their opponents out of these lanes, and you love to see it after the disappointing game number 2. They stomped game 1, and they've come out with the same energy. Good counter gank right here. ASIC, that was massive. Oh, acid trip. Oh, the flash. They're not going to find the haymaker, but first blood under tower for ASIC.
And that was a good pick right there. A little bit of a late rotation and not too much awareness from the likes of Old Mortem, but quite honestly, I mean, I'm in the same shoes as him. I thought ASIC would have had that on a solo regardless. So long as Orbis can just play this out fairly slowly, get himself in this scenario where he can just kind of pace himself out, because as you said, being under these towers, it's a great sitting for the likes of Lowlanders to get this aggression to come through, but it's looking like it's going to counter out on the bot lane.
I'll say, speaking of aggression, Kiwi jumping in with the hook there. Swiper, tick, tick, no boom on that one. And they're able to stay alive. They do have to expend a flash and an ignite, but they remain up on top in the bot lane of so much farm. Look at that. Just about double digits in the favor of Swiper, and they're going to back and be able to get themselves a nice item advantage here. Right as Kiwi revitalized, they got to find a way back into this lane, and that's true across the board here for Misericordia, because Queens is really just showing their dominance. Might see a gank here on the top side. Keep your eyes on that Sejuani, but nothing going to come of it just yet. Playing patient, waiting in this bush. Semi-silencer, got to be careful, has to be mindful of this. Drops the smoke. Meat and cheese, going to be just fine for the time being. Silencer going back on, tick, tick, boom right there. Acid trip finds the CC, so they trade, but if you're a Silencer, you take that every day of the week. You say, in the 2v1, I got a kill, mine.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's great to be here. Go ahead and get yourself right back into this. Knowing that you got the trade, you got 300 to play off of just by yourself, but also in exchange, Cougar speed, and they play that together, they got 450 collectively. So there's that much more to be playing off of. With Mundo only getting 150 of it. So sure, you're going to have that extra play with, but that jungle is going to be that much more of a concern, that much quicker. So you really got to keep that in the back of your head. Know that you can't let that gank come through once again. Otherwise, that fight's going to go a lot quicker and it's going to be a lot tougher. So with the dragon already coming through for the side of the lowlanders, that was a great engage. We saw the engagement go in towards the middle, and we see one here in the middle as well. We're talking about dragon. We got to talk about these lanes.
Big face breaker there into the haymaker, going to be able to discourage the fight for that much longer. Easy Jazz can't do anything against that damage, and Orbit's just fine, but Acid Trip has been doing all they can to get their laners ahead here, Mick. We see multiple ganks, and you love that involvement, you love that engagement. You described it as that agent of chaos, and there's another face breaker into the haymaker. We'll see you later.
Great start for Set, and we were expecting that out of the man, quite honestly, a little bit earlier. We're expecting picks back and forth, and if we're talking about picks, we could have seen one in the top, but Silencer barely by a narrow margin missing out on that hit of the second half of that ultimate to go ahead and close out that Mundo, but it doesn't matter in the big scheme of things. You get the pressure off, you know you have that burst, you know that had an advantage, and you can have a little bit more poke in that lane, but we're talking about poke, we see old ASIC getting aggressive his own.
And Astrip able to pop that blast cone. I really like the aggression on the top side you were talking about there, Mick, with Semi-Silencer, because me and Cheesy only level 5, right? That's your time to go into this Mundo, because once you have that ulti available, oh no, Orbis Ex Mortem just toying with Easy Jazz there, who's not able to do much in this mid lane matchup. Oh, and more than double the farm right now is Mortem than Easy Jazz. Easy Jazz is struggling in a mighty manner.
Yeah, most definitely. But, I mean, being doubled right now really isn't that big a deal when you see that the numbers are still relatively low for everybody. I mean, you're only sitting at 40. That's an easy little catch-up, especially when you got this bot lane that could possibly cut out the goal.
There's the jump. Swiper trying to stay alive. They're going to go down. Kiwi going low. The Ignitus drop. The flash. The auto not enough. Navender can't find it. There's the root. And Kiwi stays alive. That is big. But here comes the Jarvan. Can they find the cleanup? Flag and Drag you see on the map on the bottom side. Easy Jazz currently fighting. Here's Acid Trip. This is going to be easy kill in the mid lane. Nothing more to see there. The Showmaker not going to find anything, and nothing comes of the bot lane action as well. So Misericordia, big plays across the board for them. There's the Cataclysm coming up through ASIC. Do you have enough to 2v1? For the time being, you do Revitalize, duking it out. ASIC fighting in wave, never what you want. Here it is, ulti bump for Mundo, but it's not going to be enough. Semi-Silencer able to scoop up that kill. Acid Trip gets the kill with the ulti. So much action all across the board. When it's all said and done, we're tied in kill. Swiper, I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to Acid Trip here.
I don't think so either. And when you're an ADC, the last thing you want to do is roam on your lonesome to go ahead and get a kill, because that's just getting overzealous. That's getting a little bit too cocky and a little bit too big for your own britches. We mentioned little brother, big brother. ADC's always going to be little brother, but sometimes your little brother may own a gun. As scary as that sounds, that's really what it is. And quite honestly, he can't go ahead and still keep eyes on himself and control it just yet. So we got to see this bot lane play a little bit more controlled, kind of pace themselves a little bit more so, because we see the Dragon still being on the side of Lowlander, so that's an edge for them to be playing with, and especially with these platings, that's going to do them some favors as well.
Everybody's gangster to little brother packs the heat. That's what we're saying right here. So I gotta say, I do really enjoy Ripus Kiwi's aggressive play. We saw that in game one, didn't pan out, but the rocket jumps are just absolutely money, especially when you do have that cleanse brought out, right? So even more aggression by saying, you know what, I don't need the heal. I'm going to create my own plays, and I'm going to create my own kills, and it's really rewarding them right now. Revitalize going in, not able to find the knock-ups there on the W. There's the face breaker flash over the wall. Acid Trip expending a flash right there, and not going to find anything off of it. And the counter gank here from ASIC actually, and Ex Mortem closing in, but able to dash over the wall, but a flash expended for nothing.
Yeah, I don't know where that flash was to come out of Raptors, buddy. I mean, that was sure you want to get the double dash, but you didn't invest it. I mean, where was it? You really just sat there and said, okay, well, I don't mind waiting another, 4 minutes to do something just to kind of get over a wall for vision of something I can already see. A little questionable. I mean, sure, you want to help out your KO, but you may not need the help, and you got Mundo roaming down as well.
First cleaver missing, that's going to hurt. X-Mortem is probably able to just walk out of this one. May have been a different story with the slow on the cleaver as well as the cooldown being short to get that little bit of a reset when he connects with the cleaver on the cleaver cooldown. None of it matters. Dragon up here in 10 seconds. One drag already on the side of Lowlander, so they are returning to their game 1 form. But you see, Misericordia, they are making a very intentional effort to make sure they don't give up 2 straight drags.
Yeah, and even then, when this is an Infernal Drag, you want to make sure to get that power to be playing with because, I mean, Rel, we saw it in the last game. Sure, she has the most amount of health. She's going to be super tanky. You want that natural scaling, but if we're talking about natural fights, we see Akali trying to get into it.
And Akali has used that ult. There's the reactivation, getting back in here. Big Cataclysm right there on the front line. Shut down. There goes the jungler. No smite for the dragon. Navender, big hook, and there's the rocket jump. Ripus Kiwi. There's the Caitlyn ulti. That's going to be enough. Sniper, get down. And just like that, the Lowlanders have earned themselves a free crack at this dragon. Only one up is Easy Jazz.
I mean, at the end of the day, sure, we got casters, curses, and all, but you know, tell me who he cataclysmed that round or in that fight. What I can tell you, it sure as heck wasn't Rel, but that doesn't even matter anymore. We're seeing the addition of a new soul here on the Rift. We got the Hextech Dragon coming out, and the gates to come through with it.
Yes, we are. Portals on the map, ladies and gentlemen. ASIC trying to find a portal way out here. Not going to be able to get anything done. The tower, well, they'll pick up a kill of their own right there. Ripus Kiwi going to be credited for it, but we all know who really got it. Swiper getting out there on the backside, and you said it, Mick. New drag on the map.
So for everybody who doesn't know, the way the Hextech Dragon works is you basically, once you get that soul, it's almost like a chain slow. That's essentially what it does. But also when it comes around to the dragon, the natural scaling it has there with each of those individual ones besides the soul, is whenever you have less HP, current HP, than your opposing laner or just anybody else, you are going to do a 15% additional damage. So that in itself is a lot to be working with if you find yourself in the right circumstance.
It is a whole lot, and a lot of CC come through it. They're revitalized. Very good timing, and oh no, the root on the backside, Ripus Kiwi, they go low as well, so good scrap right there. The Lowlanders fight back despite being in worse position to kick things off. Gotta be careful, that Caitlyn ulti is available, so Revitalize, you gotta hug Ripus Kiwi for quite some time. Acid Trip trying to set something up here, and little brother Easy Jazz not quite there yet, but been hitting the gym. Definitely noticing some difference. There's a Cataclysm on the top side. Semi-Silencer able to use their ult right there and pick up a kill. That is big. Back to the mid lane. There's the Haymaker. Easy Jazz should be able to get out of this one. And yep, there it is. Orbis Ex Mortem not able to go anywhere with it.
So a lot to be playing with here. Some great trades to come through. Some great initiative for the side of Cougars to kind of create themselves some breathing room because, I mean, we saw them under their tower for the longest time, but now they're finally creating that space they need. They're finally getting a little bit of initiative, and that's kind of scary to look at when you see that Ultrastana, that's the last thing you want to do is let this little girl have herself a lot of room to be breathing with and a lot of space to get aggressive into.
ASIC trying to disrupt this attempt on a Rift Herald. Cavalry coming from the top side of the map. Semi-Silencer, and nothing gonna happen to the Herald for the time being. They're able to chase him off. Mundo responding. Good ping right there to let the Jarvan know, hey, I'm not going in. I gotta go back and buy. Jump over the wall for Ripus Kiwi. Swiper might be in some trouble. There's the turn from the Nautilus. The Ignite is gonna be enough, and they get both of them, but they both go onto the rail. Oh no, and unfortunate for ASIC right there. They're going to get caught out. Rift Herald is free. Misericordia, massive, massive turn across the map for them. They get 2 kills on the bot side. They get the kill in the jungler, and they're going to end up with the Rift Herald.
So there's a lot to be playing with there. Rift Herald's going to be really good to be working with for the Cougars to go ahead and get themselves back into this because we haven't seen a tower fall just yet, and that's a big bonus still available on the field. I mean, sure, we've seen 2 dragons. We've seen a lot of initiative there, but you've got to go ahead and look at the objectives that really lead you to the end game, and that's going to be these towers. And that old Rift Herald, that's going to be a lot of free gold for the take and for old Cougars to get themselves right back into it because that's going to be that 150 to be playing with for everybody. But to put it in the mid lane here on this set, the one guy who has that survivability, who has that old Gore Drinker to be playing with. I mean, that's or Shield Breaker at least this time around.
What a cataclysm.
Doesn't matter.
Wow. And there's going to be the Caitlyn ulti wasted right there. Going to get a bit of a cooldown reset, so that'll be right back up. But the cataclysm is big. Orbis ulti arguably even bigger. They find the kills that they need, and all of a sudden, this is a 5v3. So the Rift Herald gets them nothing.
Yeah, so that's as great of a trade that may have been. Sure, you got a little bit to be playing with and some gold to work off of after that kill, but you may find yourself giving over some gold if you get caught out.
Big hook right there on the backside. Orbis has to use the haymaker to get the shield. They may be going down otherwise. Little cleaver to the back, but nothing else comes of it. The Lowlanders, they get away with maybe a bit of an overstay on the mid tower, and momentum sliding back to Misericordia here in the mid lane as they're trying to push and get this tower. I don't think they can clear waves fast enough, and there it goes.
Yeah, there's that first turret to go ahead and knock down. We got a Tristana there, and you got the Rift Herald to back it up. You want to find that eventually, and honestly, I like the move to go ahead and rotate down into the lower stages. Go ahead and position yourself for this Hextech Drake because, I mean, get that blast cone off as well to know that initiative's going to be gone because the rest of the team, they're going to have to either smite or they're going to have to play from a distance. And we're talking about distance, so Silencer making sure there is none between him and the rest of this team.
And Semi going back in. They're trying to set up a big ult right here to get a pick or two. ASIC coming through, trying to find an easy jazz. ASIC doesn't have anything, doesn't have ultimate available, so no Cataclysm right now. ASIC, you gotta survive. You gotta hold on to that smite. They do just that, exiting from the back door. They are out. Acid Trip might be in trouble. There's the showstopper, and can they find anything else? There's the Cataclysm. Stay alive long enough to Cataclysm. The Caitlyn ult going to do some damage on the back end, but most importantly, they're going to scoop up the drag.
And that in itself, this is the time when we see Lowlanders starting to run away with it. Because the one time we saw them really start to slip up was when they didn't have that objective to control. Those neutral objectives to be playing with. But now, they finally found themselves some kills. They can finally win these team fights. They're getting in those team fights earlier. We saw it in the last game. They said, okay, we won that first engagement in the middle as a 5-stack. Let's do that on an objective, and let's go ahead and get something extra to be playing with. I mean, sure, we can find some towers, but, I mean, that's not going to be a passive if they go ahead and fight right back, because we see Mortem right there in the middle returning a tower. You want something that's going to linger around forever, regardless of your stance on the Rift.
Yeah, that drag was so big, Mick, and now that puts them on to Soul Point, the Lowlanders, and Drag Soul here is going to be a win condition for them, able to push on through, and it's going to be an especially big one when you look on the other side and you see the Kayle. The Lowlanders don't have as clear of a win con where it's like, okay, we just wait and then Kayle wins the game. This Soul is really going to enable them to continue to win fights even when Kayle does get strong, so that's something to watch out for, and we're still sub 20 minutes, right? This game is still very young, but as it sits, the Lowlanders are playing a much more complete game of League of Legends. They're targeting much better than they did in Game 2. They're playing as a team much better than they did in Game number 2, and I'm excited to see if they can get a different result than Game number 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And I also want to make a little bit of a correction there for the audience because I apologize for the misinformation. What I mentioned was the Chemtech Drake. That was the one that gives you the extra bonus. What the Hextech Drake does is it gives you an extra 5% attack speed along with 5 ability haste as well. So that instead, I feel like, is a lot more influential, surely. I mean, it'd be great to have that bonus damage against the tanks, but now when you consider having that Caitlyn, this dragon is especially for her, for these ADCs to just really go off, and especially the ability haste for the Set and Mortem, who's going to be right there on the edge looking for an in-game.
Yeah, that ability haste is going to be so big right here. Maybe even bigger. It's going to be a double kill as X Mortem is going to scoop up the second one. Lowlanders, they are roaming as a team. Look at this. What a dangerous bunch to run into in your own top lane, and they're going to be able to push down this tower with relative ease. They have so much damage here. No one in the vicinity to respond. You see Akali pushing all over the bot side. That's drawing 2 members, and they're just going to keep on marching. Easy Jazz is here, but Queen's Lowlanders, I don't think they care all too much. And there's the flash, the face breaker. Can they find Easy Jazz? Oh, there's the ult. The Easy Jazz trying to fight Haymaker on the backside. Down goes the Nautilus to the tower, but they find the kill, and they find the tower, and they're still in a 3v2 if they want to stay and fight.
Yeah, because you see there in the bot lane, old Silencer still in a 2v1 scenario, so he's really just biding out his time right now, saying, no, don't go back to your base. I'm your opponent right now. Go ahead and square up with me because the rest of my team is going to make work of the rest of your boys.
That they will. Queens Lowlanders, they are looking great. They're closing in on this 10K gold lead. It's sitting at about 8 right now, but they are just running away with it. Misericordia, all they have to look at right now is that KO. They're just looking at EasyJet and they're saying, if we get you to the late game, you have to come through for us. We have to stall for you. And they didn't give up the inhibitor to their credit, so they're doing everything they can given the bad circumstances, but they've got to find a way to steal this dragon in my mind here, Mick. There's no way you can go on at this pace, especially if the Lowlanders get the soul.
Oh, I mean, most definitely, because I mean, you consider this soul, it adds a chain lightning effect for each of your team. It also adds that slow effect to be playing off of. So, I mean, we talked about the single target damage out of a calling. We talked about the AOE effect of an Infernal Drake. I mean, the Hextech Drake almost has that same effect, but it also adds that slow on top of it. And knowing you get that much bigger of a bonus when it comes around to these slows, that ability hasten, that attack speed, your team fights are really just going to absolutely mow down the likes of the Lowlanders if you have the right builds for it. Knowing they're getting that much tankier, you want to make sure to have those stats that can take those away and rob them of those bonuses as fast as possible.
Yeah, we just saw the teleport there. I didn't realize that you got the little ball that crossed between the two areas there. That's a cool little graphical effect. I see you, right? I see you. Semi-Silencer trying to take advantage of the teleporters. Doesn't find much on the other side. I think that's something that we're going to see players get a little more crafty with as time goes on with these teleports, understanding when to use it. And speaking of craftiness, a beautifully set trap right there will result in a big kill. They take out one of the go buttons, one of the catalysts for this team. Revitalize will go down. They'll be sitting at a gray screen for about 20 more seconds, and that's going to give time for Dragon Spawn here up in 9, so they'll be up a member if they decide to just burst down and rush this drag.
Yeah, and quite honestly, that's got to be the move. You already see Silencer being there on the edge, going ahead, clearing that wave out, and actually deciding to push up, really with the confidence of the rest of his team, saying, you can go ahead and clear this out. They're not going to contest this. Instead, they're going to be going for the Baron, and they're pinging it as well, as you see the Lowlander saying, this is now a predicament. It's a trade. It's a hostage situation. How do we react to it?
I think they just push. They're going to try to contest both there. You see they're sending a convoy up right through there, and they might try to get it through mid lane. Revitalize, popping up the wall. They're going to have to fight after this. Teleport coming through. Semi-Silencer comes in. They do get it. Popping out the back wall there is Ripus. Kiwi Semi follows them. There's the kill. I think this is going to be game. The Kingman ult from downtown. The Cataclysm picks up another good gravy. Mundo, the last one alive. Go top, go top, go top. Ping it, ping it, ping it. There's no towers up there. Semi pushing in mid, trying to get this lane. Meat and Cheesy does have Baron buff, but maybe not for long. Asic going in, trying to find some damage. Just going to settle to clear the waves here, and here comes a wave of their own. They're pushing in this inhibitor. Queens, the Lowlanders, the 6th seed, they are trying to pull up a first round upset, and they're on pace to do just that. They're on to the Nexus towers. Ex Mortem, they played 3 different positions throughout this best of 3. Now retreating. Can they find some picks here? Misericordia looking for it, but they don't get anything. They lose an inhib, and that is going to be all. Revitalized, still trying to find it. Ex Mortem, not the greatest pathing. Revitalized, you gotta be careful. Silencer coming back in. There's Asic, and there's a kill. Oh no, are they overextending? Misericordia.
Oh, I don't know about this, Chief. I see the promise for the Lowlanders. I know they really want to end this game right now as fast as possible. Prevent Kale from scaling that much more so. No, if you don't end the game right now, you're still really just flicking a coin up in the air whether or not you can win this. But the impact there's so much stacked up against them. You really got to consider all alternatives, saying, all right, where is this going to come from? Where is their retaliation going to come from? We don't have an Elder Dragon up yet. We don't have a Baron down. Their Mundo's the only one with it. Let's clear out whatever jungle we can, get the level advantage, because we're only sitting at 24 minutes. We don't have that many levels to be working off of. So this is a pretty good standing for them. They're just going to make sure to capitalize on it, because we saw them push up the top. Sure, they have one wave of super minions now, and they don't have the Mundo on lane to retaliate that. Instead, the Baron buff is going to be sitting there just to really counteract the lanes to be playing with. But quite honestly, I don't know why they didn't go for any other lanes there. Silencers and split pushing all game get your set there in the middle while the rest of the team is going in. You got a Nautilus there. He's going to be another tank in that fight. You could have grabbed a second in-hit to be playing with, but instead, you could find a life as well. Silencer didn't miss that old kunai.
Yeah, Silencer would have found a kill for sure right there if they would have connected, but alas, Queens Lowlanders, they will have to find a fight the good old-fashioned way, and I don't think this is where you want it, Ex-Mortem. The rest of the team kind of far away. Granted, Misericordia doesn't know that, so they back off as well. Swiper, Silencer pushing in the bot side. I like that they're splitting up their efforts right now. They have two pushing in bot, and you can't really approach, can't really just walk up to them, and some damage being done to tower here. And look at the damage from Swiper, just so much. Now, they're going to try to take this tower. No, they have the wave right here, so they're going to slow roll it. I like the patient play. Might see a fight here developing. ASIC trying to get on this tower. They don't quite get an angle, and Easy Jazz, their wave clear is coming online. Little brother, not looking so little anymore. ASIC, you got to be careful. You don't want to get caught out right here. Queens Lowlanders, they have such a big lead, and they don't want to throw it away in this game as they did in game number 2. They still just can't find an entry onto this tower. They're patiently waiting out their waves, and here it is, the next part of the siege coming on through. Swiper, so much damage, and that tower's gonna go. Silencer going in. There's the kill ulti. This could be the last fight of the game. Oh no! Misericordia, they're bunched up, but a big kill right there. Down goes Jarvan. Swiper on the backside. Look at Swiper. So much damage, but I don't think it's enough damage. Trying to find more.
Okay.
There's the triple. Can they find the quadra? Oh, Ripest Kiwi and Meat and Cheesy barely getting out right there. Meat and Cheesy was one auto away from finding themselves at a gray screen. Mick, look at the top side. Two big waves crashing in right now.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern, knowing that you don't have the resources there to really back them off either. You got Meat and Cheesy up there in the top trying to do whatever work he can, but when you now got 2 inhibitors down, you got a tower that's really just at a one-tap for the likes of that Caitlyn, and the rest of everybody just trying to go ahead and swarm themselves around the hive that is that bottom Nexus tower. You got everybody just spreading about, doing the work, doing their dividends and their due diligence, finding themselves so much to be playing off of as Lowlanders just running away with it right now.
Lowlanders cannot be stopped. They're looking for picks here. Are the Cougars revitalized, leading the pack? But that's just all 3 of your tanks. There's not enough damage there to really find meaningful pick on to anyone. You're trailing 8k gold. You got to try to find a steal onto this Elder, which is coming up in 45 seconds. That's the one way back in this game that I can see.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, that Elder Dragon's going to be your only hope. And even then, you got to have some really good targeting to know what targets to go for, how to go ahead and really dwindle down that damage. And it's a huge front line to really get through first. And as we see a trap kind of be setting up here for old Acid Trip, that's really concerning. But with Moondir there for the backup, that's going to cause everybody to just kind of really bide their time, knowing that Elder Dragon's coming up here soon. Lowlanders, if they win this, the game is in their hands. They have choked out the Cougars out of every single resource. 0 dragons, 0 barons, no resources at all. And that just really spells out the entirety of the game. But it all comes down to this fight that's coming in that bottom jungle.
Yeah, and if you're Misericordia, you don't want to pitch this fight in the jungle. We're going to get bottom like Easy Jazz. You can't die to kick things off, and here comes the rest of the team to save up. Caitlyn ulti to kick things off. A6, what a big Cataclysm! Catches 3! Oh my gosh, the Tristana ult going to kick them out of their own Cataclysm and goes down on the front side. Easy Jazz, big ult right there over the wall. Can they get on the backside? Here's Silencer! Oh, the double! And that's going to do it. Queens Lowlanders, the 6 seed, toppling the 3 seed. Misericordia. All that's left is the Nexus towers and the Nexus, which are, if we're honest, more of a formality at that point. There is the ace, Cinderella. She's got her crystal slippers on, and she came to boogie at the ball. They are going to have a new dancing partner next round as they take on number 2 Rio Grande University.
Yeah, so finally getting this game to a conclusion. This entire series can be the Lowlanders. A little bit choked up in that last one, but they finally found their pacing. They finally found their flow when it came around to that composition. A lot better ultimate side of the Jarvan, a lot better synergy across the field, getting that set in the middle, getting the rotations out, having that much more of an impact in the fight. And the Akali just saying you're best in those single one-on scenarios. And quite honestly, we'll put you in the top this time around. You played the mid lane the entire game. You did a great job. But quite honestly, you just weren't there for those objectives. So just keep on getting those kills, do your work, and we'll all do ours. And that Caitlyn absolutely coming out this time around. ADC being consistent from start to finish. And that's what you're looking for if you're looking to start a game and finish it equally as strong.
MVP Mick, who are you looking to?
I gotta say, man, Mortem. Even then, sure he had a lackluster second game, but being everywhere, being in that support role, the top role, the mid role, being consistent, as we said in game two, there were some choke ups and some decisions we didn't really see come through, or some decisions that I really just didn't like. Period. Regardless, he made it worth it in the end. He found himself game three. He said, you know what? I probably listened to stream. They're right. There was a little bit of item buys I could have done a little differently. I could have had a little bit more impact. And being tucked away in the top lane, I'm not going to be there for everything if I don't have if I don't have a teleport. And quite honestly, those were late as well. So being in the mid, he doesn't need a teleport. He's just got to waltz his own way over to whatever objective is being up for grabs, be in that fight, make sure to win it, and do his job.
And I think we actually have Orbis X on standby here in another call. So we're gonna try to we're actually gonna go to a quick intermission before we bring Orbis in. So if you want to hear from the MVP themselves, you want to stick around. We'll catch you in a few minutes. Welcome back to our post-game coverage of the playoffs here in the NECC. We are joined by Orbis X Mortem. I'm going to kick off the questioning. How does it feel to upset the 3 seed in the first round?
I mean, I didn't even know it was a 3 seed. We just kind of like do every game the same way. We kind of just play, like we turn our brains off, or we don't turn our brains off, but we just play every time. I don't even know that. Like, 3 seed,
Fair
2 seed.
enough.
Like, I mean, it doesn't matter. We just kind of turn our brains off and play.
Fair enough. I mean, quite honestly, I mean, that's the best way to go about it. Treat everybody equally at the end of the day. So long as you get a dub, you can make sure to just do that week in, week out, regardless of seeding. But I mean, I'm going to go ahead and answer another question. I mean, as great as it may have been, when it comes around to a 3-game series, I mean, that's already kind of hectic in itself. And I could tell you had the jitters coming in here saying, I'm still kind of trucked up about that last game. What sat there? What decisions did y'all really have to make to say, all right, we're in a game 3? Why did y'all double down on some of the picks y'all had in that second matchup, losing it? I mean, y'all went ahead, went back for the set, y'all went back to the Akali, and y'all went back to the Jarvan as well. I mean, what was behind that thought process?
Well, typically we do pretty well with those like champs specifically, like a Kali set. But like we saw the Kale mid, and we were like like we saw the Kale mid, and we were like, okay, like why don't we just play set into Kale, which is a pretty good matchup, like
Yeah,
at the beginning at least, right? And then like obviously level 16, that's a problem, right? But our jungler does pretty good on J4, and then like our mid laner does well on Akali, so we can flex that either mid or top,
yeah,
like depending on what they pick, like for mid lane or top lane. We didn't know if the Kale was mid lane or top lane. So we were like, okay, Akali is set, whatever, right?
yeah.
So then we see that there's Dashman on top lane. Okay, we're like, okay, bet, we're just play set mid lane and play top lane, which actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, and you ended up playing 3 roles throughout the course of this match. You started off in that Pike
Yes.
support. You went up to set the top lane. You went to set the mid lane. Is that practice, or is that kind of part of the, oh crap, this isn't going to work, we have to rotate?
I mean, the thing, I mean, our like speciality, if I had to say, was role swapping. Most of us can play like separate roles. Like we can go like everyone can flex between any role except for maybe jungle because that's like a role or ADC. But like other than that, like most of us can flex through whatever. Like I've seen like our mid laner go to top, like we saw top lane lane last game, but he's played support too. Like you can basically we can play through everything basically. That's our speciality, role swapping.
Yeah, and I feel like already you got your taste of being in every single role when it came around to that first game. You playing as Pike, kind of being everywhere on the field. You were in the top lane, you were in the mid lane, you were in the bot lane, you were roaming around the jungle as well. You were saying, you know what, I'm going ahead and kind of marking my territory when it comes around to these next 2 games, so I can kind of feel myself out, go ahead and get a feel for where it's coming through. But one thing specifically, I mean, we've already cut into how well y'all performed, and everything's just kind of being cut out for y'all. Now, I kind of want to discuss that second game a little bit. You sat there and said about the optimization. You said, you just kind of go ahead and vibe out when it comes around to that match and don't really consider those things too much. And it still ended out working in the end. I just want to know for an entire team standpoint whether or not there were some missed calls, because even then, I feel like there just wasn't as much influence on like neutral objectives, getting onto those towers. I mean, even when team fights, y'all won that first one initially towards the middle, and then y'all just started splitting up at that point, and those team fights really didn't go in y'all's direction anymore.
Yeah, no, like second game, I don't know, we were kind of relying heavy on Jin damage wise,
Yeah.
but the Kled did a really good job to get to like Jin quickly every single time, which like actually we faced like a humongous problem by doing that, right? So like we had no other damage anywhere else. Like the Veigar was doing damage, but not enough, and he was dying pretty quickly. But we were relying on Jin heavy, and that's why the second game happened as it did. As it did. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
trying to
thanks.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Orbis. That's gonna be our last question for that. Just so you know, for your next matchup, you've got 2 seeded. That's number 2. Put them up, Rio Grande University. So get ready for that one. We're excited to see you guys back out on the Rift. But that's not all we have for tonight, folks. We've got some more League of Legends heading right. Mick staying on the mic. I'm gonna take a quick exit. It's gonna be another good series. Stick around with us.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the NECC, and it is still heavy and hot through the quarterfinals here tonight. We're in our second series of the day, and it's going to be Carroll University versus JWU League Yellow here in our Emergents Yellow. And as you guys can see right there on the board, it is our first seed versus our 8th seed. So plenty of books on the way. We still got Bryant versus Arcadia on the other side of the bracket, Una Purple versus Butler White, Concordia, Wisconsin versus Lees McRae, and all these will be settled by the end of the night. But before any and all of that, of course, I am Zephyr, joining you on the desk as your play-by-play caster and making a debut here alongside K-Factor for the very first time.
Yeah, well, you know, it's going to be a very fun night. We're going to get into some good League of Legends action, best of 3. I don't know. I think we're good to get into some games here.
Yeah, absolutely. K-Factor, we're just going to set it on the board. Maybe not the most informed, but we'll do our best here along just side me alone, but maybe you guys as well, to put the thoughts on the board and give us a little bit more of an exclamation on what we could or might be looking for there. But to paint a picture, maybe start this one off here. I know we've already discussed it, first versus 8th seed, but Carroll University, that's going to be the blue side here for this match. Of course, they have starting selection here. 7-1 during the regular season. An absolute domination. Only lost, I believe, their second week here, and everything else has been an absolute landslide. Notably, when they did go up against JWU League Yellow in the past, they took it 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going off, I don't know, man. I don't know.
If you're going off of it on the wind here, you know what? There's definitely some favoritism towards Carroll, okay?
I'm going to agree with you. Yes. When we get into the game, I promise it's going to be better.
Okay.
I promise.
We're working through it one step at a time. Trust me. I have all the faith in the world in you here, bud. We'll go on. League Yellow. 2-6, 8th seed, just barely cut the close here on the playoffs. Now fighting for their life. They're, of course, on our red side. Either way, we're already hot into that draft here, as we've stated many times in the past. And hopefully Ethan and Mick set up in our first series of the night. It is preseason, baby. We don't have the magical tournament realm on our belt, so we have no choice but to evolve with the meta that is provided here. Either way, standard draft still will be working out. There's a few things in game that might change the flow, but overall, League of Legends is still League of Legends here. Carroll University, they've got some standard picks, I would say. I'm a little bit confused regarding where everyone might end up there, given that we do see kind of a top-heavy favoritism. You might see that Malphite rotate down towards the bottom, maybe kind of play through in that support role, but other than that, looking pretty substandard, especially if Graves finds his way in the jungle, and Warwick being a supreme pick in the jungle now, kind of playing around some of those graphs or the blades around. The unique, I believe it is the I'm dropping the name, but I promise you, we'll discuss it when we get there. On the other side, it's looking like we've got a pretty standard scaling kind of composition that will definitely provide. You've got early game presence through that gym, but the majority cast in Silas Gragas. This is your major team fight. Going to try to split it and divide.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing off the bat here is I'm loving this Yuumi pick on this left side, going with that Malphite and that Warwick. I do. And now I think getting that Yuumi Warwick combination, especially if this Warwick is able to get some kills early and really try to snowball off of that, can be pretty lethal. But as you said, there's a lot of sustain and a lot of high potential picks over on that right side as well. I don't know. I'm leaning a little bit towards that right side just based off of initial draft.
I would have to agree in terms of the draft. What I will tell you, Carroll University, the ones who are on our blue side here, are heavily aggressive. And that's what this comp excels upon, especially playing around that Graves and Warwick in that early game. Jalapeno, Midnight Rook have been a massive key pillar for this team in the past. And to see them try to accelerate their pacing towards a win in those first, 5-10 minutes is no surprise in my books. And if that doesn't come through, you have the ability to work with nabs on this Xayah as it scales up, or if you have to find your way into a team fight, which looks like they're going to be setting up for, that Malphite can be a supreme advantage. Now, on the opposite end, I don't know how I'm feeling too much about the Yuumi. I feel like if there is an accelerated lead, then yeah, maybe your point stands. We'll see that Yuumi just keep these folks alive here, as most of them do like to skirmish kind of right in your face. But in the presence of what is, like you said, a very hard true and blue pick comp that's coming out here from JWU, I don't know if it will last.
We'll see. I have a feeling that, as you said, early aggression. I love aggressive comps in these games. I feel that aggression could be the key factor because early kills, early snowballs, there's a lot of snowball champs on both sides. You have the Silas on the right. You have the Gragas, who kind of is like a late game scaling AP, bruiser kind of comp. Maybe. The Warwick is definitely a snowball champ, and the Malphite is just always consistently useful in team fights with that ultimate as well. I have a feeling early aggression snowball is going to be the name of the game for a couple of these carries.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look down, especially towards the bot lane, especially if we talk about JWU. That Jhin Leona is one of the major picks that can definitely shore up that weakness in the very midst of that early game. That Jin's going to come online a lot faster than the Xayah. We talk about sustain through the Yuumi, may be able to survive longer than we expect. Usually, though, I would put a ticking time bomb kind of in this draft here. JW, they've drafted that cast and that Silas, that Gragas that you've already brought up. It's a lot of AP hefty damage that will only get worse and worse. I don't know how many times I've discussed it, but when you put that cast in the level 16 driver's seat, it doesn't feel like many teams have a lot of good responses towards it, especially with something that can be as weak or picked apart here from the side of Carroll University. That being said, though, this is Carroll University. They've only lost once. They've picked up this win before. They can easily do it once again here. And yeah, their comp is maybe a little bit more risky, preying towards that early game, but we've seen them pull it off. We've seen them route through in those first couple of minutes and find their way into having supreme carries just look like absolute gods here on the Rift. Now, if they don't find it, that's when I start looking at JWU.
Yeah, one thing I'm really liking from the side of JWU is actually this Leona pick. I think the Leona going into what seems to me to be a heavy AD comp over on the side of Carroll University could be a very, very strong pick, especially to get a lot of that early sustain and heavy front line, especially for a comp like Silas and Gragas, who are going to be looking to get that AP damage, especially with that level 16 casted. And as you said, Leona should be very powerful to find those engages and find that early front line and even late game front line as that armor continues to stack. I think it's going to be a very impactful support role there.
Right. I guess if I could kind of put this in as simplest terms as possible, if JWU survives through that early game, they don't bleed out, they manage appropriately. And I don't just want them to just kind of let things go. I need them to at least go even. If they're able to find their way towards kind of an even standing as the game approaches mid to late, they've got a lot of those picks that should shore up the weakness that has stood as a fault towards this comp. Now, I will say 2-6, it doesn't look like the hope is going to be here for JWU. They've got a lot stacked up against them, and it's already an uphill battle. But at the end of the day, this is playoffs, baby. You've worked this hard to get this far, and your back's already up against the wall. This is your last shot.
It is their last shot, and I think they gave themselves a very good opportunity to try and get this series off to a very early early start. They have the late game. They just need to get there, as you said. If they can get to that late game, I'm with you 100%. I think they're going to win it. They just have to avoid giving away those early kills and allowing for the opportunity for those early AD snowballs.
Right. And it kind of shutting down those who might be a prevalent carry. We look towards that Xayah. That's a big one. Even if they get towards the late game and they look strong, I still worry. I still worry about Carroll University having really hefty carry potential in some of those picks. And even still at 25 minutes, if they're finding their first kill, that could be enough to just kind of blow the lid open. That's what we've seen here from Carroll in the past. So it's almost like you're looking for perfection here out of JW, and that's kind of a necessary option. I mean, if we're looking towards going all the way to the finals here, then that's all you've got to give in the Emergents yellow division. Either way, though, I think it's still going to be a spicy start. Game one is all about that pacing, right? You set the tempo here for both squads. If Carroll comes out hot and fast, a huge dominant presence, I don't know how game two is going to look for JW, because as you said, this is kind of their best foot forward. They look really good here in terms of the composition. They've got a solid win condition, a plan to work with, and if they still can't find success in the face of this one, it's not going to feel good.
No, it's not at all. They've given themselves a very good shot. The name of the game here is just survival. Survive. It's just survive. Just survive. You get through the 20-minute mark without any 4-0s, and you might give yourself a pretty decent shot. I have a feeling that the playoffs is normally a time where you start to see these lower seed teams step it up. As you said, a 2-6 record, not necessarily the best showing, but playoff time, that's where some of these teams find their spark to really make anything happen.
All right. Well, if survive is the name of the game here, and we're looking to see if they can hold out, let's put some analogies on the board then. If you had to compare this team to, say, a squad in some battle royale, which one would it be? Which one seems to give them the most faith, the most chance here? Just anything. Yeah, I know. I'm throwing loops out there here, bud.
I have no battle royale. I have no idea. I don't even know.
Okay, what car from Rocket League?
Car from Rocket League.
Is that more your alley?
Yeah. You know what? We'll go.
All right, there you go.
See, now you're speaking my language.
Okay,
now we're getting there.
I found out it's not Latin, it's French.
Yes. Now we're getting there. JWU is the Merc, right?
Okay.
They're the Merc. If take the Merc, the underdog, but a lot of power behind them, going up against what I would pretty much say the Octane of League of Legends. It's a classic Merc versus Octane combo. And for those of you that have no idea what I'm talking about, I don't really either. It's going to be the Merc.
I'm trying to give him some leeway, folks. I'm trying to prey off maybe some potential knowledge in the past there. All you need to know is that Carroll's a monster. Okay, it's a standard. It's a true blue. It is the consistency that has plagued the Emergents yellow circuit here for the entire season. And now they might just be making their way forward to semis. But hey, they've got a whole series to work through first. And that is what we've got for you right here. Game one, of course, Carroll University versus JWU League Yellow. Once again, I am Zephyr, of course, joined by lovely K-Factor.
We're going to get underway here shortly. I know start of the game, it's a little slow, fight for vision, and just peeking each other out. We don't seem to see any level 1 invades, which at my level of League of Legends always tends to be the play. But here, teams might be spreading it out, going for those 5 points at the beginning. No early aggression yet, but it's just getting started.
Right, usually we might see kind of some early contest regarding that vision. We've seen teams kind of take some early pushes here and then trade what is maybe some lookings towards those major buffs or potential pathings. But given that this is kind of the pace setter, the teams have opted to, play it a little bit more slow. Just take the standard 5-point. And to be honest, Carroll University, they're in no rush. They themselves do not want to give away any kind of information that JWU could potentially work with here because that early game is so prevalent. Anything that would stand to favor them in terms of getting early picks off, whether it be on Jalapeno or Midnight Rook, is definitely right up their alley.
I'm interested to see how this early aggression that we alluded to in the beginning is going to play out here in this game. And looking like the red start for the Warwick, pretty standard blue start for the Gragas. So both players should be pathing over towards that top side, heading in towards that 3-minute mark, maybe looking at that top scuttle for the first initial fight. Interested to see how the aggression in the top lane is going to play into that.
Right, and I would say Step on a Lego should have some level of early advantage here towards X Factor. Typically, the Malphite isn't in the best of positions there, but has opted for kind of that standardized poke build. Going to be slinging rocks there to keep Step on a Lego as far back as possible, but hopefully, potentially with a rush or some kind of gank from DeLego on this Gragas, that might be different. Even though we do see the Gragas look towards the bot lane, maybe trying to play around that level 2 on Leona.
I mean, it is a very powerful level 2, and it looks like the bot lane might be stepping straight up into it. Here comes the Gragas, going to find the airborne. That's a nice engage. I don't think they're going to find a kill on that one, though.
Yeah, like I said, no level 2 available. Usually you'd have that supreme combo to work with. Now teleport coming out in response. Galaxy going to cancel that one, but looking like this Gragas, a little bit too rough. They're going to have to pull back. One thing to point out, very nice move here from Carroll University. They spot out the very, very early take here from D to pull down towards the bottom and quickly rotation coming through from Jalapeno, stealing that red, stealing those raptors, going to set and take away anything that he can here from this Gragas to put them in a better position.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge from the work to take advantage of that level 2 gank. And as you said, stealing those camps and forgetting that now in this preseason patch, the Rift Scuttle doesn't really mean much anymore. So maybe not going to see as much focus on that as we used to. But the work doing a great job of executing off of that gank.
Right. Hasn't pulled the trigger, though, I would say. Definitely a bit slower to the ganks. Just looking for that kind of perfect moment. And it might be here in the mid lane. Double flash expended there. Rewind time. He's able to find his way under turret. But hey, you blew flash. And that is the most important aspect to work with there.
Yeah, that flash down on the Kassadin, especially at level 4, that should be an opportunity for Graves to really try and abuse that poke. And should be able to try and continue to develop a lead there and fight back. That is good job so far, forcing that flash, and work doing a great job of maintaining pressure along the map.
Right. We'll see how he might make a return at some point there. We do have Gragas. Found rotation there. It's rewind time here on what is this Kassadin as well. Also kind of pressuring out here. It's around that scuttle that we were just discussing. For now, though, JW leg. They're doing a great job to put pressure down, but Midnight Rook coming in through the mid lane. Nice double back on the knock there to keep them from continuing the force there. Notably, Midnight Rook doesn't have any mana to work with, so there's not really that much kill potential. But Step on a Lego, maybe going a bit too far forward there, forces the flash on Rook. Chains to follow. Deep under bush he goes, but a quick first blood is found. Though Jalapeno and Midnight Rook are looking more than low for the follow-up. Nice Flee the Fear to keep them healthy there, and a teleport now coming from the back end. X Factor looking to step in, maybe find a response. Flash forward, the slow found from the rock keeps this one landing forward, and yes, just barely. Still, Carroll University finds the 2.
Yeah, and honestly, that is really what you couldn't afford to happen in that situation for JWU. That is 2 kills and the first blood on the side of the Graves. Graves now going to try and abuse that early gold lead against that Kassadin and really try and put that Kassadin behind early. But again, Warwick, a wonderful teleport as well from the Malphite to get in behind those last 2 players, and a beautiful execution there for Carroll University.
Absolutely here. So now Carroll University, they've found that kind of level of early aggression we discussed. They put it exactly where we wanted it. We talk about that Warwick, that Graves, the power players that once the mid game rolls around should be able to dominate any single target into these skirmishes. Now sitting up with just a little bit of gold, not only from the kills, but also the level of control that they've exuded into some of these lanes here. Either way, maybe a return to potentially be found from JWU. It's still going to be about 2 minutes out, but the major windows, we talk about level 6, something to play around. Big ultimates like that hijack to turn here, the cask from that Gragas. I mean, these are all game-breaking team fight, power plays that could potentially put them back in a nice spot.
Now, one thing I am really excited to see in this game is the team fights, because as you said, we have some huge team fight ultimates on both sides. They're going to be fun to watch and hard to keep up with, and I can't wait to hear you cast through them.
Okay. Well, you know what? I can't wait to cast through them either here, as hopefully it'll be as explosive as we want. I don't want to put it out there just yet, but they may be quick over said and done, and once Carroll University kind of gets rolling here, they've got a lot of burst potential, okay? We didn't really discuss it, but the fact of the matter is their single target pick, it really won't give me an opportunity to cast at all. We'll show up, and they'll already be done.
I guess that's true. It's a lot of heavy AD and a lot of quick burst. a lot of quick bursts. So we might see players get instantly deleted, and that team fight might not last as long as I think it will, but still going to be exciting to watch.
Absolutely. For now, though, kind of looking to see if we might see returns here from JWU. You've got Delgo here on that Gravitas trying to find rotation to the top side. Obviously, the Ward's in prime position to make sure that he actually can't work his way in, as well as the Waves constantly frozen, put in a nice spot that doesn't put Carol at any disadvantage here. Either way, Midnight Rook being one of those that is not in the best of positions. Knock up to follow. Jalapeno's there on the back end. Rewind time's taken super low. Look at how much damage here Carol is able to expend. And I'll tell you what, Braves in the early game, that's the problem you've got to worry about.
That was just so much damage output coming from that Graves in that 2 versus 1. Health bar actually deleted there for the Castlin and Graves, both of which were full health almost, engaging so close to that red turret as well. I mean, that Graves 2-0 now, has a bounty but 20 CS up, already serrated Durkin backing for more. That is going to be a very, very lethal champion.
Yeah, absolutely there. And that's kind of the issue with the composition from JWU. We talk about survive. Because at the end of the day, even with really nice ganks to be able to perform there, I'll tell you, I mean, Delago, perfect. Found his way in there, got the back end, nice knock up to follow, but the damage, it's just not quite there yet. The mid game definitely looks a lot better here for JWU, but the problem is if they continue to feed these kills out, there won't be a mid game. They'll get to that point and the force that is Carol will just be too much to put up.
Yeah, something's got to change here. They got to find a play, and maybe it's going to be the Drakes, but the first Drake already over towards Carol. The win con is slowly shrinking, but still existent.
It's still there.
It really depends on how much impact this Graves is going to have, because soon, already level 7, approaching that level 8 to level 9 mark is where you really might start to see that mid laner start to roam around and try and find kills around the map.
We're still waiting on some of the major windows. You don't even have Solar Flare up yet here from this Leona, which is much to say that the XP has been dramatically stunted for the JWU side several times, most notably, of course, in that bot lane. But hopefully, they'll be able to find that one out and maybe make the plays that they want. For now, it's Jalapeno looking for gank towards the bottom side. Gets the roots that they need here. Finds double. More damage to follow. And doesn't even take the kill. It's unnecessary. Just hand that one over to Nabs. You want to make sure that Xayah is in a great spot for later.
Yeah, and you're getting double sums out there on the bot lane. The heal from the Jhin and the flash from the Leona. So a really good investment into that fight, finding that kill. And as you said, no summoners even needed to be used there for the Carroll University squad. That was just kind of some free gold and a free kill up on the board. And if they continue to do that, they're putting themselves in a really solid spot.
Right, and it's scary that it's on to that Xayah, right? We talk about, you know, they've got early win con through the Graves, through the Warwick, but that does inevitably fall off once mid-game definitely suffices. Then you do have scaling potential here from JWU. It's not going to look as strong. Put it on the Xayah, completely different problem. You get towards that mid to late game, and it is a disgusting amount of pressure that you have to step into time and time again. And the fact of the matter is you don't have a lot of room to work with to secure those engages. Either way, exhaust for exhaust. There's that Featherstorm. That's what makes the peel so strong here on Xayah. Secures that kill on the Galaxy Gun. Now turn this one around. Spiffy Koala gonna be able to walk out under turret there, but you're already finding kills where you don't need them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great engage, excluding the fact that it was against Xayah, and now we see the Graves being engaged down here deep in the jungle, and it's not going to be a kill.
Wow.
The damage is just too much.
That is insane. That is such an aggressive play there from Midnight Rook, and they can't do anything. He is far under turret, past almost into tier 2 range. Gragas swings in, and half a second flat. The dude's half health, can't follow up on Midnight Rook. He doesn't have collateral damage, but it doesn't even matter. I don't even think he needs it.
No, he definitely doesn't. And this could be dangerous here now for this Gragas. Warwick is in, finds the flea, getting some early damage, but will be able to get out of there. The ultimate. Ooh.
Bit of a miss. No infinite Durus, but unnecessary. Jalapeno's still going to find it.
Yeah, I mean, at every point on the map so far, it's just Carroll University winning. Just period, end of story. They're doing everything right. They've got 6 kills on Xayah, Graves, and Warwick, arguably the snowball champions of the team. They've done exactly what they needed to do. They're developing CS leads, and right now it seems like all Carroll.
Yeah, at this point, it definitely looks dicey for JWU, and we talked about it. Can't burn out early, or it doesn't seem like there's going to be much hope, even in the face of a comp that did look relatively good. And I mean, it's got early progression, mid-scaling, late game through that Kassadin, but it means nothing in the face of dropping 6 pre-12, 11 minutes, right? For now, Dragon, next big objective here to look at. This is where we could potentially see JWU group find a bit more progress in terms of the 5-man. What I'm worried about, though, is they're not the stronger side right now. Usually the team fight might look a little bit better for them, but in terms of those singular picks, Midnight Rook just alone is able to secure those ones out.
Yeah, I'm seeing a very large gap when it comes to damage. I don't see a world in which JWU should even be able to get close to this Drake.
They're going to try.
The second one. They're going to try, but Midnight Rook there with the teleport. Oh. This should be a kill instantly off the bat on this Gragas. There's no flash, and the kill will come through, but the Yuumi is going to take it with the Q. But another kill secured. That should be the dragon in the back.
Yeah. Now jungler's down there. It feels bad. The cask didn't even find a level of exchange here. Couldn't push a single person back. Now they work their way there onto that Chemtech drink. Going to secure that one out. And we'll get a taste seeing what is going to be our soul for the game. Curtain Call expended down as the Hextech graces the map. Looking like potential follow-up here towards the bottom side as that Warwick's going to expend a little bit of that Bloodseeker. No kills. JW playing a bit more safe. For now, though, we can discuss it just for a moment's notice. I know everyone's already heard plenty enough about preseason, but Hextech, that's the big portals that come out to play here.
Yeah, and I love the potential plays in this game that come from those Hextech gates. I've had a little bit of experience with them, and to no success, but these players are much better than me, and I think we are going to find a lot more successful engages, especially on the side of this heavy AD damage on the Carroll University side. That allows for so many flank opportunities.
They're already using it. You see Jalapeno Midnight Rook follow up. Under turret they go. Infinite Durus down. Gets the stun on that Jhin. Under turret. A nice Solar Flare is going to stun, but it won't prevent the kill from coming through. Juggle to switch. Find its way on to Rook there. And Spiffy Koala, too tanky to secure that one out, but the one is found there. It's rewind time. He's potentially on the side, but I would say the job is done. Spiffy Koala could look for Zenith Blade, but he's already given himself away.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about this game so far. It's just been perfect execution. You have 3 kills on the Xayah. You've pretty much secured that Xayah late game viability. I mean, they're going to be doing damage late game now. There's no doubt about that. Already a Kraken Slayer, a Sheen, and the Berserker's Greaves finished on that Xayah, who's 30 CS up. They've just been doing everything perfectly and getting the kills on the right players.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see late game. We've discussed it plenty enough times here, but Carroll, with the pace that they're providing, potentially not really something to find. I will say, bounties are officially up here. Thankfully, of course, JWU needs it more than now than ever, but we look at towards those tier 1s. The objectives, no level of control has been put forward here. If they're able to step up, maybe find some semblance, they could put a little bit gold back in their pockets, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough to wrap this one back around. Ooh, Rook. Looking for it over the wall. Jalapeno once again out through that portal.
I really like to see them utilizing that early. Yeah. One thing I want to say is that just looking, yes, objective bounties are up, but there's not even damage on those tier 1s in any lane. It's just not even close.
They haven't had a choice.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had an opportunity to get up because at every point they go to aggress, they're immediately ganked, whether it be through Rook or through the Warwick on Jalapeno. It's just immediately shut down, and more tier 1's going to fall here in favor of Carroll University, who continue to expand this lead now upwards of 7K.
I will say, I do like the objective bounties, especially in coordinated team play. It gives the opportunity back at least towards the losing side, but more importantly, I like how it kind of lights a fire, under Carroll University's. They have to get it done, because if they don't, there is a lot of standing gold that is potentially available for JWU to assume, and I'll be honest, no one's perfect. Eventually, those tier 1s will fall, and those gold bounties will be awarded, especially as the game goes later and later and later here. And later is the name of the win condition that JWU need to win. For now, though, Carroll University doing a great job. They continue to stem out even more engages. They've taken complete control here of this red side.
Yeah, I mean, this is complete domination. 4 players, all 5 actually asserting dominance here in this red side jungle, and they're just creating vision, getting a lot of control as this Rift Herald is going to pop up, should be the next major objective, and is definitely going to help to continue to expand this lead and shut down one of those objective bounties that were available to JWU.
Right. keep them from pushing that wave out, preventing them from finding some footing back into this one. Where they're going to kind of run that one down, I would hope maybe towards the top lane. It is one of the last standing tier 1s, or if they're able to group up once again, play around the 1 minute timer that's coming out on that Drake. You throw that baby down in the mid lane, you have to force JWU to respond to that one. They can't just let the Rift Herald slide. They've got to them at least one player that direction, which should give them that advantage. For now, though, dive under turret, the force to be found, the root under, as well as 4 members will secure that kill. X Factor doing a great job to start that one off, and as well as tank that turret. Either way, the kill, of course, found here onto that Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, now 4-0, continuing to soak up these waves as well. That Xayah is just going to be all around the map, pumping damage at rates I rarely see. And, I mean, something that's already scary for me is that this Sylas, one of what should be one of the hyper carries on this JWU side, has been completely shut down in this game and already doesn't do damage to the Malphite. So, that's worrying.
You would expect Magic Burst to be kind of some semblance of control against the Mal, but he, of course, has been itemizing towards with the first pickup being those boots. But even past that, you should still find some semblance of burst, not even just past that Sylas, but everyone. The Lago, it's rewind time. Everyone's been put in such a bad position. Now, I talked about using that Rift earlier to kind of maybe lay down some level of pressure here to, work, towards a successful Dragons. They don't have to. JWU's not even stepping up to play any contest against it. So that is now 3 Drakes on the board, a soul point to behold here that might spell a Hextech Soul in just another 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I do think we're going to get a tier 1 out of the top lane for JWU.
Yeah.
A little sign of life, a little bonus gold in the pocket, but it is 4 players and a Rift Herald down here in the bot lane. This bot lane's not going to live for much longer. This is just a perfect job so far from Carroll University. They're shutting it down.
There's that gold. Secura going to bump them up another 1,000 here, but the response, 2 turrets found, a dragon as well. More kills to follow there. Unable to get that final chapter down, but Delago now the one to be on the hunt, flying back there. The Warwick putting the pressure down. Nice unstoppable, forcing the collateral damage to take down 2. Galaxy Gun forced to flash that one out. Able to find root back as that solar flare does come down to prevent Midnight Rook in his tracks. Either way, with 2 members down and Inhib as well, Carroll, they're easily the victors of this fight.
Yeah, they're the victors of this fight, and I don't want to go out on too much of a limb here, but I'm going to say they're pretty much going to be the victors of this game in the next impending probably 5 minutes. I don't give it much more than the 25-minute mark because there is not a single kill on the side of JWU. There's 5 kills on the Xayah, 2 on the Warwick, 2 on the Graves, 1 on both the Malphite and the Yuumi. It's just absolute perfection, and this is exactly what Carroll needed to do. They needed to snowball, they needed to find the early lead, and they've done it to the utmost extent.
And you know what I like about this? I know it's 8th versus 1st seed, and expectations are already low coming into this one here, but most explicitly is the fact that if you are 1st seed, this should be your statement game, right? You have earned your position by taking 1st seed. It should be a little bit more of an easy ride, of course, since there is no confirmed further seeding into, say, something like semifinals. That's not to play anything against JWU. They have been trying to perform their best, but the showing that was to be expected has come through. Carroll University, an absolute domination here. And I don't know if I'm going to say it strikes fear into any other teams, as this is that level that we were looking for, but definitely doesn't bode well. For now, though, initial kill, Galaxy Gun down, 4v5. They're going to walk this one out. They still have the Baron buff to play around. This is one last team fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they might end it here on this push. Already low health over on that Kassadin, as the Graves is forcing that Leona and Kassadin to back up a bit with the support of the Yuumi. Gonna keep that sustain on the Graves pretty nice, and the wave's getting cleared. This is gonna be a kill up in the top side as well. This is just a pretty solid game as they just look to close this one out ever so slowly.
Yep, just kind of choke the reins here out in base. Solar Flare down there. Midnight Rook is caught out by that Xenoblade, but the final chapter comes back in response. They're able to secure the one and done there on Spiffy Koala as Nab steps up. Featherstorm down, Galaxy out. A big Infinite Durst hijack utilized there, but still a triple kill. Quadra to behold from Nabs in the face of utter domination here, and maybe even one more kill as they step their way under Fountain. Carroll University easily take away game 1.
Yeah, I mean, solid performance, exactly what they needed to do, and an almost perfect game, giving up one tier 1 in the top lane, but giving no deaths, not a single kill to JWU. That was just absolute perfection. Exactly what you said they needed to do, and that was pretty textbook.
Yeah, I mean, there is not a lot of a realm here to discuss if there was anything that went wrong for Carol. It is perfection. It is the rule book, the guide. You know, you walk into the I look for dummies section, and this is what they give you as an example. This is how you win League for Dummies, right? Either way, I'm not saying that JWU, though, is a dummy. They themselves have some very simple issues that they need to fix. One thing that I did think worked out well for them, one of the few lanes that they didn't stem any bleeding towards was that mid. The Caston was able to survive for quite an extended period of time and kind of keep the management more than even there. Wasn't as successful as the Graves, but at least you have that one running on your belt. But everyone else, way too much deaths, slow pacing, reactive play. I mean, these are some major crux that came back to bite them very quickly in that game 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only negative thing I can point out from Carroll University, and probably because I was watching too hard, is that Warwick missed 3 ults. That was it.
Wow.
He's still pumping out damage, but he missed 3 ults. That's all I got to say. As for what you said about JWU, I mean, something's got to change. The Caston was the only person that didn't lose the lane instantly. So,
yeah.
Carroll, great job. JWU can make the adjustments. I want to see them make the adjustments and make this an exciting series.
Yeah, absolutely. Potentially taking us to game 3 would be a blast, but I don't know. Their backs are already against the wall. If it was that in game 1, now they might be just inside it, losing their footing, potentially falling towards the ground here. That, though, will be left up towards our game 2, which we here on the desk will be taking a break to make our way towards. Stick around and stay tuned for what could potentially be the last one of this series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. And we didn't keep you waiting long here because there's plenty of action just waiting to behold here. Now, of course, if you're just joining us, we're still bringing you here the university game between Carroll versus JWU in our Emergents Yellow, first versus 8th seed of our quarterfinals here. And let me tell you, that first game, well, maybe one to expect. It was quite the wash. Carroll University, their first seed here, was an absolute destructive force that completely dominated. And as K Factor was saying, an almost an ultimately perfect game here.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much a textbook 1 seed versus 8 seed game. They pretty much dominated every aspect of that game. Jungle, lane pressure, CS, causing the early snowballs. That was perfect from Carroll University. JWU, find a way to bounce back. Do something. I don't know what that something is, but do it.
You know, in moments like these, this is where I kind of see teams maybe play towards their comfort more than anything, things that have garnered them success in moments where it is, go time or, that back against the wall. This is all we've got to work with. At this point, we've got to pull everything out of the field, any card, any ace up our sleeves. This is where it has to be whole because there's nothing left here. This is their last potential game of the season.
Yeah, you know what? I want to see a Teemo. I don't know why.
You know what? I actually might agree with you there because I actually think he's disgustingly strong right now. So go ahead.
Ridiculously strong, especially with all the what is it? The AP burn, the demonic embrace, Leandries, all those kinds of items. Seeing the buffs that they found, the Teemo with that AP damage on the poison and the shrooms has been a lethal pick. But we do see that Warwick come off the board, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, taking that one away from Jalapeno, I think it was strong. Caveat to your point about missing 3 ultimates, it still got in there. It still dealt the damage that was necessary to find those early kills, and it's still, as it stands right now, is a really strong pick in that early game. It doesn't have the extended safety in terms of controlling vision or playing around objectives, but if you're able to find a major lead in the early game, it doesn't matter here. What I do find interesting, standard start for those top laner picks, Camille versus Ornn. We've seen that time and time again. But Delgo on the Shaco, that is not a consistency.
Oh, Shaco, Nocturne, Vigar. I love those 3 picks. Those are exciting picks. And a Malzahar. You know what? I love this. We've got the master of the point-and-click ultimates in the mid lanes. This is going to be exciting to watch. I love that Ornn pick as well, by the way. Huge teamfight potential and huge sustain coming out into that top lane against the Camille. Shaco, I want to see how that's going to play into effect because that is an annoying champion.
Right, and it raises more questions than answers here for looking for potential wins out of JWU. Delgo on the Gragas was slow. Most notably got taken advantage of heavily in that early game by Jalapeno. We saw that early rotation towards the bot side and how much it came to crumble in the face of his later foundation there. The Shaco, it's even more difficult. We talk about single pick, assassin, heavy priority towards these targets. He's got to be there. He's got to be fast footed or else that Shaco is going to come up blind in the face of any kind of win condition.
Yeah, for sure. And then 2 bans coming off the board that I recognize again here at the very end. That Malphite being taken off. I always think Malphite is a solid ban. It's just that ultimate is free team fight engage, free damage, free everything.
Free everything, yeah. So, just about anything.
Oh my gosh, I love these picks. Swain and Jinx, this is an exciting game, and I am a fan of Yuumi, so go ahead. Why not throw that on there too? I don't know how it plays into effect in this game, especially going to be strong with that Nocturne for sure. And the Leona coming out as well leads me to wonder, do we have a Swain Leona bot lane?
Oh, absolutely. These picks are in order, baby. We knew it was Swain from the get-go. That is a Swain APC in your bot lane there. And it's tough, okay? In terms of playing into, say, something like that Jinx, you have a very small window where you will find success because Jinx right now will scale. Will become annoying right with those buffs. We talk about lethal tempo. You were bringing it up to me before the game. Guess who takes advantage of that more than well enough? That Jinx. That'll come through mid to late game or the early if you just talk about those skirmishes as a whole. It is just so much presence, so much damage that I don't know if Swain is going to be able to play or boot against that.
Yeah, it's scary. And I got to be honest, the way lethal tempo works on Jinx makes it seem like it is a bug. Because It is so much attack, so much range, and especially going off of her passive as well. It is disgusting to watch. It's hard to keep up with. It is obscene DPS. I can't wait to actually see it in action because I haven't gotten an opportunity to see how violent it is yet on cast. This is going to be a great game. This is a lot of heavy carry potential on both sides, but I actually have to favor the Carroll University draft here.
Yeah, this time around, I'm definitely looking more towards Carroll here, and that definitely does not bode well. We talked about how the draft was looking better for JW, and this was their one shot. Well, if they're going for heavy pick potential, which is definitely what it looks to be, then they've got to play around it. And the problem with that is it is such a crutch of a win condition if you do not find success in the early game. Yeah, Mal's kind of becomes disgusting if you get to the late game team fights with that nether grasp, and yeah, there's heavy presence on some of these picks if they get the dive in that early game. But in response, there's safety. There is so much safety from the opposings here on Carroll. Jinx, more than likely not going to have too much of an advantage if they play that lane well, and then Yuumi will always be there to secure. The cage from Midnight Rook on this Vigar will prevent you from ever finding what you want in terms of that mid lane. Nocturne, of course, being heavy engage, of course, has the fear to work with, and the Orin of having that Call of the Forge God. Looked like we had a little bit of bug there. Hopefully it's fixed out now, but we'll keep this one running underway.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm really scared about here on the side of JWU is going to be these Nocturne engages. These R's combined with said Ornn ultimate or said Yuumi ultimate, or even a Vigar cage. It's just going to be violent engage off of these pretty much what should be guaranteed CC if the ultimates are hit. It can be some really nice combos, and especially late game if that Nocturne finds a lot of gold and finds a lot of kills early on, that Yuumi attached to that Nocturne only continues to continue that snowball on that Nocturne pick.
Right. I will say, I at least like the fact that JWU kind of wants to play the same way together. They all want to go in, right? That Malzahar's looking for that lockdown, that Swain wants to run you down with the Demonic Ascension. Shaco's looking for flank. Camille for the heavy frontal engage, with Leona doing the same as well. They're going in. They're going to get in your face. And hopefully, if they actually find the potential to group up as 5, we'll get to see that shine. But that's something that I quite literally never got to see in Game 1. I don't think we ever saw the 5-man group come out of JWU, and that's got to change. Screw every other point I've made. That's something that's heavily got to change.
Yeah, there really was no team fight in that first game. Now that you say that, I don't recollect a single team fight coming out in that Game 1. Not that probably because they didn't even have the opportunity to do it. In this game, that is a heavy team fight comp. The only thing that worries me a little bit, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Something that I see on the Carroll University side is a lot of DPS from the Nocturne auto attacks, from the Jinx auto attacks. I see burst on the side of JWU, and after that initial burst, the DPS on the auto attacks from some of those champions is just non-existent, which scares me a little bit.
Right. I think the burst will hold presence. If anything is to go off from Carroll, if you find early game, the burst is enough. The burst will get the job done. The problem is when that burst doesn't get the job done, your windows are down, your cooldowns are now running, and when those are the problems you have to play face against, then you lose. Because as you've set up wonderfully, Carroll has sustained DPS, not just, of course, in that Jinx, but plenty across the board as well as that Nocturne. Vigar is something on his own little planet over there, and we'll worry about that when it becomes a problem. But just those two alone goes to show that extended fights are something that JWU do not want to take. They need to get in there, get the picks that they want quick, or else it is going to run awry.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder if maybe they're going to be trying to focus on a team fight kind of approach to this game, or if they're going to be trying to find picks on Stranglers, because those picks might be their early game plan to try and develop their team fight in the late game, because they need to find a way to amp up that burst so that they can find those early kills.
100%. You absolutely need to find early game presence, or there's nothing. There is nothing for JW. They are on the opposite end of the fence that we saw from Carroll last game. They themselves played it perfectly. They found the early aggression that they needed. They put it exactly where they wanted on that Warwick and Graves, and then later on the Xayah, right? That was the win con, and they played it to a T. JW, now they have to do the same. Shaco needs to become a hefty presence. That Camille needs to be your heavy engage tool, and then your sustained damage through your 2 major carries, mid and bot, has to come online, maybe not immediately, but once you get to that mid game, you need that Mouse, you need that Swain to be daunting placements in these team fights. If that doesn't come through and you drop the ball in the first 5 to 10, like we saw in game one, your win condition is even more dead than it was last time. At least last time, you had scaling potential. You had that cast in to potentially rely on in late game. You don't quite have that same level here this time around.
No, definitely not. I have a feeling, a feeling down in my gut, that this bot lane is going to be the impact here for JWU, because there is some serious lockdown potential with that Swain CC combined with the Leona. You got 3 seconds of stun there, or 3 seconds of root, whatever it may be, on top of a Leona R. That is enough time to burst someone down and maybe even find the Yuumi as well. If they're able to take advantage of that with some jungling ganks, we could see a lot of kills on that Swain, and that is a very lethal champion.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. Delgo found his way towards that bot side early, tried to play around it. If there was maybe the XP advantage that they needed, got them to that level 2, we could have potentially saw a very different start. And hopefully they've learned that lesson. Maybe they're going to play around the exact same thing this time around and come up way more successful. We talk about that double lockdown. Maybe that's the name of the game that will put them in their favor here. I will say this. Yuumi, while it doesn't hold a lot of presence in keeping that wave in any kind of position or anything, is fantastic sustain. It is enough sustain to potentially play against something like that here. So there's ebbs and flows to both sides of these stories here, but I think the picture has been painted. You've got early, the late, you got team fight for pick composition. I mean, it is spelled out. It is laid here. This is the potential final resting ground now.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time before we get into that action. We are just waiting on an impending pause before we get into game number 2. But, I mean, as you said, we've pretty much laid it out. We have what both teams need to do and what both teams need not do.
Shall I pull this back to Rocket League now? Maybe play with some more analogy?
We could.
Okay. You know what? Why not? You just got to keep it fun for not only the audience, but myself here on desk as well. If you had to paint a picture in terms of score line here, if there is the magic score that we're coming into its final minute down, what does that score look like? Where does Carroll stand on the board versus JWU right now?
Right now, there's 1 minute left, and it is 5-2 in favor of Carroll. I mean, this game is in the books. The casters aren't even paying attention really anymore. They're just talking about how good Carroll did. However, Rocket League being the game that it is,
you got those early tip-offs, baby?
Yeah, all of a sudden, they find a goal with 45 seconds left. Wait a minute. Carroll missed a kickoff. It's 5-4, and now they tie it up and they win an OT, maybe? Storyline? I don't know.
OT's game 3, baby, because right now where it stands, I don't know. Last minute on the board, if we're talking about Rocket League, they've got to pull off quite a bit here. Either way, JWU, I have my faith. I, of course, want to see this one go to a game 3. Game was exciting in its own right, of course, when played from the perspective of Carroll's dominance. But hey, maybe we can see the shoe on the other foot. A little bit of taste of their own medicine this time around. I have my personal begging kind of coming through.
I mean, one thing I just want to, I really want to see, just the inner bronze in me is screaming right now. I want to see a level 1 gank. I just want to see it. And the only reason I say that, start Swain E, Leona stun. You have a lot of CC early on this team. You can lock down a champion and find a first blood to get 400 gold on one of your carries early on and help them in that early game. I want to see a level 1 gank. I think it could be a viable decision here.
Yeah, we talked about level 1 and its potential. You know, the early game, or my apologies, in game 1, the reason why we didn't see it was potentially because Carroll did not want their footing, you know, their early progression where they were going to throw jalapeno on that Warwick to be found out, right? And when you kind of go for those early level 1s, you give yourself away in the fact that more than likely the opposing team should step up in those scenarios and secure the vision and response, right? Because once they do, you don't have that much of an impact in terms of early progression. This time around, the sides have flipped, win conditions has flipped. Carroll University has more access for that level 1. Now, they really only have the cage to work with in terms of setup. There isn't a lot of early CC to sustain in terms of locking down a pick for the beginning of that game, but it is definitely potential. And even if they're not looking for a pick, they want that early information this time around. They know early game is the name for JWU, and if they're able to play around a substantial kind of lead like that in the first 30 seconds to get that vision out there, great. You don't even need the kill. You've already secured what you wanted.
Yeah, let's go out on a limb here. Let me get a little adventurous, a little into the realm of not reality.
This is La La now.
Yes, we're going into fantasy land.
Here.
We're going into fantasy land.
Candyland.
Jinx start traps.
No, no chompers.
No,
You're wasting my time.
I'm playing. What if though?
Yes, what if though is definitely potential here, but I would love to see the standard start the switcheroo play through, pow pow, of course, whatever. You know what? If you want to throw that one out there, why not? This time around, I want to see Camille come bot lane, start a Hextech ultimatum. Why not? Just screw the game over. Yeah, get her to level 6 right off the board. Yeah, lockdown potential, maybe no, but standard start for Kale should work either way. Even if they don't go for the early level one, we're looking for entertainment. We're looking for excitement on our end. That's why we try to play around with it, but we could still see standard 5-point, man. They could just say, screw it. They don't want to take any risks.
We're going to see 5-point. That is what we're going to... I have a feeling both of these teams after, especially Carroll, they have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. And JWU has everything to lose. So on both polar opposite sides of that spectrum, I think they're going to play the safe early game.
Just to confirm, we are still kind of working our way through that pause delay, kind of just making our steps there. We should be in a moment's notice once that does finally come through here. And that's why you might see us floundering, riffing here on desk to the best of our abilities as we try to come up with many of the potential ways to potentially entertain you here. But hey, there's other games going on right now. I'd love to know if those brackets were finishing out and on the results. And I actually might take 2 seconds to check that one out. I do have access to see if we've got those score reports out there. So on today, November 19th here, we can talk about these right now. Just potentially update everyone. This is something to discuss. Holy Cross versus Howard, Chance CC. It is a 0-2 there in favor, I believe, of Howard. We talk about Adrian College versus against Hood College. Hood College is out. Adrian College coming up 2-0. These are some lovely quarterfinal results. You guys, of course, got the opportunity to see Lowlanders take a 2-1 against Miss Concordia Cougars. We had ESU-A win 2-0 against ESU-B. That's got to feel bad. Sister team v sister team there. And, of course, A takes that one away. And I think with my synopsis done here from my news report of the NECC, I think we are finally making our way into Game 1.
Game 2.
We are finally making our way into Game 2. I promise I can count, ladies and gentlemen. I am a play-by-play caster. Oh, and I'll take this time to plug my account right below me and say if you want to support me as ZephyrCast at any time, go ahead and throw that follow out my direction.
And I'll take this time to also shout out ZephyrCast, right? Oh, I pointed the wrong way. We're over there somewhere. It's over there. You know what? Just go check out that guy. Here we go. Game 2.
All right. On the way. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's not our best potential to riff and raff for that long, but we do our best, and the players themselves, are hopefully going to do a whole lot better to provide that level of entertainment. For now, though, Carroll University 1-up. JWU, of course, backs against the walls. Their last potential chance to take this one away and push us to that overtime we were discussing. For now, though, I'm still Zephyr, of course, alongside K-Factor.
And we got what we didn't want, but what we expected, the 5-point start. But
yeah, it happens.
It happens. Boring. It's okay. We're going to get action later in the game. I am prepared. I think we're going to get a lot of fighting in this game. This is going to be heavy engaged from both sides. In my opinion, I think starting off slow here is an excusable offense for what's to follow.
Yeah, I think slow is definitely not the name of the game, especially for JWU. So hopefully we see maybe not a perfect game this time around for Carroll. There should hopefully be at least one kill on the board there. But you know what? I'll throw a bet your way. How many kills? What do you think the kill score is going to be at 10 minutes here?
At 10 minutes, I have JWU leading 3-1.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
10 minutes, I'll take it 4-0 here for Carroll University. I'll play the other end. Even though this is an assassin early game comp for JW, I'll sit it down at 4-0 for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I just like to go out on a limb and root for the underdog.
Okay.
It is what it is. I actually sincerely believe JWU can do it if they play it right. They just have to play it right. Because in last game, they didn't really show signs of playing anything right, but this time I think they can make the adjustments.
Oh, we'll hopefully see. Early jungle starts looking almost identical to last game, even though the sides have switched up here, both rotating up towards that top side, opting for full clears. Notably, both we talk about Del Lago or in Jalapeno on these assassins. More notably, the Nocturne plays around that big window of 6, but also could look towards Del Lago playing around that one as well for potential impact. Either way, top lane definitely plays towards the favor of Step on a Lego here on this Camille for this early game, right? You can definitely take advantage of that Orin before he gets too tanky. So hopefully we see rotation up there.
Yeah, look at that ward from Camille. I love that ward. Getting that deep on the blue buff for the Nocturne, taking the time to step out of your lane and losing some XP, but investing in the vision. They're going to know that Nocturne's on this, and we'll see if that provides any sort of advantage for this JWU side.
Oh, for now there. Nice double root back there, pulled from Galaxy Gun. Gonna get a bit of the flow. And, doesn't quite land that Zenith Blade. Something to note up towards that top side there. Del Lago, I don't believe we got the opportunity to catch it. Might have been able to steal that buff away there, taking advantage of the early placement of vision there from Stefan Alengo, even though, yeah, he stole blue buff, turns this one around. Ignite found onto Jalapeno, and even though he doesn't go down, he's forced to back.
That's huge, and that is taking advantage of that investment from Camille. Now you've made losing some of that XP worth it. Now Shaco just needs to try and take advantage to expand this lead. He's forced to back on the Nocturne. He's going to get a bit of a lead there in the tempo in the jungle, securing that top side scuttle. This is going to be a very nice opportunity for JW to find something early.
All right, find a ray towards that top side. We talked about it earlier. This is where that Camille definitely shines. The clap is down, but no knock up to follow. Del Lago is there. The flash is already out. The hook shot in deep. Finds a stun as the Ignite now going to secure the first blood here right into the hands of that Camille.
Yeah, and that is kill number 1 of 3 for JWU in this first 10 minutes. We're slowly working our way towards it. Leona's got to start hitting those swords, though, because that first one, a little bit ugly, got to admit. But Koala's going to bounce back here, going to find something nice. Nocturne over towards its bot side, trading out the skulls. Looks like we might have something here in the mid lane. That's a beautiful damage over towards that Vigar, forcing out the flash as well. That is huge. And that is just more lead piling up here for this JWU squad as they look to engage over towards this Nocturne.
Yeah, Delgo, my apologies, able to find his way deep there on this Shaco time and time again, now blowing what is 3 flashes on the board here from Carroll University. Gonna have to pull back, go a bit more towards his clear, kind of make sure he keeps up the pace in terms of this Nocturne. But hey, he's already found major success in a majority of these lanes, which kind of questions why he was even on the Gragas in the first place, because this Shaco is looking schnasty.
Yeah, I mean, I questioned the Gragas pick in the beginning because I just don't remember the last time Gragas was viable under any circumstance. But it is what it is. It is what it is, but he's making it up for it here in Shaco. He's making it up for it. He's doing a great job, and now we might see something over here towards the bot lane, but the wave just kind of froze out here right outside the spook turret.
Well, for now, I don't think Carroll University will see much action from them, especially since they got to play around what is that paranoia on this Nocturne, and until he hits that 6, it is nothing exciting to behold. That's why we do look towards Delga, though. And he pulled some great flashes out of that top mid side. He needs to make returns. He needs to find his way back up there. I know he found the 1 kill into the hands of Camille, but putting, say, someone like that Malzahar in a good place would be fantastic. And if he wants to work his way towards the bot side, there's only the 1 flash remaining. It's only on Nabs.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential. A lot of potential. This dragon up, but Shaco over towards the top side. Looks like Nocturne's going to follow in that pathing. Still interested to see. I mean, as you said, Nocturne, pretty resident sleeper till level 6.
Yep.
That just is how the champion is, but as soon as level 6 hits, it is, bang, immediately something aggressive coming out. It's go time for the rest of the game. It's going to be exciting to see. They just got to get to that point.
Well, for now, clear is out here for Delgo. Should be finding his way into one of these lanes. The stake doesn't look too good for the top side, as this Camille is definitely far than pushing an X Factor. Playing weak side, going to keep this lane frozen. If he wants to find his way onto Midnight Rook, though, Rewind's doing a good job of keeping this lane frozen, and I think he might be reading his mind as he looks to rotate.
And this Shaco looking for some early aggression here over towards this mid lane as trades continue to come out here and the top. And what I like to see there is the Camille bouncing back and now having that CS lead after going down early in that lane for that vision and capitalizing and executing off of that play from the Shaco and finding that kill as well, immediately bouncing back. That is, I just can't describe how much of a huge play that is in my mind to get that Camille on top in this lane.
Yeah, hey, JWU, the top side of the map has been absolutely fantastic here. But it is a ticking time bomb, right? We talk about the early game. We need more of a presence. You know, for the side of Carol, when they themselves were on that Graves Warwick, they were picking up 2-4 kills here in those first 10 minutes of the game. That's what we need out of JWU, because Jinx, Vigar, Orin items, when those come online, I mean, this team has it all in the bag, and if you don't prevent them from going even, then it might just be over.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very dangerous. You just have to hope, if you're JWU, that you're able to build a strong enough lead to kind of balance out the spike that's going to come from those Ornn items and that late Ornn impact in this game. So far, I don't think one kill is enough. It's definitely not enough. There needs to be some more, and they need to find it soon, as level 6s are impending on most of the champions here. Already in mid, top, and jungle, but now coming for the bot lane as well.
Well, 1-6 that is already out that could be making its impact. Stevan Alego there with that Hextech ultimatum. Tries to find rotation towards the mid, but quickly is spotted out there. Instead, it's Paranoia into the bot lane, straight on to the Swain here. Exhaust going to be pulled down, but a nice Chomper's root as Galaxy goes down. Might be able to find two. Delgo in response. Double teleports coming through. Spiffy goes down. Double found on the Jinx. Nabs kiting this one out to pick up 3. Keeps this one going. Is Stepan Alego going to throw down that Hextech ultimatum. Flashes back here. Keeps the autos for a Quadra in the early game.
GG no re.
And there's those 4 kills I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, a salute to you, I guess. Holy.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, that was just played perfectly. What are you supposed to do in that situation? I mean,
that is disgusting.
It was gross. It was gross. It was vile. I mean, Jinx has 4 kills now, a 400 gold shutdown. Kraken Slayer completed.
Kraken Slayer.
I mean, we're only on the 9-minute mark, and that is a full Kraken Slayer against the Swain, who has a lost chapter in boots. The bot lane is over. It's over. What are you supposed to do now for the rest of this game? You cannot fight.
I was worried about scaling potential for Carol. They're past it. Scaling potential came through. Yeah, we still look towards that kind of 2-3 item spike on the Jinx, but with that level of accelerated gold and the potential to pull off something like that at a moment's notice, Nabs here on this Jinx, I mean, that is immaculate, right? The kiting, the potential there. I didn't know how much was provided from the Yuumi in terms of sustain, but past that alone, in immaculate, I mean, just perfection in terms of play towards the bot side.
And lethal tempo. I mean...
Oh, yeah, that added to the equation. Yeah, I mean, that made it pretty bad.
Yeah, taking advantage of that lethal tempo, I mean, the extra range that provides it may not be much, but gosh, does it add a lot of value. What I like to see here is a lot of damage coming out and forcing the flash on that Ornn, securing the Rift Herald as well. That's a nice little trade back. It definitely doesn't make up for 4 kills and what could be number 5 here. As the damage is way too much, it will be number 5, and Jinx is just going to slaughter the rest of this game with that early lead. Plate gold going in there as well. This is going to be very fun to watch how this Jinx performs.
Plate gold as well. I don't know how much gold is here on the map, but it is an absurd amount. Delgo in his own right, trying to find a response towards this top side, but now 3 plates secured and another additional kill to tack on here for Nabs, please. It was so quick. Carroll University, they pulled the trigger almost immediately there. The minute they saw that Leona spotted out in the mid lane, when Spiffy Koala was on rotation there, instantly we saw the chapter come out, root found, and dead was that Swain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking the attempt to bounce back here for JWU. They found the Rift Herald. They've been finding a lot of top aggression that they've been finding all game.
Oh,
But now here comes the
paranoia.
Nocturne. Some great damage coming out early, but the trade back is there. That is a lot of damage on the Nocturne. He's going to drop to the Shaco, but Vigar
stun.
should find one in return. Might be another kill
nice
here
silence.
for Malzahar.
The burn might just do it, but not enough. Flash forward. No, Zenith Blade found. Galaxy Gun, he's got the eye to work with if he wants to throw that one out there, but oh, it's the Solar Flare at the last possible moment. But remember, that's Big CC no longer available. Now Nabs, maybe too far forward. Demonic Ascension down. Spiffy burning here in the face of all that damage, but still manages to survive. That is a huge shutdown. Sadly is found on the Leona, but still a great kill to put in your back pocket.
I have never seen a 3K gold lead evaporate like that before. That was in 60 seconds. A 3K gold lead is gone, and JWU are back. Why does that shutdown have to go on the Leona, though? Why?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Literally anybody else. But that's okay. You know what? You find your way back into this game. Now let's try and take advantage of it more. That is some perfect bounce back performance from JWU.
Oh, hey. At least at the end of the day, you've got yourself in a great position. Delgo still performing really, really well on that Shaco. The problem, though, we had a moment, right, to talk about it for just a moment, the gold value. There's still a almost 2K lead found there on Nabs right now. 2K! That is almost an entire item ahead of, say, Galaxy Gun here in response, and easily the most amount of value here on the map. You're still playing into that. For now, though, Midnight, Zenith Blade, response, Jalapeno stepping up there. Good stun down. Spiffy Qual taken low. Solar Flare, sadly, not enough. Just one auto left there on Spiffy. Now Midnight Rook too far forward. Delgo with the response. Yumi tries to sustain it out with a little bit of health into the chapter there. Is able to secure the roots, but not able to secure the successful safety there on that Vigar.
The
Oh,
play...
no.
Oh, no. The play from the Shaco is so solid.
Absolutely. I mean, Delgo's on top of the world right now in terms of that Shaco. But Stepan on Lego's performing maybe even that much more or better. Finds successful kill with Galaxy Gun with a return on his pullback. Nabs, though, finally coming in to potentially play. Doesn't have that Super Mega Death Rocket. Would be absolutely fantastic right now. Either way, with two major kills put down, most notably one being the jungler, they've got all the time in the world to go towards this dragon. Maybe not rewind time, though. He's got to take a walk.
Yeah. Did you see the... Oh, no. This is bad. This is bad. That's
Oh,
one.
no.
The passive. This is a triple kill. It's a triple kill.
Oh, flashes
It
out
is.
of the
It
Zenith. Delgo can't even get out. A triple. Okay, maybe the Super Mega Death Rocket, that's a bit of a biter in terms of a call. Doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it. Now, of course, Jungle down here. 3 additional more kills on this Jinx. And, of course, the Infernal as well. Carol's just rocking this one.
We say Carol's rocking this one. Nabs is rocking this one.
Yeah, Nab.
I mean, what? 8-1, Kraken Slayer, Berserker's Greaves, impending a back, probably going to get near to completing a third item. Gonna definitely try and finish off that turret, but Swain and Leona should be able to get there in time. Who on this game, on this field, on this pitch right now, can do any damage to this Jinx? I don't think there's a single person, although they are definitely trying down here, but look at that.
They're
DPS.
trying.
Oh,
Woo! It's that exhaust. That exhaust spells weakness here in the face of Carroll University. Nabs is down, sticking around way too long there. Should have backed when they had the opportunity. As a result, they go down. Now Midnight Rook to fall as well. JWU, they're still keeping the dream alive there. A triple, surprisingly, found from the eye pull there from Galaxy Gun.
yeah, I mean, that is a bounce back from the Swain, finding that triple, and now both bot lanes are going to be menaces here in this game. You have the Swain versus the Jinx, and Ornn with that TP investing to try and find that Swain. Couldn't find it, didn't really find much at all except for catching some of that CS wave. That is a wasted teleport, and Camille going to try and take advantage of that in the top lane. Nocturne up there as well to try and shut some things down, but everything is so back and forth between these two teams right now. Whenever JWU gives up a play, they immediately bounce back and find one of their own.
Yeah, I definitely can agree to that. And the fact of the matter is now Swain not looking too bad in his own right. Found a lot of successful kills there. Is going to provide a good source of damage. Maybe not as extreme as now what is, I believe, that rapid fire cannon Kraken Slayer Jinx. I mean, that is obviously the main threat here, but they've still got Dell. They've still got tons of potential for pick engage for JW. And if Nabs isn't in the fight, which was something we did happen to see there roughly about 3 minutes ago, then hey, JW can easily come out on top.
Yeah, here's something a little scary for you. The rapid fire on the Jinx with that lethal tempo. She's going to be attacking from a long ways away. And we might see something dangerous happening here over in the mid lane. That Swain caught in the cage. They're going to engage on this hard. That should be a dead Swain and will be a dead Swain. Shutdown heading on over to the Ornn. 11-11 now. Still 1k gold lead, though, for Carol.
Well, that's your big carry, no longer in the fight, and they've already spotted out Dell, the worst possible thing when we talk about a Shaco needing that flank potential. So 4v5 here with a push incoming towards this tier 1. They've got all the time in the world to throw this wave here.
I mean, this is going to be a turret falling. Keiko trying to get something done here,
Nice
but
cage.
melting in the process. Wow.
Just an absolute destruction there. Now step on a Lego, the next to fall, a double kill. Picked up on the Nabs. I feel like we can't say Nabs' name more than enough here. Tier 1, of course, secured out. 2 minutes on that Drake, but they're going to keep this one running forward. They've got plenty of time and plenty of damage. Super Mega Death Rock, a nice knock up to follow. There's the Primordial Burst from Midnight Rook to secure the kill on the Galaxy Gun. The minute he literally gets back to lane. The minute he got back to lane. 3 more additional kills secured for Carroll University, and they've got the 2 turrets as well.
Talk about executing off of a single kill. I mean, finding that pick on the over-aggressed Swain and then turning it into 2 turrets, 3 additional kills, and putting Swain back into spawn for another 30 seconds. That is solid performance from Carroll, and that is where you kind of start to see the gap a little bit between these teams. Carroll finds those extended successes out there in the mid lane and finds a way to continue to extend their lead. JWU finds a way to bounce back, but never finds a way to extend the lead yet, at least.
Right. It's proactive versus reactive play, and JWU has completely been reactive. Whenever something good happens for Carroll, congrats. The early game, they've been able to find something to shore up their own weaknesses, but it's movements like these, where you see the heavy engage, you see that paranoia come through, the exhaust to flow down, that call of the Forge God, he might go gold, but with the whole team on the rotation, he is more than dead. Those are the plays that put Carroll as a king.
Yeah, I mean, that gold lead now extended to 5k, but arguably this game, the lead here is a little bit more than that, especially with Jinx putting out 360 damage auto attacks at 19 minutes. It is basically a 1 versus 5, or could be a 1 versus 5. 17-11, 2 Drakes in favor of Carroll. I don't really see a win con for JWU.
Right, and the craziest thing about it, there's a 4k gold lead on Carroll, and my apologies, there's a 5k gold lead for Carroll right now, and 4k of it is situated directly on Nabs. I mean, that in itself is a statement alone. Now Nabs able to find more kills, push that one over to a Drake here. Carroll University clearly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I am scared to see what this next purchase is going to be from Jinx. I'm assuming probably Infinity Edge. If I had to guess, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Infinity Edge. I kind of just want to see a Rage Blade. It's just
not happening.
I don't think it will happen because that's going to surpass. I'm pretty sure that already puts you over cap, and it's not going to do much anyways. But I mean, a beautiful kill coming out there for Camille on the Vygar.
Yeah, but Rook was more than dead there, and I was like, congrats, JW, they get a response. You know who came back just as fast? Rook, in the face of all danger there, found a response, found a kill onto Delgo, and now in the mid lane, Nabs there, able to pick up its rewind time, gets the passive shield down, and once that was out, Rewind Time can't even step into range to get a response with Nether Grasp, right? That's usually the counter, the crux towards, say, something like this Jinx. It doesn't even have the spacing to do so. Now, Carroll University, they might not have Rook, but with all the members down that is off the board here for JWU, that's a Baron.
Yeah, and Rook does get back up to get the buff as well. I mean, Is it a little too early to say GG? It seems like there is no bounce back here.
It's not over until the Nexus is down. I will say it's going to be an absolute landslide here for potentially Carroll University, but people get up from landslides. It's not easy. The ground might be shifting, but hey, I've seen it done before.
I don't know if we're going to see it here, but you are right. You're right. It's not over till the Nexus is down. I don't think it's going to be very long until that Nexus is down, but you never know. We'll see what happens. We could see something insane come out from these players. There's still some team fight potential. I don't know how much, considering the Jinx can probably kill your entire team in about 6.5 seconds, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We're kind of stalled out for now, but it's not going to be long until the next fight.
For now, though, Carroll University, they've got that Baron on their belt. All they need to do is now turn that one into a push here. And hey, it could be Nabs alone, but now with the full group, I don't even know what JW might be capable of here. Waves to begin to crash. This is when we start seeing those takes begin.
They're just going to push it down the mid lane here. Stalling out an inevitable fight as Camille just continues to clear this top wave. And it will be the Vygar, Jinx, and Yuumi over towards that mid side still.
1-3-1 potentially coming out there. Maybe 1-4. Someone's got to respond to that Camille. You don't want to let her on her own lane. Hence, you have that Ornn, of course, with a teleport available. Throwing Nocturne in the side lane with that Paranoia always being an option is definitely a good move. Delgo, though, looking to capitalize on the lone Nocturne in his time of strife. Going to be able to force that flash out, which will put them in a poor position as Delgo keeps the fight a-coming, but being that far forward might be his end. X Factor in with that teleport now. Unable to get the knockup he wants, but the Paranoia should secure the job. Turret down, now the chapter out as well. Flash forward, there's the missile. Galaxy Gun used that demonic ascension. Spliffy Koala throws out the solar flare to stun this composition. X Factor stepping up though with the Roach God is going to be able to set up the majority of Carroll University here for what will be that double kill, and what this might be just the game as well.
Yeah, I think they end here. The respawn timers are at 20 seconds. They should end here. These turrets are going to melt faster than chocolate on a sunny summer day. And yeah, okay. GG.
The turrets, I was going to say, the turrets might melt fast, but the champions, they melt quite a lot faster here. Delgo, even though he had such a fantastic performance, there's nowhere close to stopping this one out. And Carroll University, another squad to find their way forward here to semifinals.
Yeah. I mean, 18-2-2, what can you do? That is a Jinx victory. That is Jinx carrying the team. That is Jinx taking advantage of a quadra kill. Good game. Lethal tempo is balanced. It is what it is.
I don't even want to strike that up to potentially what is those summoners, because, hey, they're just as bad as what we expect there, but in the face of all of it, it was a lot of really good play, right? Nabs in his own right played that excruciatingly well in the early game on that Jinx to the behest of basically everyone, right? So we can chop it up to an item twist, we can chop it up to a perk, and yes, while they do assist, that is just raw talent, baby, raw skill coming out there to secure Carroll their victory.
Yeah, I no disrespect to JWU at all. That is a straight up bot diff. That's just a straight up bot diff. Jinx outperformed in every single aspect of that game and completely took advantage of the lead and shut it down. Plain and simple, won that series.
And you know what, JW, they didn't look terribly bad this time around. It wasn't a complete wash. There was definitely more presence in the early game. It wasn't as dominant of a presence there. And of course, once it fell to the wayside of that quadra kill coming out onto Nabs, then that was its own story. But prior to that, Dell, we had Galaxy Gun on that Swain. I mean, there was some damage still working its way forward on some of these major carries. It just wasn't enough in the face of that monster.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, JWU, they had signs of life in that game. They bounced back on 3 separate occasions. They found kills. They found ways to keep it even. And then Jinx started to roam. So you do what you can do. You find kills in the mid and top, but then there's not much you can do against that Jinx. There were signs of life. They played well. They tried their best. It just wasn't.
Well, either way, we're going to take this one to a quick intermission. I promise you it'll be lickety split as we come right back with an interview here from Carroll University. Stick around. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NECC. We had a few issues getting some of those interviews underway with particularly the team from Cale University. So this time around, we've got something maybe a little bit more special. We're working with the coach himself, Coach Jeff, happily joining us here on the desk. And I want to be the first, of course, to congratulate you on not just the season, but what was coming off of right there, an impressive win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So to start off, right off the bat here, you're of course the coach here, and obviously there's some level of translation in terms of how the play and how this team has worked out. So just right off the bat, how has it been, working with this team, putting them here in the NECC and having them perform this split coming into this one?
It's been great. We started a little bit into September and kind of hit the ground running. Nabs coming in as a new freshman kind of really filled the role that we lost in a graduate student. And it's just been pretty good. We prepped, followed a lot of LCS, watched Worlds, all those play-in stages, kind of fell in with the meta, kept up to date on it, and just adapted our game to kind of what is going around that 3 carry kind of comp, a little bit more out of the jungle rather than top. And just kind of continued to work on some of our negative points to make those more positives and limit our negatives, and just continue rolling with our positives to make those even to greater strengths.
Well, you know what? We can talk about that. Negatives into strengths here. Recently this season, you guys had the opportunity to play against JWU, and I'll say this game alone looked like an absolute wealth of experience of growth here from Cale University. What separated? What was the major division here that kind of led you guys to looking that much more dominant coming into playoffs?
I wouldn't say a whole lot changed. I mean, props to JWU. I mean, they played a great game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that away from them as well. I mean, they played through one of our games, I think, with like no comms once. So props to them. They're doing great things over there. But in terms of our play, I mean, we did the same thing. A new meta actually came through, or a new patch essentially came through Wednesday morning. So we're kind of
running through it.
Yeah, we hit the ground running. Like, come on, guys, practice. Like, we need to get everything up to date. Like, two new dragons, bunch of new items, and I was like really pushing for everybody. We didn't have that great of a strong practice that night on that Wednesday, so I was a little upset, kind of worried going into playoffs. Team was able to get together yesterday and a little bit today, so I felt pretty confident, but just stayed the course. I mean, we've been rolling with certain comps, and we felt right into that comfort zone essentially.
So just tell me then, what's the secret here? Because the level of control that your team exuded here, not just in terms of the lane to lane states, but the fact that they carried those victories into such an extreme lead, notably, of course, game 1 tonight, but even in this game alone, they pulled off a great win in the bot with Nabs on that Jinx into a heavily accelerated pacing towards these team fights. Where does that come from?
I think it comes just from the nature of Nab's play in general. Obviously, being a little bit higher ranked than some of our other teammates, he has a lot of leadership and also just expertise in the role.
Wow.
And yeah, I think he's
a freshman.
Yeah, I think he was like a diamond ranked, or I know he peaked high diamond at the moment, but just played to what he was comfortable with. I mean, obviously, as an AD carry, you're already the focal point of any comp usually, and we just want to give him a lot of tools. A lot of the hyper carries, don't put him on the Ezreal, don't really put him on like the Senna, the stuff that takes a little bit more to scale, and just taking his knowledge and moving it into the other lanes, helping him out with our mid lane play and kind of elevating that as well. And then making that mid lane play go into the jungle the top, and, and essentially rounding out with support. But just keep leaning in on that and using him as that focal point with a bunch. We have a great top laner, mid laner, jungle, and support. So making him lead the way, it helps those others kind of feel a little bit more important as well, knowing that if they don't carry, we have a backup plan.
You know what? Nabs in the limelight seems like it's working plenty here. One last question on the board here for Cale University, and I'm glad it's the coach joining us because you definitely put in maybe a little bit more prep towards looking towards that future here. Who is on the board? Who are you guys looking to compete against in the Emergents Yellow as you approach playoffs? Who stands out?
Honestly, I want to say Concordia, Wisconsin, I believe, is that lower bracket, kind of has my eye on it. think they recently, I don't know if they recently got moved into our division or if I just for some reason was not really picking them up. They kind of look a little strong. I forget exactly who the 2 seed is, but I know they are the 3 seed. I'm looking forward to them, meeting them in the finals. I think that'll be a great in-state rivalry as well. So definitely looking forward to it.
Well, okay. Any last shout outs you want to throw away before we have you off on the desk here?
No, not really. Just thanks for having me and thanks for putting on such a great performance and production.
All right. Well, thank you once again, Coach Jeff, for joining us on desk here. And that's going to be all from me and K Factor here on this series alone. We still have one more. Our third match will be underway just shortly. Northwestern College versus Marymount, California University. Stick around and stay tuned for our final series of the night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. And surprise, I'm back once again. But this time around, I am joined, of course, by the lovely RMC here as my color caster. Let me tell you, we've got one last series prep for y'all. Northwestern College versus Marymount, California University. And these are two heavy hitters.
Yeah, we are still in the Emergents division, but this time in the Cyan division here. And Zephyr, As you can see there, Northwestern versus Marymount. This one's interesting. This bracket is interesting because the winner of tonight is likely to play Midland. And both these teams, 4th and 5th seed, this is on paper the closest matchup. Well, both of them are currently on a 4-match win streak, and the last team to beat them was Midland.
So you're telling me whoever comes out here more than likely will go back for that rematch against Midland come semifinals?
Yeah, you get your chance at revenge early here for both these teams, and both these teams know it. Another interesting point about this particular matchup is that these teams actually didn't play each other during the regular season, so they've never faced off before.
Really?
And that is partially because Marymount got placed in the wrong division for the first 2 weeks. They were playing up in the Challengers division. Things got fixed. They dropped back down here where they belong here in the Emergents division. And so besides the first 2 weeks, they've actually only ever dropped one game. They're coming into this as a 5th seed. It doesn't sound amazing, but when you look at their record in the Emergents division, they've only ever dropped, not one game, one match.
One series.
They've dropped 2 games, both to Midland. They have not lost a single game other than that.
So perfectly dominant in every right of the word here, even in the face of kind of starting, maybe on potentially a bad foot. So could potentially be punching above their weight level if we talk about standings alone. Either way, we make our way towards this draft, and we have plenty of time to discuss what makes these teams tick. Thankfully, I myself have casted Marymount way too many times. I swear this team plagues me in my sleep. They are my every waking moment. My dreams behold Marymount and Marymount only. And I'll tell you what, Hiramatsu is that pillar that's there every single time whispering in my ear. That mid lane is the primary fixture here for this team, and they love to work around it.
Yeah, Marymount on the red side here. Kamatsu, they're big carry, but the team does play together as a unit. And a lot of times, it's off the top side of the map they start finding their lead. Heals for fun. Playing kind of tank stable champions, but that stability often gives Origins the ability to invade or gank and camp that mid lane to get Karamatsu scaling their bot lane. Yusin and Pengo Laker here. Not as flashy, very utility-oriented bot lane here, and a lot of focus on that misfortune pickup. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come through in draft.
For now, though, draft is working its way out here, and on the opposite end of the day for Northwestern here, we talk about them playing through this AD carry. I'm sorry, support there. That's going to be huge, of course, but for now, it's topside. And we get a pretty substandard start. That Tom Kench being pretty stereotypically strong here has worked its way in. Usually we do see some more hefty kind of weak side carries, but the set going to be playing for the power, and the jungle picks are already spelling something else here for me. That Nocturne being locked in for Northwestern does not look good.
I mean, Zephyr, Nocturne Galio is Northwestern College's bread and butter here. Double globals. And you touch on it, similar to Carroll University we just saw here. This is another team that likes to play through their Diamond AD carry. I'm sorry, support is their captain and also one of their strongest points. So double globals means that this bot lane, I expect to see the camp going here. And for Marymount, the question is, containment. How do you deal with this AD carry popping off and taking over? Topside pressure, that's one way. I mean, the Tom Ken, sure, it's not that full-on utility tank that we usually see come out from Kills for Fun, but it is a good matchup into the set. So maybe they're looking for that here. And actually, the Orianna pickup for Karamatsu, Zephyr, that to me raises even bigger questions because that's not your usual carry you see from Karamatsu. Orianna is all about that shockwave, all about those team fights. You nail it, you win it. But if you don't manage to kill I'm sorry support with that ultimate, I am very worried for their team fight chances.
Right. This is kind of what we were looking to highlight working into this one. Karamatsu not being on that carry, kind of not playing towards the major win condition that we usually see out of Marymount, because notably, as much as I like to give Yusin credit, the AD carry is not the stereotypical win condition, and it is going to be challenged in this game alone here. I'm sorry, support on this Sivir will be able to hold, sustain, and poke out that lane, especially alongside that Seraphine, and it will be difficult, especially since it's looking like, I mean, in all intents and purposes, I would usually expect this MF to be, your primary fixture, your carry that everyone would look to play around.
Yeah, but Marymount, even if they weren't in a tough matchup for the bot lane, they just generally don't do that. A lot of times Houston's job is to just, get the slows down for the engage, get the bullet time across the team, or just use the bullet time to wave clear, hold that bot lane a little bit here. And that's not going to cut it this time. I'm sorry, support on this Sivir is going to be looking to punish. And Sivir is one of the great counter picks into Misfortune right now. That Spell Shield negates a lot of the poke. And if you're standing and trading, Sivir will out damage you in team fights as well. Misfortune is supposed to be the quintessential team fight AD carry, but everything is based around that ultimate, that bullet time here. Sivir carries team fights in a different way. You use the On the Hunt, you buff up your team, and the bouncing blades, the boomerangs in team fights, if left unchecked, over time will very quickly outdamage the Misfortune's bullet time.
Right. Well, I will say consequence towards that pickup, though, for Northwestern. They're going to be able to stem kind of the weakness with the Seraphine. The Sivir, though, not as strong in the early game presence, right? You don't have that kind of complete control as of yet. You're still kind of privy to low mana, not really hefty on the damage as of yet, whereas Misfortune should be able to capitalize, in most scenarios and be able to kind of run that lane down for at least the first few moments before the presence of the Sivir comes alive there. And hopefully, if we see kind of rotation from Origins, they could definitely play around it there. The Kayn could make its impact, but 6 is the big number. That window, when those cooldowns come online for each of these major ultimates, Northwesterns should be in that driver's seat.
Yeah, they have more global power. They have a lot of answers to what it is Marymount wants to do. When you look at the Marymount California University composition here, they are playing around teamfight. Orianna Misfortune, you're looking for that big 5v5 here. If not, the ultimates don't have their maximal effect. And I'm looking at what Northwestern have drafted here. They've got a lot of frontline set. Galio, really tanky engages, which can try and chase that Orianna. Or Seraphine's Encore as well. There's no way to stop it. If Yusin tries to bullet time here, I expect to see the Encore bounce out immediately to match to roll over. Yeah, and there's no Braum shield here. There's nothing to stop it rolling over. And even worse, if Karamatsu's anywhere near Yusin, if both of them get tagged up with that, Air Bear on this Nocturne. I said it's a bread and butter combination, but Air Bear often gives that backline access to clean lifts. And not only that, but Air Bear's base damages, or the way he likes to build, often allows him to assassinate squishier targets like the Orianna, like the Misfortune, or even the Soraka.
Well, it definitely could spell weakness once we get towards that presence, but I still hold out hope for potential team fights, and I really look towards that Kayn in the jungle. We don't really usually give full consequence towards Origin being the fixture of this team as well, but it has been the enabler, right? And more than now than ever, do we need to see that Kayn put a good front forward for not only Karamatsu and Sori, but say that Tom, say even finding a way to the bot. I mean, if he doesn't level out the same kind of controller pacing as Arabear will receive once those globals come down, then there is no realm where we do see Marymount work this way. And because there's just too many counters to how this team plays out come team fight potential, right? Usually I'd say this composition's fantastic. Marymount's coming in with a full 5-man that plays towards the team fights well, but there's so much pick to capitalize off of mispositioning and not being set up in a complete rotation. And the fact that those windows are short-winded at best, right? Whereas there's a lot of more sustained damage here from Northwestern that can play out potentially in these fights that I'm not as confident this time around, at least for this comp.
Fair enough. And I think the other thing about it too is just how these teams normally play. Northwestern's playing to their comfort. These are comfort picks for them across the board here. Whereas for Marymount, it's not exactly what it considered comfort. Yes, I mean, Kayn for Origin, something he's very comfortable on, has played a lot of. Yusin and Pengo running the Misfortune Soraka bot lane. Again, huge comfort for them. But when we say that the carry is Karamatsu, and Karamatsu is not on something like the Corki, like the Vladimir, that he's been having such great performances on, I'm a lot less comfortable with whether or not this composition can really come online. And Zephyr, you're talking about Origins as a potential carry point. I like that idea there because Origins, he plays a lot of carry champions, things like Master Yi, Viego, Kayn, people that will pop off here. And I do want to see that, and I kind of want to see him run blue Kayn this game as well.
Yes, you already have the front and Tom. You don't need to go. You don't. I mean, you can. Trust me, you can. I've seen plenty of but hey, man, if you want to risk it for the biscuit, you set the pace here in game one. Go for it.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, lethality items honestly felt like they got buffed on this particular patch, right? So run that lethality, and your entire goal is simply this: kill I'm sorry support. Once I'm sorry support is down, Northwestern's damage is more than halved here. Yes, Air Bear has a lot of damage as well, has sustained, but he's a lot less safe here. And the team plays around the AD carry. If Air Bear has to be the primary carry, that's another question that they'll have to face. Maybe they won't be as comfortable.
Well, for now here, 5-man engage. Northwestern already working their way in here. Game 1, Marymount versus Northwestern's here in our Emergents Cyan division here. I, of course, am Zephyr, joined by the lovely RMC. And, oh, there's already so much being spelled out here. Come on, Marymount, step up on the other side. Get your own vision out there.
Marymount don't want to step up right here. Their comp
Not
is
here,
not
go to
ready.
the other side. You know there's 5 there already.
They're not ready to team fight here. And cut them some slack a little bit. I mean, having some vision would be nice to track where Airbear is, because Origin's running the Ignite on the Kayn. I love it. That tells me that he wants the fight. And that is what you want to do against a Nocturne early, pre-level 6. Because if you just let Nocturne farm up to 6, then as you said, last match here, Zephyr, that Kayn just isn't going to be able to match the global strength of Nocturne. You pick Nocturne for that level 6. That said, because the leash is going to be obvious here, Marymount might be able to figure out that, okay, bot lane didn't show up, Airbear starting bot, we might go look for that invade, might look for that early contest instead.
Well, for now, no vision to behold in terms of keeping track on Airbear unless he rotates towards up on that Raptors, but I feel like that will already be spelled out here. I'm looking for more when he starts finding his secondary clear towards my apologies, that top buff there. For now, though, nothing really to be spelled out in that own regard. What is notably interesting is Origins did start towards that right side. Now is relatively forced, of course, from the presence of all 5 towards that bot lane, but I do want to see where he makes his own impact. And notably, I wouldn't expect it towards kills for fun. So I'm more than happy to see him rotate away from the red side here, potentially look towards Karamatsu or capitalize and put support in a poor position.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yusin and Pengo Lake are already starting to fall behind a little bit in terms of pressure, in terms of health. So trying to go for that gank in the bot lane is going to be really dicey for Origins. Kayn, not the strongest early ganker, and I'm looking at what master he's running. He's running Conqueror. That's usually what you see on red Kayn here, not blue Kayn. So if you want red Kayn, you're looking for melee champions. He wants to be fighting around that top side, around that set, Nocturne and Galio.
Well, for now, here he's found his way down there, going to go for the double clear, and once again, this wave continues to pressure in, and this is what I wanted to bring up with that Seraphine. I know I kind of just said it, levels this one out, but it really does provide an example of poke that makes Sivir more potent in her lane, right? Sivir alone is enough damage to secure presence in its own right, but it's not enough to push them off a wave and draw them away from an even source of play here. Having the Seraphine to back that damage up and constantly provide as well actually kind of provides more of aggressive footing for a Sivir lane, which is usually not as successful in the early game. Or at least I can personally attest it's not successful in that early game as much.
Yeah, not honestly running tier. I mean, there is the tier Sivir build in which you do get to poke out constantly, but I'm sorry, support is not doing that. That's a Duran's Blade. You're looking for, auto attack damage here. Now, interestingly enough, we did see the backs come through from the junglers, and Northwestern did rotate up, support and Sonu to try and stop the recall. Didn't quite make it in time. So now they know that, hey, Origin's probably looking top, and Meeps putting the damage down might have overextended.
Don't like that level of aggression from Meeps. He is going to be able to find first blood response there on the kills for fun, stepping in, of course, off that knockdown, but Origin's easily able to pick up his own response there. I'm a bit disappointed that the Tom had to fall as well, given the wonderful setup from Meeps being so far forward there. But hey, at least you're putting Origins in a spot where he has something to work with.
Yeah, and you know what? I think for Meep here, that, okay, Origins finished full clear bot side. He's probably coming back top because the minions are there.
Come
Meep
on.
knew the damage that he could put out. He's played a lot of set this particular season as well. So going to the Tom Kench, if anything, I think feels for fun a little bit unsure or not as confident in terms of how much burst came out. Did end up going down. His flash was up. He could have flashed out there, and I think that's a great play from Meeps to equalize that gank, because Origins had to roam up. Airbear gets to continue power farming, and that little bit of power farming means he hits that level 6 that much sooner.
Well, for now, power farming, that's kind of the name of the game when we talk about these major windows, not just for that Nocturne, but everyone here for Northwestern. I really do think that will be the kind of turning point, because you don't only enable the Nocturne coming in, but you enable the kill pressure for most of these lanes. For now, though, it's this bot lane that I look towards, especially in terms of that kind of change of pace when it does come through. more than likely will garner a kill, maybe even without Air Bear.
Yeah, I mean, already that pull coming up from Sonu and the shielding
enough.
and healing. Yeah, Sonu's hardly taking any damage in these trades. Unfortunately for Pingo Laker, the Qs aren't coming in fast enough to heal him back up here. Origins still not looking to help out this bot side. So Marymount, their big winning lane is this mid lane.
Yeah, maybe find presence there back on Karumatsu, and we've seen it time and time again, but like you said much earlier on, it's much more provided on, notable carries. Vladimir, right? That was the big one that came through in these last 4 or 5 weeks that has really provided for the Marymount roster. Now, team fight does seem to be how they draft for this one, so I'm not expecting potentially that kind of be what they look for right now. It is a force flash out of Keels for fun, but no response there from the jungle on the other end.
Yeah, and Air Bear hardly had to burn anything. Literally just finished clearing his jungle, walked up there, getting that out of Keels for fun. If you keep in mind that Meep and Keels for fun now have desynced flashes, Meep earned his earlier for that first blood, or really to try and get away alive after that first blood. So in about 2.5 minutes, his flash is going to be up. Keels will still be down, and I want to see Northwestern try and make a play to this top side. If you can keep this Tom Kench down, Marymount don't actually have a great engage vehicle because Origins is still going to be quite squishy for the next couple of minutes of the game.
Well, speaking of quite squishy here, this bot lane's looking more than squishy enough to push out not just wave now, but now start pulling off some of those turret plates. You come off that back, you have a little bit more to work with in terms of keeping these lanes healthy before you work your way forward there. And more importantly, the fact that Pango Laker already pushed super far out lane gives so much presence here. Either way, they look for that reset. More than happy to see what they come from the back end of this one. And now, that's the most important part right there. Air Bear, paranoia, ready to go.
Honestly, I actually thought that Northwestern could have stuck around a little bit and worked with Air Bear to secure that dragon. Because as you rightly pointed out, Pango Laker completely pushed out. It was going to be, a 2v3 at best, or 3v4 at worst here. So you're really, really good to go. Meep has teleport up and available as well, can join down to that bot lane. And we say Air Bear hit 6, but Clean lives daily. Hit 6 a while ago as well. Your double globals are online, so you could have made that play bot side. And now, since both the globals are online, Marymount can't even so much as look at the bot lane anymore. If Origin tries to gank there, it's almost guaranteed there'll be 3-4 members piling in.
Well, they have already... I feel like they're reading your mind right now. You look at that mini-map and instantaneously Air Bear is there just waiting to pull the trigger. He went for the full clear in his red, came back from Raptors, and just sat. He's just sitting, waiting, because he knows that the minute that UC Nate and Pango Laker step in to fight this one out, that will more than likely secure a kill for them. Now, the response, though, from Marymount is good. I like this. They kind of almost expect the trade to pull towards this dragon early, given that the priority has pulled towards bot lane for such an extended period of time. So they're hot to the take on this Rift Herald. They know for a fact that they're not usually going to be able to enact the pressure that they want towards the bot side, so they get the quick return even before Northwestern pulls the trigger. And hey, that leaves Dragon contest open.
Yeah, and they do it really early as well. I mean, Herald spawns at 8 minutes. They were there about 8:20, setting up that play. You see Keels for fun shoving out the lane, Karamatsu shoving out as well. Because Meep wasn't there, they pull the trigger immediately. You love to see it. And despite the fact that we talk so much about how Northwestern's composition and their comfort is playing to their strength, Marymount's macro right now is doing better. And they can continue to try and snowball this. We talk about double globals into the bot lane, but one of the answers to globals has always been to attack the people holding the global. So you can kill the mid lane. If you kill Clean Lives daily, that opens up the dragon, that opens up the numbers advantage to Marymount.
And speaking of mid lane, we haven't discussed it yet, but Hiramatsu, even though hasn't really received gank or any kind of potential, performing remarkably well there on that Orianna, pulling off what is a 20 CS lead plus here against the Galio. And while yes, you're not really going to have that much of a successful run as Galio is that kind of melee range, it still is showing that the prowess that still lies within this mid lane for Marymount is coming through, even though it's not going to be as direct or as in your face as the usual carries we see.
The unfortunate part is it is being answered in the bot lane mid gank.
I don't like this. That's a way too hard engage there.
Oh,
Heroic
no.
entrance down. Umbral trespass in through
Is it
on
enough?
Clean Lifts. And the big flash is going to be able to secure the kill there onto Karamatsu. Air Bear now looking for that escape as Origins looks to follow
The
through.
Encore!
Still able to find the charm, but a response from
price?
Ucene8 would be able to and should be able to secure the kill onto DX. So no.
Okay, Zephyr. I mean, I called for mid lane pressure, but I called it from Marymount. Northwestern doesn't want to be making
That's
these
not
mid
the
lane plays.
move.
No, especially not when you
Under
contract
turret.
where Origins is, because 2v2, Oriana's stronger right now, Origin's stronger right now, and even worse because they pulled
Wow.
play and went into the mid lane under turret.
Meep here, pressured out. Kills for fun. He's still got the shield to work with if he wants to take that one out. But yes, the pull back to your point, not the move there. You're looking for this bot lane because you hold advantage. The mid is not where that one currently resides, and as a result, is quickly punished. Now, fantastic moves from Clean Lips, by the way, to pull that one in a response after the heroic entrance, even though it looked like it was going to be a complete wash of success for Marymount, brings that one more than enough to equal. But that objective control, that macro we talked about early, came back to grant success for Marymount, and the fact that they could rotate cleanly to that dragon, knowing that they already had enacted all the pressure that they wanted towards the separate objective. For now, though, Air Bear, 1v1, always is going to win this one out there. I would hate to see him. Yeah, he doesn't have flashing. Just drop it. Just drop it. He's good.
Okay, now Karamatsu getting pinched as well, and still has flash.
But he's got a shockwave too. Exhaust. Slow this man out here. Looks like there's more trades towards the south side. Meep finding his own shutdown deep under turret there. Now, notably, they were spotted out, the Seraphine, and I'd love to see bot lane make more of a move here, but Angle Lake are already pushed out.
They can't, and that to me is the
Can't.
shocking thing. We saw Sonu roam up to this mid lane, and they do successfully burn the flash off Karamatsu. And in a 1v2 situation, I'm sorry, support is still shoving this wave. When an AD carry gets to do this, it's more than just, okay, I get my support to roam. You're getting experience advantage as well here. So I'm sorry, support, now a level up from Ucene, 2 levels up from Pengo Laker, and the fact that Meep is able to put so much pressure down just enables them now. You don't have to camp the bot lane. You can try and let Meep be the carry and double global the top lane instead if they ever try and answer Meep.
Right, because at the end of the day, that Sivir is going to scale up whether you like it or not, and putting her on that accelerated path is more than well in a position to outscale the best placement for that misfortune, in that mid game. You're going to come in just as hot, just as able in terms of poke, even though usually it's the zone control that we see out of MF that really lays down the law here. For now, though, they take that rift, they're going to throw that one topside. Origin's going to pick up a majority of that with kills for fun there, but not really much else to play around with it.
No, and that one's partially just because of timing. We are in the 13th minute now. Plates are about to drop here, so they're just trying to get a little bit more gold. And I respect what they're trying to do, because you really want Kill for Funds to at least be able to go even here. If Kills for Fun is falling behind, Origins is put in a very tough position, because your bot needs help, your top needs help, and you don't really want to play to either of your side lanes against double global. So they're trying to help Kills for Fun get back, on even footing here, so that they can now try and enable bigger plays when you go for objectives, have your side lanes collapse and join your mid jungle.
Well, hopefully it works out for them here, because it is a time game for Marymount, California, because it only will spell longer and further weakness if they aren't able to kind of push what they need into better footing. Yeah, you've got a little bit of a kill presence on Origin, bit of a gold lead on Karamatsu, but this will be quickly destroyed with one team fight in your face.
But Zephyr, the team fight hasn't happened yet. And for Northwestern College, I mean, they're holding a lot of the go buttons, a lot of the cards right now, and we've not seen too many of them. Only one Paranoia didn't quite pan out top side. Meep might get punished.
There we go.
Hey.
All right. I mean, I don't have to call that one out. Origins is more than quick enough to secure the kill before I speak. But you get the point. Origins is in there with successful kill. Response now to look towards this bot side. A quick charm comes through, and there's the Paranoia we've been waiting for. Unable to pick it up immediately. And as a result, Sorry Support's able to pull through on that last auto there.
Yeah, trying to funnel the gold where it belongs.
Yep.
And if you look at the gold differentials right now, you can see that the bot lane is pretty big, but the biggest is actually in the jungle, and it's Origin, Zephyr. Origin, who we talked about as being a potential carry, he is starting to come online as a potential carry. He just needs to leverage that gold right now. And step 1 was taking that topside turret.
Well, step 2 might be trying to work his way somewhere else, because right now the bot lane is punishing itself there. Pangolanker the next to fall. The turret going to go down as well. The gold quickly teetering over towards the Northwestern side there, as bot lane's bigger gap definitely kind of makes its presence known.
Yeah, so as a Soraka, you are in a way worse than a Yuumi. You should never be on your own. Same rule as the Yuumi there. Yeah, healing support. If you don't have someone to heal, don't be there. Even if it was just a 2v1 situation, I think Sonu and support would have actually looked for that dive. Having Air Bear, that was just icing on the cake. And now, because they successfully take the bot side, they finally get control. They're going for this second dragon. They'll pick up an Ocean Drake here, and Marymount just mirroring on the other side, get Herald.
Well, for now, looks like a big chance. My apologies, heroic entrance coming through there.
Ooh.
Showstopper throws Kills for Fun over the wall there, which is going to give Origins a presence to escape, but they weren't even going to find that one either way. Thankfully, Rift is still secured here for Marymount, so they've got that to work with, but stacking potential, major team fights, playing the bigger numbers game, it's working out Northwestern.
Okay, and Zephyr, with that second Drake being taken down, we're going to get ourselves another new map. We saw Hextech earlier this evening. Ooh. We're going to see Chemtech. And Chemtech is actually super interesting, because I personally don't like Ocean Map because of the increased bushes and the lack of vision it gives you. Chemtech map does a similar thing. You see those zones around the buffs there, that darker green zone?
I don't.
Okay, well, hopefully we will get to see a little bit of those. Those are camouflage zones. If you're in there, you're invisible. Think, Akshan invisibility, Evelyn invisibility. That's exactly what it is. So a lot more chances for ambushes here. And I personally think that, and I'm not quite sure who that favors, because on one hand, I feel like that favors Northwestern. They've got the better pick and catch composition here. But at the same time, thank you, Observer, there. Yeah, so you see that circle, that's a camouflage zone. But on the same time, it protects you from Nocturne. Even if you have a ward in there, it doesn't show. You have to have a pink in there to show people moving.
I was about to say, this is the whole presence of this topic that should work out in Marymount's favor. Your comp is quickly picked apart by the fact that you have something like that Paranoia come in and take advantage of picks like UC8 before it even can begin there. Now, notably, when we talk about Dragon, it is very far back from the presence of where you kind of need it to be. You want it closer towards that Boo Bluff, not really Wolves, right? But either way, it's still a potential route to work with for Marymount if they keep getting picked off very, very early on here. Now, it is a bit of a choke, so there's not much room when we talk about things like the Encore and Heroic Entrance, but it's still something to potentially capitalize on.
Yeah, we'll have to see which team can really pull it off. For now, I'm sorry, support getting collapsed on here.
Looking to run away. Paranoia is in quick response there from Air Bear. Teleport down there. Finally, we've got the Emerald Trespass coming back out there as a taunt comes through to pull this one away from Kills for Fun. Meep in his own response, but a nice bullet time is going to keep them launched forward. Sadly, those ults don't quite line up, and now UC8 taking a heavy hit there from the Haymaker. Both teams poked out remarkably well, but no kills to behold.
Not just yet here. They don't quite have enough burst damage, and hey, maybe if Origin was the blue cane, maybe you find a kill.
Maybe.
Really dicey engage. I mean, look how low I'm sorry support is, right? And this is Red Cane doing it. If Marymount had been able to just land a bit more backup, had been able to go in, they would have found kills. And that's where Sonu's Encore came in. Perfect to disengage. Keep I'm sorry support alive for now. And for Northwestern, they're going to be okay with that because they were the ones getting collapsed on, getting caught out.
And the craziest thing is seeing that Kane come out there. It just goes to show that, yeah, Marymount's playing for UC8 this time. She has performed well enough, but usually is more of that weak side bottom lane carry. But with that final piece making its way forward, this is the job. This is what has been spelled out, and this is what's going to have to be played around here now. And I don't know. I don't know if Marymount has enough to pull the trigger there. We haven't seen it in the past, and I don't know if tonight may be that start. But hey, playoff spells a whole lot of change. For now, though, Origins. way too deep. Way too deep there, bud.
I mean, the
be able to
Gortrigger's keeping them alive.
Yeah, over the wall, gets a little bit of that dash. If he gets out with that red buff after punishing this one, it is an absolute testament against the gods themselves here. Clean lift though to fall his way forward, and now UC stepping in, a paranoia to follow up, another kill to behold there.
Oh my, I mean, Origins, you had so much time. You saw them coming in. Top side though, the 1v1?
More like 1v done potentially there. Meep gonna be pulled back. He's got the haymaker to work with. True damage is a lot, but not in the face of that gray shield. And with a stun to follow up, neither are gonna go down here. Hangalaker, please just run away. So well. This has not worked out in the past.
This before?
Oh, he's forced to blow a flash as a result. Come on.
Oh no, Karamatsu.
Oh, flash in and now flash out. Karamatsu with such a big play goes down as well. Or trying to make a big play happen, more likely.
Yeah, therefore you asked if Marymount had enough damage or the ability to win the NECC fight. Doesn't even matter when you're getting caught out one by one like that here, and it all starts with Origins getting greedy for that red buff. You go in like that, you need to start backing out when you see the collapse come in. It was close, but it's not worth it in the playoffs, in quarterfinals, no less here. And it baited UC in. The moment two were down, you couldn't defend that turret. You can see Karamatsu trying to make the hero plays, but this is not why you pick Orianna. Orianna is not that sort of 1v5 hero play champion.
Usually you throw that ball and say someone like Origins and he works his way in there for you. It's not the flash sombrero over wall to find your kills there. And as a result, we quickly see why that usually doesn't find its way through. And it begs me the question, yeah, this is a really cool comp for team fights, but it's not typically how Marymount plays. And that's what's going to come back to bite them the longer this game goes on. Now, if they have a like midlife crisis here in a league sense of terms, and they finally 5-man group up, fight out in their own right, I don't know if their weaknesses that they put forth now in terms of bleeding are enough to play into hard scalers like I'm Sorry support, because it might just be too late.
At this point, I think they can still contest.
They still can right now, but like 10 minutes from now.
10 minutes, it depends. I think if they pull the trigger soon and get the team fight they want, they can still pull this back. They're only 3,500 gold down here. And it all comes down to, can you kill I'm Sorry support? We've seen the damage start to come out from Airbear, from Meep a little bit, but that will fall off as the game goes on here. And I'm Sorry support has been in some dicey situations. If anything, it's been Sonu constantly pulling them out to safety, making sure that the catches don't really matter. And Sivir is very short range, so very punishable.
Ooh. Sonu, that's a good double charm. Origins to find his way in. Showstopper response. It's a nice shockwave to secure that first kill out there, as we do have Set trying to force his way forward. Big triple taunt though from Galio deep in this backline. A nice kite back from Yusin and Pangalaker. Keep this fight alive. Karamatsu in his own right carrying those balls as Origins finally is able to keep his way forward there, finds his first kill, and Meep flashes forward. Karamatsu with another one to behold. I'm Sorry support trying to run away. Nice knockup found from Gallia, but another kill to behold. I'm Sorry support, the only one left alive and unable to survive for that much longer. Finally, an ace for Marymount. That's the 5-man group.
There you go, Zephyr. That's what we've been calling for. And it's Origins, it's Karamatsu being the big carries there. The Shockwave wasn't the big carry. It was Karamatsu constantly pumping out those the dissonance, the W on the Orianna, able to chunk everybody out and zone out I'm Sorry support and Sonu for most of that fight. And Yusin on this misfortune, who's about to go down here,
already dead.
Oh,
able to survive for just a little bit longer. Maybe he will be able to capitalize on Airbear, but nah, ball reset doesn't come through quick enough. Airbear keeps that kill out, and this time around, they actually find the focus that they kind of needed last fight on Karamatsu, because that's what really spelled the end for that last one around the Baron there. The fact that they never focused Karamatsu. He was engaged upon early on, right off the back end of that Shockwave, but quickly ran out towards mid lane. And once he was out of the fight and not the major person to look towards, quickly Marymount were able to turn that one around from his pump damage that you bring up.
Yeah, but now Northwestern are on the Baron. They have the numbers advantage here, and Origins know they have vision on it. They're looking for the steal TP from Keels.
Heals over Origins as well. No steal. Now 5v2 here into the pit. Flash over the wall, straight into the Encore, and that's got a bite. Origins low. Teleport from Karamatsu to a massive shockwave. Bullet time over the wall keeps me low, and they don't even get Baron, baby. That's the wombo.
Baron was a bait there. I can't believe Origins went in 1v5 and lived that long with the Gorge Reaper.
Karamatsu! Karamatsu!
Yeah, Karamatsu's full of TP as well, and you seem to clean house with that bullet time. This is the core unit now that's working. Yes, Pengo Laker, yes, Keels goes down, but Keels at this point, you're just there as a meat shield. If you're taking hits, you're doing your job.
I'm flustered. I'm red, baby. That was way too good there. And in the face of every mistake, the fact that you lose Karamatsu and you've seen early, the setup for Baron looking so good for Northwestern. The full man team fight still comes forward. Karamatsu, Origins. These are the two you need to get rid of before you make any move. It was already a 50-50, but in the face of that, it was way worse. For now, back to your regularly scheduled UC programming.
Yeah, Yusin can't be on their own. Karamatsu can't be on their own either. And it's worth looking at Air Bear's build here. Duskblade, first of all, did get a bit of a buff on this particular matchup. If it's a little bit cheaper, it does a little bit more damage. But the second item, Axiom Arc. We saw it once tonight before. It's lethality, it's ability haste, and more importantly, it's ultimate reduction. Anytime somebody dies and you got the assist, you get partial credit for the takedown. It refunds 25% of your ultimate. So Air Bear right now with that paranoia, it's such a low cooldown. So anytime you kill Yusin like that, it's up for that next fight. And that's what's giving Northwestern these advantageous initial movements.
Origins now on his own take to find his advantage. They get the first engage onto I'm Sorry support. And that's your Sivir down. Origins still deep onto Air Bear. He's going to throw down. What is that Umbral Trespass? Able to secure the first on the kill of Air Bear. Now 3v3 here keeps this fight alive, and he's looking more than healthy. UC8 finally stepping up to make this 4v none potentially as he throws down that bullet time. Exhaust just to throw in a little bit, just to kind of BM this one out. Secure another kill, and finally secure the first Drake in a while, and a quadra kill on the Origin.
Origins is now the big favorite. He's unstoppable, and in that fight, he got poked out a little bit by I'm Sorry support in the beginning. He ended that fight full health here. The last time Marymount won the fight, it was at Baron, and it just equalized matters because they lost the Baron. But this time, they win it. They take a dragon for themselves, and they are in good shape. They are up gold. They are ready to start pushing in and taking down those inner turrets.
More than already. Oh, my apologies. They look dangerous this time around there, because even in that fight, you didn't have Usain 8 to begin that one out. I believe that was a full 5v4 there. And in the face of Origins just alone, now granted, it was a great start with the Shockwave to secure the kill on I'm Sorry support, but just Origins in his own right was able to practically 1v5 that one and keep the dream alive. Now, notable additions here on the side of Northwestern that might kind of change the flavoring is the fact that you do have what is those grievous wounds finally coming out in response. That might not look too good here. For now, those are two big ultimates, two massive ultimates expended. And love this. UC8 capitalized straight into the bullet time. Knock up to Fallen Gallo. Clean lifts daily. About to go down. Goes gold though. As a showstopper is massive in the back. Big facebreaker to pull the carries back into the fight. Here's Origins chasing this one down. Looks for DX So New now. Way out towards what is that river. I'm Sorry support potentially next to go down. And yes, is the one to fall here as DX No goes as well. This is massive for Marymount. They're just picking up kills left and right, separating these fights.
Yeah, and Northwestern, they got the good pick. The paranoia onto Karamatsu was what we called for, but Karamatsu, a shockwave, a dissonance, did not even have to burn Flash to get out that situation. And Marymount's composition, I had questions. I had worries about how they were going to do. The comp is harder to execute for Marymount. They have to play everything right. But my goodness, they are playing everything right.
Yes, but I will say Northwestern is just whiffing in terms of those ultimates. The level of control that can be found from, say, something like that paranoia, like that on-card, when you actually make good use of them, is daunting. It is a presence that you're not really going to full throttle into. And we saw in that fight alone how much of a waste it was, right? You throw the paranoia deep, phase rush gets Karamatsu out. The encore, a massive whiff, which could have been utilized into, say, something like a team fight to pull back much more of a presence here. The decision making is what's really holding Northwestern back. Their comp can pull this one off.
I disagree. I think the decision making was on point. Karamatsu is the big threat right now. It's either Karamatsu or Origins. Yusin is doing a lot of damage, but Yusin isn't the primary carry right now. So Paranoia onto Yusin, that's fun. But better if you can force things out of Karamatsu. I think Karamatsu just outplayed in that particular circumstance. But I will agree, Northwestern have learned that that is not viable anymore. If they want to do that, they need pull-up CC.
This time around, Paranoia, it goes deep, but maybe not in the best
Good
of
enough.
targets there. It's good taunt, though, to pull this one back. Now they've got to rely on Origins and UC8. Bullet time was already pulled back from that Oakhorn that we talked later, but Origins is in the midst of this fight. Lower these health goes, a Showstopper is going to take out UC8. Pango Laker rotating in there. Going to keep heals for fun alive as Origins is 1v4ing. Origins is 1v4ing here. Deep in the backline, finds 3. Now on to I'm Sorry support. Going to pull off the chilling smite and pick up one more kill. It doesn't matter, RMC. It does not matter at all.
Yeah. You know what? Decision making from Northwestern, solid. You killed Karamatsu. But that's what I'm saying. It's either Karamatsu and Origin, and right now it has to be Origin. If you look at the gold, Origin's gold is way above everybody else's. 17,000 here. Karamatsu 13,000. On the other team, it's 11,000. It's not even comparable. And I'm Sorry support picked up an execution calling really early in lane. So there is healing cut. Despite the healing cut, it doesn't matter. Why are they peeling off? They can do this.
They guess they don't. Either way, I can't imagine a better fight for Northwestern there. They get Karamatsu out. They deny bullet time. They throw Showstopper in the midst, and they actually pull almost 3 carries away. Origins had every force upon him coming out to the back end of that fight. I'm Sorry support, Clean Lifts Daily, Air Bear, DX Sonu, all of them were there on top of this man, and they still could not find a kill there. There's no excuse. There is nothing in that one. You're telling me throw Meep into the mix and that fixes the problem? I do not think so, RMC. I do not think so at all. Look at this man. He does not care. He's already in. He's going for it. Encore down. There's a bullet time. Doesn't really find many carries because Origins is on his own. Finally, the team to step up. Shockwave. It doesn't land anything, but yes, it's the Tom Kench knockup that does. 2 kills to behold. Showstopper going to slow this one out. It's a big face breaker to hit all 5. Haymaker takes him low. A nice Devour to save the day as Origins is going to keep this fight running back under turret. Big knockup for 2. Tom Kench to find the following knock to get the 2 more. DX Sonu, the last one alive here is Marymount, California. Pull off the ace.
Look at Origin's health bar, Zephyr. He tagged that turret like it didn't even matter. Back to full health. And this time he's got Pango Laker with him as well. The heals coming out of Soraka, his inbuilt heals. He's just untouchable, unkillable. And because of Origins here, Marymount, California pick up the first game in the quarterfinals.
I gotta tell you what. Thank God that man didn't go Blue Cane. That's the real consequence. We don't know anything we're talking about here on desk. It's Red Rost all the way, baby, because in the face of that sustain, you can't pull off something like that, okay? That doesn't happen with Blue Cane.
True. Yeah, I mean, Blue Cane probably would have blown people up faster, quicker, but certainly couldn't 1v5 this way. That was disgusting to watch, Zephyr. I've
never seen that.
I've
never seen that before.
But not like that. And that throws a lot of things out the windows here, right? The Northwestern, they threw 4 bans at Karamatsu here, and Origins just stepped right on up. Northwestern didn't even play poorly. Meep won his lane.
No,
Sorry support won their lane as well. Air Bear had some really good early ganks, and Clean Lives Daily, while didn't win the lane, was okay. Gallo is expected to go down some CS here, still had impact in the game. It just comes down to Marymount, California University having a bit more star power, a bit more carry power coming through, and now a hero needs to step up for Northwestern. It could be I'm Sorry support, but it looks like MCU right now just have an answer to that ADC carry.
Yeah, maybe. I throw Northwestern and maybe a more dominant carry. Sivert, while good, can hold out those lanes and keep poke up running, is not that much more of a presence than I would say to some of the more heftier picks you could throw in the AD carry role, especially if you're looking for star power explicitly. But hey, throw that Sivert on much more accelerated pacing and the game looks a whole lot better, right? Origins does not look that healthy, does not look to sustain that long out, especially if you have that much more of a fed carry in terms of I'm so sorry support. So I mean, you spell it out really well. It's not the fact that Northwestern didn't win. They won handily in a lot of their setup. They just didn't win hard enough. And in comparison, Origins 1v5, like literally 18-2 something 1v5, then that's man, that is hard to beat. That is a mountain.
Yeah, I personally, I feel like any champion that can 1v5 like that probably isn't completely balanced. I know that they just had to rebuff Kane slightly because, Red King got over nerfed, but you're right. That was just completely not okay to see. And normally you say like, oh, somebody gets ahead, it's easy. Just shut that one person down.
Shut that one person down. Yeah, throw all 5 people on them,
just would not die. Like, it wasn't even a fast execution. Origins just ragged on them over and over and over again until they finally fell apart, right? Like, he's not doing a ton of damage. He's just really tanky, will not die. So going into game 2 here, I think for Northwestern, changes that need to come through. The Gallo Nocturne stays. I think that's their bread and butter. The set's fine. The bot lane, like you said, Sivir, too short range there. Not a huge fan of it once you start to fall behind. If anything, go back to massive comfort. I'm sorry, support's best AD carry this season by far has been the Kai'Sa. It was left open game 1. He opted not to go for it. I think this time, you either go for that or you go the opposite way, go to the Xayah. That's his late game hyper carry style champion. And that would give you a lot more safety when you're running into things like Kane or other potential divers to come through.
And for Marymount, just shore up your weaknesses across the board there. I mean, you had the grace of Origins carry you through this one. And honestly, you guys look a whole lot better. Throw Karamatsu on a standard carry in the mid lane like we usually see. Yeah. I don't think the Orion was bad. The Orion looked great. The Oriana carried what was that Baron fight most notably. True. Hey, boy, we've seen more dominant performance out of that mid lane prior to, even in the face of some of your greatest wins here. So could potentially see that one switch up. And hey, the bot lane looked definitely a little bit with more presence from Usain this time. But hey, maybe throw something else there if you want. I think it just could stay. Either way, we here on Desk gonna go to a short break as we make our way towards that second lobby and answer plenty of the questions that still go unknown. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're still bringing you our second series here between Marymount, California versus Northwestern College here. If you're just joining us, the only way I can sum up game one is that you will never be seeing a Kane in my solo queue, my draft games ever again. Origins just showed me that that champion is absolutely busted and does not deserve to be picked out here.
Yeah, I have no doubt, Zephyr, we're going to see it banned in the second game.
Please.
Because it was really seemingly out of nowhere. It wasn't like Origins was power farming particularly hard. He got one or two ganks off in the early game, and suddenly he just was unkillable. It just feels so surreal to me that we just got to see that. Now, going to game two, Northwestern College has opted to stay on same side here. They're not switching things up. And like I said, I think their comp was fine. They got exactly what they wanted. Only changed maybe the AD carry position. I expect to see the bans change up, and so I think it's actually going to be on Marymount, California, to try and decide how they want to play the jungle now. There's no other champion which can do quite what Red Kane did last game.
Right. And you know what? We talk about showing up the weaknesses. Even if you're not looking towards Origins to carry like that, there's plenty more options for, say, Karamatsu to pop online in the mid lane off of something, say, different from that Orianna, which wasn't quite as expressive. Even though, while still good, there was still the insane, like, 5-man shockwave in the Baron pit that showed that Karamatsu can strut his stuff as much as possible there. But hey, I'd like to see the Vladimir come back around.
If it's left unbanned, right? And I don't think it will be.
No,
I mean, the last bans for the mid position from Northwest were Vex, Anivia, Vladimir, Malzahar there. So there is one that is conspicuously open for Karamatsu here, and it is that Corki. And for much of the early season, his Corki was what kind of carried Marymount, California through a lot of their earlier games here. So it is still in his repertoire. None of the changes, I think, really affected Corki too much either. It is viable, and hey, maybe we get to see it whipped out this game. Last game would have done, I think, perfectly fine into the likes of a Sivir, Seraphine, and Nocturne.
I think it holds presence in his own right here, but for now, we'll just have to wait and see. If Karamatsu wants to play for those team fights, I think that's fine. The Orianna was strong still. I did want to see more out of Ucine, even still on that Misfortune. Now, correct me if I'm wrong there, that Misfortune band came out initially from
That's a mistake.
So it was a mistake. So it was supposed to be Leona. I was curious because I was more than concerned if they were going to like throw Misfortune out of the running here and really target out what was supposed to be the first kind of picks here. But either way, Kane's gone. There's a lot of picks this time around left open in the mid lane for Karamatsu. Plenty of questions on the board.
Yeah, I mean, considering that it was Marymount who accidentally threw out that Misfortune ban, I would be shocked, honestly, because Ucine will always pick it if it's open and available. It'd really be up to Northwestern to ban it themselves or potentially first pick it. Now, we are seeing the set Tom Kench run back here. And like I said, I expect for Northwestern, their top side to be the same. But because of the Kane ban that did come through here, we are seeing a change up. It's not going to be a Vayne. They're not going to pick Vayne jungle. That's Dark Tech that even I have not heard of here. So the Trundle coming through, that is a very different style of champion. It is still possible to 1v5, but it's not as easy. And more importantly, the Trundle is not anywhere near as mobile as the Kane here. So I'm not expecting to see quite as many creative gank paths or flanks coming into the backline with the Trundle.
Right, but it still can capitalize in terms of playing around some of the heftier tanks that you knew were going to be drafted out here or the side of Northwestern College, notably like Galio and Set. So Subjugate going to be making its presence known throughout the entirety of this game. And hey, I'm holding nothing against Origins at this point. If he wants to pop off on Corki in the jungle, Vayne in the jungle, whatever it may be, after that game one, he can do anything he sets his mind to. What I do like is the Victor pickup here from Karamatsu. Now, they're going to lose out in terms of the direct CC presence coming off of that Orianna, but the damage control, the potential here to run this baby down with the Victor is finally in the hands of Karamatsu, which is much more consistent with the win composition that we usually see out of Marymount.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to confirm what AD carried that Northwestern. Okay, the Kaisa, like I called here. So I love the Victor pickup.
Because the Seraphine and
last game
back.
Actually, the Seraphine would work pretty well. I mean, it worked last game actually amazingly well. Okay, Nautilus.
That's fine.
Similar. It works just as well. You won't quite have as good a protection with your depth charge as you did with the Encore last game, but still, you're going to be able to interrupt Ucine quite easily, and it's a much better kill lane in this bot side because you see that Misfortune, you see that Soraka, a single hook lands, and you instantly go for the kill. It's a much better way to accelerate, support. But I want to go back to Karamatsu here, Zephyr, this Victor pickup. Because we talked about the Orianna and how good she was last game. A lot of it was about zone control, about putting that ball in places that was forcing out, support, about getting multiple man shockwaves because everybody is so short range. Set, Nocturne, Galio, all melee. And then Sivir is very short range for an AD carry. The only person who wasn't getting hit very often was Sonu on the Seraphine. This game, look at this. It's 4 melees and another short range AD carry. Victor is just going to eat them all up. You drop your Chaos Storm and that's a no-fly zone. Anybody who's trying to cut through that is going to be eating tons of damage. Gravity Field, going to do the exact same thing. And the gravity field to me is more urgent because if you catch 2, 3, 4, 5-man stuns in that gravity field, it's going to be a field day. Bullet time's going to rake all over you. You get a follow-up knock-up from Kills for Fun on the Tom Kench. And Victor Laser, hey, that's another AoE spell.
Right, and then Origins 1v5. Yeah, of course, got to wrap that one up. But no, jokes aside here, it's a lot more presence to behold here from the mid lane, and it looks like it's going to have much more of a choke this time around in comparison to the Orianna, which can definitely be aggressed upon. Now, notably, what I want to discuss is this bot lane this time around. You talk about kill presence definitely being more or less in the favor of DxSonu once he gets those dread lines out there. But the thing they lose out this time around is the fact that they can't quite sustain in that lane anymore with either the spell shield or the heal cut, or my apologies, just the heal that you have off of that Seraphine. This time, they're going to have to take it almost even, what I would assume for Misfortune, and the Soraka going to keep UC8 healthy so she can actually sustain throughout this lane and not be pushed out. And that's going to be completely different from game one here. That could come back to bite what is Northwestern way harder than we expect, because I'll be honest, I don't see, I mean, we've discussed, early game, what is it, Hail of Blades, Rush Down, I'm sorry, support Kai'Sa many times over. That can hold early game presence. I get it. But into the face of, say, something like that Soraka, I don't think it's going to be as oppressive as what we saw in game one.
I will say I think it's more volatile. As you mentioned, Zephyr, if they're not able to get the kills onto Yusin, then yes, right, the Soraka Misfortune, they'll sustain up here. But if they can get the kills on Yusin, or if they get the hooks onto Pengo Laker, Soraka's self-sustain is not great. It relies on landing that Q a lot to be able to sustain back up here. And that sort of range into a Kai'Sa Nautilus is not that ideal here. If you're in range to Q a Nautilus, Nautilus is in range to Q you. So yeah, there's a lot of, that's why I talked about the kill threat in this bot side. The onus, the pressure is on I'm sorry support and Sonu to find these kills. That is true. But given how they've been playing, I think they can do it. And the other thing about playing the Nautilus here is that even if you start losing, you just send your Nautilus to roam. A Nautilus gang into a mid lane is very, very potent, especially into squishier targets like Victor. And post 6 for Nocturne, we talked about Air Bear wanting to look for those early kills here. I think it's going to be much easier to do it on this Victor Trundle. And if ever you send your Nautilus up as well, it's so easy, right? Depth charge, press R, it's point and click. And the follow-up with a Galio, with a Nocturne, is more than enough to burst down a Victor before the gravity field can kick in.
I think, all right, I'll say that's relatively fair. Going to move this one forward, though. This is relatively almost a mirror matchup. It's changed dramatically with only 4 picks switching up here. But we talk about it. We've got Kai'Sa Nautilus here on the side of Northwestern and Trundle Victor here, both shoring up some relative weaknesses that we saw out of the first game. Not having enough kill presence or the pressure out of the bot to put I'm sorry support in such a carry potential role, and Karumatsu not having his own kind of level in his own right playing the Orion last time. So my question to you is, whose choice was better? Who came out on top in terms of the switch up? Because everything else is the same here. We're working with almost the same composition. Those 2 picks alone, which one won?
Oh, that's
I look
that's
like a crazy person, by the way. Just want to put that one out there. Game one has left me rough.
Yeah, after watching Origins on that Kane, nobody's going to blame me for that, Zephyr. Okay, changes. Compositionally,
Whose change is better, baby?
I favor what Northwestern College did draft-wise with their changes. I do think their changes were better. I think Marymount's was forced because the Kane got banned. So I like the Victor pickup. I think it's great, but I can see it.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Keep making your point. Keep making your point.
I do think that Northwestern's changes were better, but I don't know if it's enough to overcome the Victor and Origin skills right now.
Anyways, I agree with you completely there. We're going to let that one drop there. I've made my point, maybe not in English, but someone who could translate could potentially find that one out. As for us, we're working our way. Game 2 here, Marymount, California versus Northwestern College here. If you're just joining us, Marymount, they dominate. They hold strong here, even in the face of their 5th seeding versus the 4th here. I'm still, of course, Zephyr, joined alongside my lovely friend, RMC, here on the desk.
Yeah, your lovely friend who's about to get run over despite my prediction that Northwestern had the better changes. But we'll see how it goes. You know,
hey, we hold faith. I'm sorry, support is still a menace in that bot lane. Okay,
yes, and that is where my eyes are looking to for Northwestern, right? Because it has to be this bot lane to carry. I'm sorry, support and Sonu by no means did poorly last game. The KDA looking bad for I'm sorry, support was because Marymount was focusing down the AD carry. Because once again, the Sivir was supposed to be the big damage threat. This game's going to be more of the same, right? They're going to be hunting for this Kai'Sa. It's Kai'Sa spotting season here. But like I said, I think this bot lane, there's so much more kill pressure for Northwestern. And I want to see them pop off. I forget the jungle. Like, just get some early wards to be defensive. Make sure that, you don't get ganked. And they're just all in this bot lane over and over and over again. You get any sort of lead, and you can start turret diving them as well.
Well, you know what? And that's, they had Airbear to play around for the Paranoia, which kind of really put that one out there in game 1, and they still have that to work with now with even more presence. Success was found in game 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
There's no question there. So the fact that they're going to do it again is almost, I would say, inevitable in my mind here. We have to remember what really kind of threw the game into Marymount's direction was just the absurd carriage by what was Origins on that Kayn. Everything else was not looking superb. I mean, yeah, Marymount's on the Orianna, but other than that, it was kind of looking rough here.
Yeah, and it turned on the Baron as well. The fact that Northwestern got Baron, but got aced at Baron, was really what brought Marymount back into the game. And I don't think we're going to see something like that here, Zephyr, in game 2 from Northwestern. I don't think they're going to take as big a risk, and I think they'll be much more aware and cautious when they go for these objectives. That said, if Marymount get ahead, maybe they haven't learned that lesson yet. Maybe there's still plenty of chance for Northwestern to get back in. And at least so far at this point in the game, we're dead even in almost every position here. We're not seeing sort of early leads come through for Northwestern's bot side.
Well, I look towards the jungle then, okay? That's really the only thing to wait upon here because neither of these teams typically like to pull the trigger. I mean, I want the Nautilus to pull the trigger, of course, in that response, but even right now, it's already looking like you're getting a little bit more presence out of Marymount this time around. So we're in a waiting game. We're in a waiting game for now there. It's a bit of a shame on Clean Lifts there. Ran into the turret. Almost had a good trade.
Actually, that might just have saved Clean Lift's life here, because you can see that Clean Lifts is going back to base after taking that bad trade. If he hadn't, he'd probably have stuck around and Origins would have found an early first gank. That might have been first blood. So silver lining does kind of work out there. Now Origins will be spotted, hit it down towards that bot side scuttle. They're always putting out early wards from the side of Northwestern there, and I like it because this is the winning lane, and like I said, I want to see those wards so that you're safe to go aggressive here.
Sadly, those aren't out, but it doesn't really matter when Dredgeline still managed to hit. Ignite coming down, and yes, the missiles follow through there. Make me eat upon my own words. And UC come on. You cannot be stepping out into lane that willy-nilly there. That Dredgeline schmackadids.
It really hurts as an AD carry when you're playing Soraka sometimes, because you should be the one to tank it. I think Yusin getting hit is better than Pengo getting hit. The problem is that neither of them can afford to get hit, as you can see there. It did take the Ignite from Sonu, but that is Flash and Heal expended from UC. Now, as we get to see topside a little bit, Zephyr, unfortunately for the side of Marymount, it looks like Meep winning this matchup once again, at least in pressure, though not necessarily CS. Keels is doing a great job picking up the farm so far.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit more than likely of a pause here for just a moment's notice. Hopefully that will come back as we get a little bit of a reconnection on place. Thing to note that we haven't spoken about, taking advantage of early clear, Airbear is a little bit more accelerated in terms of piecing for the XP to work with there. So Paranoia going to come out, and that could level and keep the aggression up in favor of Northwestern College there. And honestly, everything looking sunny side up here as we take a look here as the West coming out into our forecast. Looks like Northwestern holding great presence here on the Rift today. I ain't got the green screen, but I can pretend, baby.
Yeah, we've got a high pressure coming from the bot side, moving its way up across, enabling, their jungle to really start creating waves up in the upper regions there. But On a more serious note, I'm sorry, support and Sonu getting that early kill, Zephyr. That's what I'm talking about. They can do it once, they can do it again. They did have to learn Ignite, but Ignite is a fairly short cooldown, especially in comparison to, say the heal or the flash here to come through. And last we looked, Penguin Laker's still in that lane and like chilling.
Don't say that. Last time around when Penguin Laker was sticking around, we saw what happened.
I know, and that's exactly the point I want to raise here, is that next time that happens, Penguin Laker can't afford to stick around, right? Especially post 6. If they're not burning the depth charge to kill Yusin, or vice versa, if they're not using it to kill Penguin Laker, then whoever the remainder, the survivor is, just has to run as fast as you can out of there. And let's not forget the bot lanes will hit 6 slower than the solo lanes in jungle just because of split XP. So Air Bear might start joining in, pitching in that bot side. Does he need to? No. But if you want free kills, that's the best lane to look at to just try and start accelerating that jungle with that bot lane further.
Acceleration's kind of the name of the game here. You need to find much better footing for I'm sorry support this time around, because you don't want something like last game where your damage was so lackluster that you couldn't fight into the face of God Origins there. Now, that won't occur this time around because, of course, there isn't Kane, but you will have to inevitably deal with Karamatsu. Okay, don't give me that. That's scary. I don't want to see that happen again. This time around, he's on the Trundle. He's weak. He's less than this time. He doesn't have the realm to do whatever that was, okay? But Karamatsu, he's disgusting. Victor, Hextech Core, my man, has leveled up here, much more of a presence. And I'll tell you what, I love clean lifts, but he will be forced out of that lane. We already saw him have to take what was that back on his own level of kind of aggression under turret there. That's his own mistake, but it only gets worse from there, okay? Once this Victor scales up, he's not going to have a great time sticking around the lane, and we'll see more than, say, something like a 20 CS lead we saw last time around.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Galio is not known as a great scaling champion there. His early levels, as you pointed out, are pretty good, especially if you can land that Justice Punch on the opponent, knock them up. Against squishy mages, you win. For now. But once you hit level 6, that changes a lot, because suddenly you Justice Punch in and you might not get back out. The Chaos Storm is going to do so much damage to you. The Q, especially once you upgrade it for Victor, gives you the shield, the ability to run away, engage, disengage, in addition to that phase rush here. So I do expect that mid lane to swing Marymount's way. And that is sort of the big win con I'm looking at them to have. For every bit of pressure that I'm sorry support is exerting bot, I need to see Marymount exert the same in the mid lane.
Well, I mean, you've set it up wonderfully. You got to see the same here. We're only just about waiting. Probably going to play around those major windows. And oh my God,
that's a flash.
We come back to the flash in the bot lane there from Penguin Laker, and it already is looking worse. But hey, finally, there we go. Origins, gank of his own right. There's the knock up. Going to force the flash out of Meep instead of finding what is the CC chain there. Teleport blown out there by Clean Lifts Daily. Now, in fairness, he's coming back from, I believe, the back, so no big deal. He's going to walk back in the lane. He could have found it, not found it either way.
I'm just more worried that you make a play like that and you get collapsed on. If Origins hit 6, you're so squishy. The Subjugate comes through. Oh, the repeat gank.
Already back in here, and the Devour to follow. Oh, wonderful. Gonna have to throw the Showstopper, but no, unable to do so. The Haymaker kept him alive for so long there, but even still, kill secured. This time it does land on Keels, though.
And I'm fine with that. I'm actually happy that Keels is getting kills, because we talked about it last game, that if your Tahm Kench can start going even with the set, it enables Origins to do so much more elsewhere on the map, and it also helps you to secure the Herald on repeat here. Now, because of that top side, though, Northwestern knows that, okay, bot is free. Your jungler's top, we take this no contest, and they're going to pick up the Chemtech Drake. It was the last Drake we saw. It was the soul we saw last game. This time we won't see it, and we're lucky. Maybe we get both Chemtech and Hextech in the same game.
Well, Mountain to Behold there being our second Drake definitely keeps that dream alive, as we love our preseason goodies here, given that they've only come out 2 days ago. But Hextech, I'd be curious to see what impacts it can make there. I think it would actually benefit Northwestern, given that they don't have a lot of an expansion in terms of hefty engage, given that they're all kind of that melee range. You only get to really work around I'm sorry support there. So having those portals to kind of build into the consequence of that draft could help them. But that's all theory crafting. We have no secured notion, no script on the board here. We're not Riot Games. We don't spell things out before they happen.
Unless. No, not actually. I'm good.
Careful what you say. There's people in chat that will take that the other direction, boy.
Yeah, well, for now, we'll talk about Hextech if it comes up. Looking at the lanes right now, Keel's already had the CS lead before finding that gank onto Meep now. And he's starting to make good use of it. The long lane, the slow push, the pressure onto Meep. Mid lane, Karamatsu's popping off as well here, getting those advantages. But it's bot lane, Zephyr, that I'm worried about here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, support. Up 37 CS off that one kill onto Yusin. Pango Laker is only level 3 on the Soraka right now. If Sonu sneezes hard enough, Pango Laker dies.
Ooh. Major flashes expended here in the mid, trying to capitalize on Karamatsu. And this looks like deja vu. The only difference this time around, no Origins to capitalize. Still, though, so much loss there for just about nothing.
It's a good attempt from Airbear, but like you said, they tried it in game 1. They're going for round 2. Sonu's here.
Oh, love the heroic entrance. Double CC, knock up to follow, ignite down, under turret he goes, and that's the clean kill we were waiting for. At least they're able to shore that one up here. Response, though, knowing that they don't have Airbear in the region, they're going to try to find the kill. Nice spell shield to prevent the knockup, but not going to prevent the kill.
Yep, doesn't do much against the pillar, unfortunately, there the moment it did get popped. And all your jungle are belong to us, apparently. Origin getting in there, and I guess this is how, as you called him, God Origin starts... this is his origin story, right? You get kills, take over the jungle, and then you start scaling up. Meep right now is scared. And if I were Meep, I would not face check this. Origins is level 7, has Subjugate available, and Set already lost out the last time he tried to 1v2. This time it's only going to get worse.
Well, for now, Origins looking potentially for more towards this top side. Meep straight on to the blast cone there. Gonna find his way to safety, but I am more than curious to see Origins constantly gank towards this top side. I think he has the potential to look in other lanes here. We talk about the melee choices that come through. I don't think Galio's any safer in his own right towards this mid lane to put, say, someone like Karamatsu in a nice place. So while I do enjoy the success they're finding towards this top side, I'd like to see the wealth spread. My apologies. For now, though, Airbear, gank to be found. TP coming down on the back end here. Look to see if they can capitalize, utilizing Karamatsu's rotation in. Gravity Field is able to find the stun there, and Airbear exhaust down. A nice heal going to be thrown out from I'm Sorry support to make sure Nocturne is alive.
Great play from both these teams here. And for Marymount, that play was good because they knew Clean Lift could not respond. It would have to be Meep's moving. And Meep couldn't do it because Keels was pressuring that top side. The threat of the knockup was there, but it just took a heal from I'm Sorry support to get them out. And look at the levels right now. I'm Sorry support is the level of a solo laner. Sonu's roams have given so much experience. And for Yusin, you're not 6 yet. You don't have bullet time, so she can't follow up. She can't finalize those kills here. And so Northwestern, off that particular play, not only do they survive, but they're getting a tempo advantage on this bot side of the map. They're getting control over this bot side of the map. And in, what is it, a minute when that dragon spawns, Marymount can't poke their head in there.
Well, they've got to find some way to do so here. They can't just throw that one away. And a lot of it is to do with Origins and Karamatsu coming back into this one. Origins now, of course, being in the carry potential, but still can put just as much pressure down. What I worry about is the fact that it's so much more kiteable this time around. Now, you haven't really talked about it too much, but the fact that he doesn't really have the momentum to follow through to find what he needs in the CC will actually hurt this time around, puts Marymount in a much more disastrous place when it comes to these team fights, right? And then the job's up to Karamatsu. Now, granted, this is still big Wombo potential. We did write this one out before the game began. We talk about the gravity. We talk about coming through with the bolt time. These are all still options that still can hold lots of presence here. For now, though, good route on the DX Sonu. Gonna go down there with the bolt time as the Heroic Entrance finds its own right. Paranoia goes deep as they're gonna push away what is this misfortune, but it's not before everyone falls here. Now, it's only I'm Sorry support here on this Kaizen. There's not enough damage to shred. Works his way towards that blue. Gonna get the flash. Origins looking for more as well here. Doesn't quite have that W reset, but the job's done. You found what you needed. Team fight worked out pleasantly in your favor.
Yeah, a huge surprise, honestly, that it did pan out that way. It's funny because when I spoke to him, sorry support, he mentioned that the name is partially because he does a lot of chaotic things as an AD carry. He tends to go in a little bit too deep, and so he apologizes to support, specifically Sonu here. But in that particular move, that was Sonu getting caught out. I'm sorry, AD carry in that particular situation there. And because Sonu was already dead, it became a 3v4. And now Marymount get a dragon, which they shouldn't have been able to pick up. They got the pressure topside. They rotate down, get Herald as well. So they pick up plates. And they were down, what, 1,500 gold? They are now up 1,000 gold off that one series of plays.
And I can't even begin to spell out where it really particularly wrong. The engage was solid, but their focus maybe just wasn't quite there. Unable to find what they needed on their appropriate targets. And it's the fact that, hey, this time around, damage is a lot more spread, right? You can't just capitalize completely on, say, someone like UC Nate, which seems like the engage was initially supposed to be on top of. And then you have to deal with Origins Karamatu putting out just as much or even more damage that you have to work out against here. Ooh, for now, kills for fun. Looking for his own response. Haymaker not quite going to land there. Has the passive stacking there. Ooh, gonna lose the reset on that one. Tongue flashed out. I mean, necessary, absolutely, but that's gotta blow.
It is, and it's a complete reversal here, Zephyr, from what we saw in game one. Tom Kench is favored. Okay, yeah. You know what? Hey, flash for flash. For support.
Okay.
But right. Pango needs to not be up there. You seen in Pango right now, you got to remember how squishy you are. You cannot step up. Kaisa is an assassin. I know she's coded as an AD carry when you search her up in the store, but she's also an assassin here, and she's far ahead enough that she can burst anybody who's isolated.
Ooh, big engage there. Paranoia low.
Oh,
the thick flash didn't quite come through. It would have been so good. Sadly, unable to work in there, and it's a kill. It's going to go over the way of Meep here, but it is finally a response by Air Bear after the marginal successes we've been seeing elsewhere.
Hey, man, it's just the first gang. Same with game one, right? It's just the first gang. After that, the Paranoias are pretty decent. Yeah, okay. And this is what I think you need to do as an Nocturne. Play to your side lanes. Don't play to your mid lane. Galio's not the ideal gank target here. Unless you can burst down Victor on your own, don't bother throwing into the mid lane. And Karamatsu has shown that with the phase rush, with the flash, as long as he's not past the river, he's safe.
Well, for now, here we look back towards the top side, and Meep not looking as safe in his own right. Nope. Big TP to come through, and it's a secure kill. Now the bot lane might be on their own way out. Depth charge down. A nice bullet time. Going to push out majority of the damage there, but it's not enough to keep the kill alive. And with rotation coming through from Clean Lifts Daily, there's no way a kill will be picked up.
No counter kill to come through. And at this point, I feel like Clean Lifts needs to start using his ultimate. We harp so much on Air Bear's Paranoia, but the hero's entrance from Clean Lifts is just as important here. You can see topside, because Meep went down, because Paranoia wasn't available, not only do you lose the kill, you're also now losing a turret to boot. And Clean Lifts could have TP top, could have hero's entrance top, but he was holding it to try and support the bot play. I don't think you need that anymore. I think I'm sorry support and Sonu win the 2v2 every time, and for that matter, I think they win the 2v3 if Origins is the one walking down. It has to be Karamatsu coming down to help this bot lane because they need that burst damage to kill Kaisa.
For now here, that burst damage hasn't made its presence known, but thankfully it's the team fights that might be the place where it does work out in Marymount's favor. We saw that come through successfully, and if it takes the time of us waiting out lane, then that's what it will have to be. For now, though, Air Bear finding his own successful kill. It's those missiles that are going to pull away over to I'm sorry support in the last moments. Notice there, I like the spell shield. Prevents the full aggression from Origins. Could have found a bit of that slow to get the chomp off, but instead, no bite.
Zephyr, we talked earlier about the possibility of a Hextech map.
Oh!
We got Hextech. I just noticed as well watching Origins come through.
It was so dramatic of a successful team fight there from Marymount that I was like, oh, look, portal.
Yeah, I mean, Origins coming through on that portal. And so let's talk a little bit about this. Hextech Soul, what it gives you, Static Shiv, effectively, with a slowing function there. It does a bit of true damage, but it's the slow that's more important. The true damage is very minor.
Right.
The maps, however, might help out Marymount quite a bit because they don't have the globals on their team. So having the portals acts as mini teleports. It allows them to move faster, especially going out of base and around the objectives here to try and match that Paranoia, match that hero's entrance a little bit. But it's all vertical in a way. It goes, from base down towards objectives and over the objectives. It doesn't go from top to bottom of the map. So they still have to be aware that Northwestern will out-rotate them in that direction.
For now here, looking for potential additional engages. Killer Instinct going to be expended either way. Wish down as well. Air Bear, quick response in his own use of those portals. They're going to be able to pick up Ucene 8 as a result under turret here. Might go down though, as Kills for Fun is able to step up, finds what is the full passive, going to get that Devour as Origins keeping it 1v3. Karamatsu as well there, but the damage from Clean Lift Daily is able to pump out its own rod. But Origins! Game 1, now Game 2, double to behold. Clean Lifts Daily more than well enough to go out in his own right against the Catfish King.
Hey, Zephyr, still questioning that Trundle?
Oh, man. I don't want to.
I mean, you can see...
I already tasted the defeat of Origins. I don't need another one.
You can see how Marymount's composition works. Granted, the Trundle, as you rightly pointed out, wasn't the issue, isn't going to be the one dealing with I'm Sorry support. And as long as I'm Sorry support is up, you saw how much those hail of plasma thingies was doing to all of Marymount there. But the job is split. Origin's job is to kill all the tanks. Meep, Clean Lift Daily, and Sonu, you guys are fodder for the Trundle. And Karamatsu has one job and one job only. Kill I'm Sorry support. If you can find Air Bear on the back end, that's just bonus here. So the job is split in terms of who's handling the squishies and who's handling the tanks.
Well, sadly, that time around, though, I don't think we really got to see the full force of Karamatsu. There was some. I still think we're kind of waiting for his presence on this Victor to be known there. And slower to the pacing seems to be the name for Karamatsu in this series as a whole there. The Orianna didn't really hold much presence until after kind of that 20-minute mark. Really, it wasn't until that next major Baron fight that we got to see it. For now, though, looking like a poor engage there from Meep. Going to be forced to flash as a result.
Instantly there, and that's why I was surprised, like that Northwestern is trying to contest these right now. They have to be very, very careful. You just lost a team fight.
Don't have your carries.
Best games.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm Sorry support isn't even there ready, and the Killer Instinct wasn't even up as well. So there's no way I'm Sorry support is going to be able to join the fight quick enough.
And that's kind of something we haven't discussed. Usually it doesn't really matter, but the damage is kind of centralized on I'm Sorry support there. Yes, you do have Air Bear, but we've discussed how Nocturne does fall off potentially as the game goes layer and layer. And as notably, say someone like Kills for Fun, Origins, Karamatsu, they're all going to get tankular. They're going to get much harder to kill here. If I'm Sorry support isn't in good position, Northwestern's comp doesn't work here. Ooh. For now, big engage. Killer Instinct's already down. Depth charge as well. You don't have your ultimates. Kills for Fun now looking to set this one up. Passive stacks 2. Heroic entrance comes through just too late. 3 knockups. Another kill. Gonna go down on Ucene 8. A nice Devour found on the Pango Laker to keep this Soraka alive. Kills for Fun is more than willing to take that damage in the face of a Wish 2. Now Karamatsu stepping up, going to provide the burst, the Chaos Storm, ticking out what is the last embers of Meep's life here. Big success found in the bot lane.
Origins
in the mid. Origins, yeah. Origins looking
running.
for more. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning, baby! Woo-hoo! That's 4 kills. 3.
That's a lot of kills, Zephyr. I'm not even going to try and math here. It's enough. And he tried to flash taunt.
Well, that doesn't matter. Secured? No, he didn't secure the kill.
Doesn't.
He misses the last and final auto. His case will come through. Just the night clip on the wins, and no! Unable to do so. Did they lose tier? Oh my gosh.
They lost a lot for that. That was, I believe, the tier
1,
3,
tier
actually,
2.
the inhib turret taking damage as well from that charge. And yeah, tier 2 was already down by the time Origins was done with Air Bear there, and not being able to find Origins is so rough. Origins has not died a single time this game, Zephyr. It's not as impressive when you look at the kills and assists, but if you're looking at KDA, anything divided by 0 is infinite, man. It's better than anything else.
9 KDA, baby, technically.
Technically.
For now, looking like their own response here. Going to be a quick follow-up. Both the Paranoia and Killer Instinct, Ucene 8, of course, going to go down there. Thankfully, Pango Laker happily able to walk out here. But those are 2 big ultimates. Curious to see if we might see rotation from Karamatsu. Notice he is sitting towards the side, but hey, resets.
Yeah, so here's the problem, though, I'm having with all these Paranoias and these kills, Zephyr.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Kills kills are nice. They feel good. They look good. But they don't actually give you that much gold. Each kill is about 300 gold, and that's about it, right? What else are you finding off the back end of it? You killed Yusin. Did you get the turret? No. Was Dragon up and available for you to take? No. Did it help you get pressure on the map for a play elsewhere? No. And now that Paranoia is going to be down, Axiom Arc not completed yet in this game, so Air Bear's cooldowns don't get a reduction. They don't benefit from killing Yusin here, and it's probably not, or actually no, it will probably be up for this next Dragon fight here, so it does pan out. But I need to see more cautious or better use of this Paranoia here.
Well, I'd like to see it more expended towards team fights, but as a result, you don't have it. You already used it towards the bot lane, and now coming into this fight, it's no. Now Air Bear going to go down as a result. Doesn't have Paranoia. Nice triple knockup from the heroic entrance. Exhaust going to pressure out the damage. I'm sorry, support nowhere close to this fight. Now Karamatsu able to pressure this one through, and that's it. Can't walk in, can't find the damage, and as a result, lose the fight here. Oh, DX Sonu, just walk away as fast as you can, buddy.
Scrambling here, but you can't outrun a Misfortune with the strut passive. She's gonna catch up.
Oh, it's not even the MF, it's the knockup that gets the job done there. He's tanky, I'll give him that, but not tanky enough. Now, Soul Point on the board here, a full ace. Hey, that's a Baron.
Yes, it is here, Zephyr. That's uncontestable. Paranoia is up, but Air Bear doesn't have the vision to even go in on this here, and that's a one-way ticket. Teleport. This is so unnecessary from Karamatsu.
Necessary. I mean, I get it. Trust me. If anyone's gonna look to fight, he's got to be there. But hey, Marymount have won that one handedly.
And Soul Point, Hex Tech. So, they're looking for a bit more here. Paranoia.
This is the best chance they've got. Origins, though, doing a great job keeping Air Bear off as well. Now turns for I'm Sorry Support. He's done it once before. He can do it again. Sorry Support pulls this one forward. Pengle Laker gonna flash straight into the hands of UC8, and now you're dead. 4 members out for the count here. Once again, almost a full ace here for Marymount.
And once again, Zephyr, the question is, where is Sonu? The last fight, Sonu was looking for the flank. It took so long to come in that the bulk of the fight was a 4v5. This time, Sonu just wasn't at the fight at all. Northwestern, they pulled the trigger without their support here. And you know the Baron's already gone down. You're trying to force this fight. You know that, hey, if anybody's there, probably all of them are there. Odds are they haven't had that 4-second time needed to complete their empowered recall, and you feed kill fight after fight to the side of Marymount here. They were strong before, but they're even stronger now. And granted, the siege wasn't great because Yusin doesn't have that many attack damage items. It's lethality, which doesn't do anything to turrets. But with Baron buff and with this extra influx of gold, Marymount is in a good position to siege up now.
The best part about it is if you try to throw your carries into the mix, I'm Sorry Support Air Bear, at this point, Air Bear no longer has the damage to actually push forward on this Nocturne and look good. And the minute he's in there, the peel is immense here from Marymount. For now, though, engage found on Karamatsu, goes gold immediately, and as a result, he is out of here, baby. No more Air Bear. Now it's I'm Sorry Support. Karamatsu flash forward. Chaos Storm gets the job done. DX Sonu, heroic entrance, far too late. Gonna get the double knock, but does it even matter, RMC? Turret down here, Meep and Clean List running away. A nice call there to pull in what is that pillar. Gravity down, a flash from Origins, and a full ace here from Marymount, California. RMC, that's game.
It is! Zephyr Origins is doing it again! He's diving turrets and not taking damage here! Granted, this time it's a lot Pengo Laker healing him up, but still, it's disgusting to watch.
Origins, everybody, Marymount, California, they're moving on to semifinals. Woo!
Zephyr, we said it in the pregame. Marymount's losses, they show as having, I believe it's a 5-3 loss record or game record during the regular season, but 2 of those losses were up in challengers. And whatever they had to face up there, they took back down with them. They are looking clean, and they are looking at their peaking at the right time here. Origins is becoming nasty here. We harp on Karamatsu, but this series, this was the Origins show. And the bot lane, Yusin and Pengo Laker, they are the lowest ranked members on their team. And when they started the season here, they're kind of new to League of Legends. They weren't expected to perform that well. Sure, Yusin still not the big carry of the team, but I'm watching this Soraka, this Misfortune play. Yes, mechanical mistakes. They are laning a little bit rough, but the bullet time placements are much, much better than what we saw last time they were on stream. The Soraka as well, on point. And the one person we're not talking about, Keels in the top lane, well,
unnecessary. Guy gets the
he's your
job done
captain.
every time.
Yeah, he is rock solid topside. Even when he lost last game, had impact finding catches. This time he won, and you saw that Meeps didn't have as much impact. So this whole team is really starting to come together. It feels like, we're past the initial movies of the MCU now. This is where the Avengers start to assemble here. Zephyr.
Absolutely. And I got to give some hands over to Northwestern University. They pulled through the comps multiple times over.
Yep.
And time again, it looked like the early game was strongly in their favor almost all the way down. Notably, they only lost, I would say, relatively in that mid lane. Even in the jungle, consistently, that Nocturne Galio composition continued to provide from Air Bear as they made those rotations through. Problem was they never really could convert those early wins into anything successful for the mid to late game. And I can see why they're in fourth position. With as disgusting as an early game there, other comps who are not as privy to keeping up success or going as even would quickly falter to something like that. But not Marymount.
Nope. And Northwestern actually told me before the games too that they had an answer to Karamatsu. And I'll give them this much.
They did.
Their answer kind of worked. Yeah, Karamatsu was not the big carry. The Orianna didn't get to pop off till that Baron fight. The Victor as well, Zephyr, you were not as impressed with it early game. And I think a large part of that had to do with Northwestern's ability to contain the Victor, make sure that Karamatsu didn't have so much gold that he could just take over the game. Unfortunately, like you said, Marymount, they're a multifaceted team. It's not all about the mid lane anymore. And while the plan to hold the mid lane worked, they didn't have a plan to hold down Origins.
Well, either way, Marymount, they find their way forward. They're going to be making it on to semifinals. As for us here on Desk, we're going to be going towards a short break. We'll be right back, lickety split, with an interview with our victor. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. I told you we'd be back quick, and more than that, we're here with a surprise. Well, it's an interview. You've been seeing him all day long, but it's with Keels for fun. Keels, I want to be the first to congratulate you on such a successful win here, making your way over to semifinals.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a difficult game. Well, more so for me because I'm bad, but
I'll give you that one. It did not look as clean as we expected, but hey, you guys still looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Keels, let me be the second person to congratulate you here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Just because Zephyr got to talk first.
It'd be weird if you were the third.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe your coach or something congratulated you guys, but
you've got Discord open.
Keels, yeah, who knows, right? Keels, I talked to you before this series, and you were saying that a lot of people view you as like a boring tank top lane player. Now, this series, you got to play Tom Kench, and for better or for worse, game on wasn't great. You got to have some fun and play quite a bit. How does it feel now that you're in the playoffs and your team's letting you play things other than straight tags?
Oh, well, you see, when we practice, I've been trying more aggressive stuff like Kled and Darius, and I'm somehow even worse than on tanks. So I figured, well, let me go look and see what's like the top of the meta. Thomas Kench, all right, that's my guy. And that's as simple as it goes, really. And then we go based off of the comp. Like, we have a pretty basic structure, and I just try and follow through with it and help my team as best as I can.
Well,
Yeah, and I'd agree. I think it works really, really well. I mean, I think the bruises fit your style really, really well, Kill.
Yes, because all I know how to do is farm, but it's good.
you know what? If all you know how to do is farm there, you are feeding the globe right now, all right? Well, thankfully, the globe's name is Marymount. Either way, I'm going to use you as a little bit of a medium here to kind of discuss your other teammates. They've found some great success over the season. We can talk about Paramounts all day long, but I want to touch on you seen 8 there and Pango Laker in the bot lane. We discussed it on cast, but I really want to get your take on it. How has it been seeing these two evolve over the course of this split?
Oh, dude, like, they're doing amazing. Like, when our very first game, like in like the provisional matches, which was against George Fox Blue, it was such a gong show. And we lost so bad, I was ready to quit the whole thing. But with each game, everyone has been getting progressively better. But those two down bot have been like power spiking. Like, every single match, they've been getting more consistent, more just solid, more even like, because I think our biggest weakness is like team cons, and it's been a lot better. We're still working on it. There's some plays here and there that were a little crusty, but they're doing. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of my whole team, but those two especially, because Pango, for example, he's a baby. He's a league baby. He just started this game like a year ago, and he's insane. He plays the best Raka and Yumi I've ever seen in my life. On God.
And now that you've revealed that, Kills, Yumi Soraka bands, guys.
Yeah, Yumi Soraka band's coming through for the rest of the season. That's it. Pango Lakers. Ow.
No.
But aren't you glad, Keels, that you did stick around, that you didn't give up after that first game? Because now you guys are in the quarterfinals, and I believe we got confirmation Midland won their series. The only team that beat you guys in the Emergents division. How are you feeling about your semifinals match here?
Dude, like, Midland, they're scary, man. Especially because Scuzzrat, he is a monster, and I'm the unfortunate soul who has to go against that monster. So it's like, because in that set, they knew how to play us really well. But I think with each week that's gone by, I think, like I said earlier, as a team, we've been doing a lot more solid. And so moving forward into Midland, I think we're going to give them a big run for their money. And I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say I hope we win. We're going to win. That's the goal. That's what we're here for. And truthfully, we didn't go against the Spartans, so I don't know how they play, but Midland's the big fish that we need to fry. And I think from there, it's off to the races and we'll win it all. That's my hope.
Well, your hopes hopefully will stay true and strong here as we look towards the rest of the NECC season. One last thing, Keels. You got any last shout outs? You're on the cast here. You're live in front of everyone. Who do you want to scream into the void towards?
Oh, man. I just want to thank my team. I want to thank my mama, even though she doesn't know what league is. I want to thank my
mom's
girlfriend.
watching too, man.
Hey, that's what's up. I want to thank my brother, my family, my coach, everyone from Marymount. They're amazing people. And to all of you guys here at the streams and all that stuff, because it is fun to do all this production stuff. It's really fun. So I think that's it. I don't really got any plugs. Not yet anyway, but that's it.
All right. Well, thank you once again for joining us on Desk. I bode you the best of luck towards the rest of your season here, whether we see it or not.
Well, no, you will see it. There's no way.
Okay, we'll see him at finals then.
Thank you. See you soon. In about 3 weeks? We'll see you there.
Yeah. December.
2 weeks. 2 weeks, yeah.
I think, no, 3 weeks.
We get a break.
Oh, we get a break. Yeah, sorry, 3 weeks. Yeah. I was just counting quarters, semis, finals, but yep.
Yeah. Thanksgiving now. Come on now. I gotta eat. Gotta celebrate. I gotta celebrate. Like, I gotta take these wins as they come.
It's a pre-celebration, right?
It's celebration for quarters,
All
Celebration
right,
for
all right. Get off my desk.
All right. How do I do that? Wait.
Not sure Zephyr was necessarily talking to Keels there, but I'm just gonna stick around and pretend that Zephyr was telling Keels to get off the desk.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming out here and supporting the NECC in our first foray towards our quarterfinals this split. If you want to support us, feel free to give us all the love in the world. We've got, of course, our Twitter, this Twitch itself, and all the other plethora of things you can find below. Join the Discord as well here. And if you want to support me and RMC, of course, you see our Twitters right below us. Go ahead and throw us a follow on our way. As for us, though, we are, of course, going to be taking a little bit of a break towards what is our Thanksgiving celebrations here. So be expecting semifinals on December 3rd around the same time. With that being said, we hope you all stay safe and have a good night.